A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Well, Jane Ace attended a picture theater yesterday and saw Joyce Blaine, the celebrated movie actress, making a personal appearance. After the show, Jane was driving home in her car and saw a crowd of fans swooping down on Miss Blaine, who, to escape them, hopped in the car with Jane and had Jane drive her to the Aces' bungalow. She says she's tired of Hollywood and its glamour and wants to hide out in the quiet of the Aces' home. It's late afternoon the following day, and we find Joyce Blaine with Jane in the living room alone. Listen.
Oh, life can be so sweet.
Shall I get another pillow for your head?
Oh, no, please don't. Please don't pamper me. Just let me be one of you.
Well, one of us would want another pillow for our head if we were reading a book lying there like you are.
Oh, this is perfect. The soft, glowing warmth of the sun on those windows. The sweet, warm smell of tea and the quiet of it all, the hush. Hard to imagine there is such a place as Hollywood. Oh, just to curl up here and stretch and stretch. Oh, why can't I have this?
What?
This is everything. There isn't anything else.
I'm sorry about not having the swimming pool.
Oh, what a swimming pool.
A swimming pool is something... Well, you've got a swimming pool in your home, haven't you, Miss Blaine?
No, of course. It's full of frogs in the woods.
Oh, I knew you did, because I saw pictures of your home in Hollywood. Oh, it's beautiful.
This is beautiful.
This is just nothing. It's just our home, that's all.
Home.
Of course, I didn't know you were coming here. It was all so sudden, Miss Blaine.
Please, why don't you call me Joyce?
Do you want me to?
Of course, Jane.
Oh, all right. Joyce.
Tell me something about yourself, Jane, do you mind?
Well, I'm blonde.
Yes, aren't we all?
That's right.
Oh, I can see you're blonde and sweet and happy. I can see all that. But I want to know more. Let's talk about you.
Oh, well, there's nothing to talk about me. I'd like to talk about you.
Oh, I'm sick of you.
Oh, I'm not. I thought you were wonderful in that picture, Happily Ever After.
Thanks, Jane.
I saw it yesterday. I cried.
Did you?
Everybody was crying. Everybody around me. Do you ever see yourself?
That's my curse, Jane. I'm always seeing myself.
You are? Well, I am, too. I always see your pictures. Do you know a lot of movie actors?
Yes, Jane.
Do you know Frederick Marge?
Freddie? Yes.
Freddie. Is that what you call him?
Now, Jane, we started to talk about you. Let's not talk about me.
Well, I don't know what to say about me. I'm not in pictures. I've got a pair of those dark glasses, though.
How long have you been married, Jane?
Oh, 8 years.
8 years?
Mm-hmm.
And awfully happy, aren't you?
Oh, yes.
Tell me some more. What do you do with yourself? How do you pass your time? Who are your fans?
Well, my best friend is Marge. She's always lived with us since I've been married.
She's awfully regular. And I like Marge.
Oh, I knew you would. Everybody likes Marge. She's always laughing.
Yes, I noticed that last night. Is she unhappy?
Oh, yes, she's very happy. What did you say? Unhappy?
Yes.
I said she's always laughing.
No, I heard you, Jane. But I thought that was a sure sign of unhappiness. Tell me about Marge. She works, I know. She told me she was a private secretary to somebody.
Yeah, she's awfully clever. She knows just the right thing to say all the time, and she's more fun.
Is there a man?
A man?
Don't tell me a girl like Marge is without...
Oh, yes, she goes with a fellow. His name's Neil Williams.
Yes?
They've been going together over a year. I tried to get them to get married several times, but they just don't.
Why not?
Well, Neil hasn't got a lot of money, and I think it's on account of his mother being alone.
There's always something, isn't there?
Yes, there's always something. Goodness, when I married Mr. Ace, he just lost all his money in the stockyard.
In the stockyard?
Yes, you know, when everybody lost their money in stocks and things like that, he lost everything. He just had a job, that's all, but that didn't matter to me. Because I always say a wife should take the bitter with the better, don't you?
I wouldn't know what to say about a wife, Jane.
Well, I do, and I think it's just a shame that Marge and Neil don't get married. Suppose they don't have a lot of money at first, and they have to live in an apartment. After all, home wasn't built in a day, you know. Not our home, anyway.
You really married for love, didn't you?
I'll say the world. And I think Marge did, too. I think they make a marvelous couple, especially Neil. He's crazy about Marge. I'm going to invite him over for dinner. Should I?
I'd love it.
All right. You know what?
What?
I'll bet you could make them get married.
Me?
Yes. And you know how?
How?
By making Marge jealous.
Jealous?
Yes.
How?
By acting like you're falling in love with Neil.
Acting like... No, thank you. I'm through acting for the present.
Oh, but this isn't like acting on the screen. Just being nice to Neil and maybe even going out with him.
I'm not stepping foot out of this house. Go out and be recognized? Huh! I'm in hiding.
Oh, I forgot. But you could act like you like Neil a lot, and then Marge would get jealous, and I'll bet you'd marry him in a minute if she saw the way a beautiful girl like you fell in love with him.
What a theatrical mind you have, my dear.
Well, this is one thing I worry about all the time.
Marge, you mean, huh?
Uh-huh. She gets mad if I ever ask her why she doesn't marry Neil, and she gets awfully mad if a person ever says anything in front of Neil. Well, this way she won't know what we're doing. And the first thing you know, she'll be getting worried about losing Neil, and she'll be very glad to marry him, even if he's as poor as the church people. He's not, though. He makes a good salary, I think.
What does the boy do?
Neil, he's a reporter on the Post.
A reporter? Oh, good heavens. Oh, I'm lost. Wait, if Marge tells a newspaper man where I am, why...
Neil, you know?
If a newspaper ever gets hold of where I am... Oh, Jane, do you think she could have told him?
I don't think so. Why didn't you tell her not to tell him? I didn't think so.
Why didn't somebody tell me I was walking into the arms of a newspaper headline? Why didn't someone tell me
that must be Mr. Ace now. Or maybe it's Marge.
Oh, please be careful, Jane. Wait a minute.
Who is it, please?
It's Marge, Jane.
Oh, it's Marge. That's what I thought.
Alone.
Are you alone, Marge?
Yes, I'm alone.
Just a minute. I'm alone, Marge. I had to make sure first.
I understand, Jane. Ace will be right in. He's parking the car.
Oh, did he bring you home?
Yes, I got too early, Jane. Stopped by the office and... Oh, good evening, Miss Lane. Oh, am I glad you got here when you did. I was on the verge of a collapse.
Yes, well, move over and I'll collapse with you. I wish you could see the headlines in the papers this evening.
What headlines?
Well, you didn't think a star as celebrated as you are could just drop out of sight without a ripple, did you?
Oh, but they don't say where I am.
Well, they don't know yet.
What do you mean? Yes.
Well, I mean, they're just conjecturing on your disappearance.
Oh, I've got Henderson to thank for that. He wouldn't think of giving a tired working girl a break and letting her take a month or so out to rest without smearing it over the front page of every paper in the... Where is it?
Ace is bringing the evening paper in. He's quite a bit upset about it, too. He doesn't like to be made a party to this sudden disappearance of yours.
What does it say, Marge?
Plenty, and with pictures.
Oh, I knew it.
And what pictures, if I may say so, Miss Lane?
Oh, don't tell me. Oh, I know Henderson and the way his mind works.
Oh, that's Ace now.
Just a minute, dear.
I wouldn't worry too much about Mr. Ace's attitude if I were you, Miss Lane. He's just overcautious.
I'm not worried about him.
Oh, hello, dear.
Oh, dear.
Is that the paper there? Let me see it.
Plenty to see, I can tell you that.
Well, let me see what it says.
All right, don't grab. Here.
Oh, I'm so sorry to be all this trouble to you, Mr. Ace.
Good evening, Miss Lane. Well, it's no trouble exactly. It's just that, well, these stories here are making such a big thing out of it all.
Glamour girl gone.
Yeah.
Has anybody seen Joyce Blaine? Oh, look at these pictures.
Oh, I was afraid of that.
Were these taken at the swimming
Oh,
pool?
if I ever get my hands on Henderson, if I ever... Henderson? He's the publicity manager of the studio. He loves this sort of thing. He revels in it. He knows darn well where I am. He knows that all I want is a month's holiday away from everything. He can't stand it. Oh, he must get the studio all this publicity. He's got to work up the mystery anyway. Oh, look at that question mark. Big as his inflated head.
Well, after all, you are a celebrity. You can't just drop out of sight without
But I phoned them and told them I was all right. Just going to rest up a few weeks. Oh, can't they leave me alone?
I recognize some of the tripe in this paper as Neil's fine writing.
You do, Neil?
Yes, this is some of Neil's work. Listen. Suddenly, as if a star had fallen from the skies and buried itself deep into the earth out of the sight of all people, Joyce Blaine, scintillating star of the screen, has disappeared. Finishing her personal appearance performance at the Palace Theater yesterday afternoon, Joyous Joyce was no more than a flashing meteor tonight as the world scanned the four corners
Oh,
of
Neil didn't write that stuff.
No, didn't he, though?
Oh, isn't it exciting?
Yeah, that's one word for it, Jane. As far as I'm concerned, it's darn dangerous business we've gotten
Oh,
into.
please don't take it that way.
Well,
I promise you nothing will happen as far as I'm concerned that'll bring any undue publicity or bother to any of us. That is if all of you are cooperating.
how do you mean to cooperate with you? There's nothing we can do that we haven't done, and there's nothing we've done that we could help but do. It's not here at our invitation exactly, Miss Blaine.
That's no way to put it. You make it sound as if Miss Blaine is an unwelcome guest.
Oh, no, I didn't mean unwelcome.
Oh, I understand what you mean. And please believe me that all this newspaper publicity will die out pretty soon. Can't keep this up for a month.
You expect to stay hidden here a whole month?
Yes, that is if your friend Neil is that his name?
Yes, what about Neil?
Well, if Neil doesn't let his newspaper work run away with him and give me away, I hope you'll be able to rejoin things there now.
Oh, now, wait a minute. I hadn't thought of it that way. Oh, I pulled a prize boner, I'm afraid.
What did you do? Oh, don't tell me. Oh, Marge, you didn't.
Well, I'm afraid I did. I told him this afternoon.
You told Neil that Miss Blaine was here?
Well, I'm sorry, but I did.
And then why is he writing all this blah about me disappearing? Why doesn't he come right out and tell where I am?
Well, that's his idea. First working out big newspaper interest and then getting a big scoop for himself. In fact, he's coming here tonight.
Here?
Yes, for an exclusive interview. He was all excited about it. Made me make all sorts of promises that nobody else would know and that he'd be the first newspaper man to see you.
Coming here tonight.
So he's coming here tonight, is he?
Yes, and I'm afraid you're going to have a little trouble with Neil. His newspaper comes first, ahead of everything.
Ahead of you, you mean?
Yes, even ahead of me.
But perhaps not ahead of everything.
But perhaps not ahead of everything.
Suppose you leave Neil to me.
Yeah, suppose you leave Neil to me, to her.
Hey, what are you doing anyhow? Do you have to repeat everything she says?
So Neil's coming to see Joyce Blaine tonight. And Jane hopes the glamorous movie star will put her plan into operation to make Marge jealous. Just what happens when Neil arrives, you learn when next we meet these.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Lights Out, a summer revival of the famous series which many of our listeners will remember. Tonight's story, the sixth in the series, is called The Ghost on the Newsreel Negative.
Lights out, everybody. This is the witching hour. The hour when dogs howl and evil is let loose on a sleeping world. Sit in the dark now and listen to Lights Out.
Well, where do you suppose we are, Martin?
How do I know where we are? You're the driver.
Yeah, I'm the driver. Only you're supposed to tell me where you want to go, you know.
I told you.
Yeah. You know what you said? You said we're going to a farm out on Route 330, about halfway between Dundee and Algonquin.
I remember, yeah.
Uh-huh. And I'm supposed to be a mind reader.
Sure you are.
Well, I would be if you had a mind to read.
Nuts, Mr. Rick.
And nuts to you, Mr. Barnett.
Oh, ain't we about there?
How do I know?
Oh, I should have known that.
Well, you're a wise guy. You're the great cameraman. You know everything.
Oh, shut up.
Well, look, we're about halfway between Dundee and Algonquin now. The sign at Dundee said 5 miles to Algonquin, and the speedometer said 93331.
It says 93333 now.
Goody, you can read. Now listen, half of 5 is 2.5.
Yeah, that's right.
And 93,331 to 93,333 is 2 miles.
Yeah.
Therefore, Mr. Barnett, I'll bet you that place right up there is the place where we're going.
Huh? What place? Oh, yeah, I guess it is.
Now we got that settled. What are we going to do when we get there?
I am going to make a story, and you're going to catch the noise on it.
You kill me, Martin.
All right. Now?
Huh? No. I mean, what kind of story?
Ghosts.
Ghosts? Or goats?
Oh, I know that story. Ghosts. Hey, do you believe in ghosts, Wick?
Well, I ain't ever seen one.
But don't let that worry you. You're gonna.
Says you.
Go on, drive in that Jeep there. No, that one, dummy.
I got it. Where's these ghosts?
Don't you ever read the papers?
I don't get enough money to buy papers. What's it about?
This here... Hey, stop right there, I guess. This here's the Ghost Fund.
Yeah? So what?
So, we come to make pictures of the ghosts. Set up about here, I guess, where we can get the old house and the barn in a picture. I'll go see if I can find anybody.
There don't seem to be anybody around.
Must be somebody. I'll go see.
Don't get bit by a ghost.
I won't. Here, let's make it as snappy as we can, huh? So we can get back to town.
What's the matter? Ghost getting you, pal?
No kidding. Did you ever see such a deserted-looking dump? I wouldn't be surprised if a ghost jumped right up out of the ground.
What you fellas want here?
Where'd you come from?
I was right around on the other side of the wagon. What you want here?
I'm Martin Barnett of Paragon News. This is, Whit, my noise catcher. Hello.
What you want?
Well, is this the, Ghost Farm?
Ghost Farm? Where'd you get that idea?
Well, papers.
Oh, yes. All them silly stories in the papers. Yes, I guess this here is the place you're looking for. What you want?
Well, we want to make some newsreel pictures. You know, movies. I was looking for Mr. Tracy.
Tracy?
Yeah, guy owns the place.
Oh. He ain't here.
Hey?
No.
Well,
Maybe this guy, gentleman, can tell us, Martin.
Say, about this ghost business.
Is it a real ghost, mister?
Is there a real ghost here? Do you know anything about it?
Do I know anything about it? I am the ghost.
My gosh, he scared me out of 6 years' growth. He said he was the ghost man.
What about me? I swallowed my chewing tobacco.
Doggone old fool.
He's got the dirtiest laugh I ever heard in all my life.
Ain't he, though?
I wish he'd come back. I want to get the story made and get back to town before it gets dark.
You better if they're going to get out a special on it tonight.
Yeah. I don't know why Red don't think of these things soon enough. He gets these brainstorms all of a sudden, and then he wants to get stuff out for every theater in Chicago by 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon.
And the great Barnett has to go out and shoot him. So shut up and wind up your Kodak.
Oh, nuts. Uh-oh. Here comes old Screwy again.
It's about time.
Hey, what exposure would you give out here?
About 4 or 5, I think. It's getting kind of dark.
I think 5, 6 would do it.
You're the cameraman. If you don't get your shots, it's you Red'll murder.
Maybe it better be 4 or 5.
Well, are you ready to make your movie pictures now?
Yeah, if you are.
What do you want me to do?
Well, first I want a shot of the house and the barn. So you better go back and come walking out of the house, and I'll pan after you while you walk to the barn. Then you can come over here, and I'll make an interview. Hey, Whit, you can talk to him, huh?
I suppose so. I don't get paid for it, though.
Oh, nuts. Go ahead, mister.
Hey, just walk out of the house to the barn, eh?
Yeah, that's right. I'll holler for you to come out.
Yes, all right.
Guess that laugh of his is enough to scare anybody goofy.
No wonder people think he's a ghost.
He's nuttier than a fruitcake.
So what? So are we. When we get out of the newsreel business.
He's waiting for you, hotshot.
Oh, you all set?
I've been all set for an hour.
Oh, all right. Here we go. Go ahead, mister. Okay?
Okay.
All right, come on back, mister.
Darn if you don't look like a ghost.
This whole place looks ghostly enough for me. I'll be glad when we get back to town.
Me too.
Did you get it? Did you get my picture?
Sure, we never miss.
Much.
What do you want me to do now?
Well, look, you stand there. No, there. That's it. Listen, when I start the camera, you just tell in your own words how you do this ghost business, will you?
You want me to talk?
Yeah, that's it. Set the microphone over closer, Whit.
Yes, Mr. Barnett.
Put it on the running board.
Yes, Mr. Barnett.
You just want me to talk, huh?
That's it.
I just tell how I'm the ghost, and what I do, and everything, huh?
Yeah. And then in a minute or two, Mr. Whit will step up alongside you. He'll ask you some questions. All you got to do is answer them, see?
You say what's what, huh?
That's it. Just say, what's what? I'll motion to you, Whit, when you're to step in.
What'll I say?
What do you think of something to say? You're a smart sound expert.
Nuts. I ain't getting paid for that.
You do as you're told.
Yes, Mr. Barnett. Yes, Mr. Barnett.
Shut up.
Yes, Mr. Barnett.
You ready, Mr.
Yeah. I'm ready.
Well, okay, now. Do that there dirty laugh of yours. Go ahead. Now.
Now?
Yeah, now. I'm running.
Yes, sir. I'm the ghost. I'm the ghost that haunts this here place. You want to know how I do it? Well, sir, at night I go around and look into windows. When people see me staring in with my eyes all wide like this, when they see me, they scream and shiver and like to pass out. Yes, sir. I'm a ghost. A doggone good ghost, if you ask me.
Go ahead, Whit.
And how long have you been haunting this farm, Mr. Ghost?
More years than you'd think I've been a haunting it. Yes, sir.
Is that so? Well, you suppose you could give us a sample of your very ghostliest laugh?
I sure can. You like that?
That's fine. And do you believe in ghosts yourself?
Do I? Do I? I am a ghost.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. That's enough.
My gosh, mister. What's the matter? I scare you?
I don't scare you, see?
You don't, huh? Well, what's that behind you?
Oh, talk on your way.
What's that behind you?
Huh? Look, mister, I'm sorry.
Don't do that again.
I won't, and don't do any more of that laughing again, mister.
What's that?
That's my sister.
Your sister?
Sure. She helps me haunt the place.
Have you got a sister?
Sure. She's in the house there. She's bedridden, though. She ain't been out of bed for 29 years.
She ain't?
No. She screams right well enough, though, don't she?
She sure does.
Hey, Martin. Listen, that would make a swell shot, too. The old gal and him in that old rattle-trap house.
Yeah. Only how we going to do it?
Well, I'll put some photo floods in a reflector and run them off the battery, huh?
Well,
Yeah. You want to take some pictures of my sister?
Yeah. Well, go ahead, Whit.
Sure, this ought to be a swell... Me?
Sure. Go ahead.
Well, wait till I get the lamps.
Yeah. She'll be tickled, my sister will. She ain't had her picture took since she was a little gal.
Yeah. Gosh, what if Fred doesn't like this story?
Go ahead. Shall I take the sound on this too?
Might as well. Got a long enough line?
Yeah. You go ahead with the camera.
Step right this way, mister.
Martin, suppose the old gal's as none of you see is.
Well, am I going to be glad to get out of this?
Yeah, me too.
Right in here. Careful of the back porch. The board is kind of rotten. Ellie, I brung a couple of young fellers. Wants to take your picture.
That's fine, Stanley.
I'll hold the door open. Go ahead.
Here, feller. Kind of dark. We ain't got no electric lights.
Which way now?
Right in here.
Careful you don't bump yourself.
Yeah. Where are you, Whit?
I'm coming.
Ain't got no lights at all?
Not a darn thing.
Well, hurry up with them photo floods, Whit.
I'll be right there.
You brung your own lights, mister?
Yes, ma'am. I hope they won't blind you. They're pretty bright.
Ow! Oh, shall I set them up here?
Get off my foot!
Oh, is that your foot?
What'd you think it was?
I thought it was a suitcase.
You be careful now. Stanley, you tell him to be careful. I don't want you to set fires or nothing.
They'll be careful, Ellie.
This is the darkest place I've ever been in my life.
Do you think I like it? Where's your lights?
Don't set fires or nothing.
We won't.
Just a minute now.
Gonna have my picture took.
You can talk whilst they're making the picture, Ellie.
Gonna make a moving picture of me.
All ready, Martin.
All ready. Turn your lights on. There ain't anybody there.
Oh, my.
Now, just be patient. She may...
There sure is.
That voice. I heard her.
Don't you boys worry now. Them lights may be just a little bright. Ellie never was one to shine out very strong.
Martin, what do we do now? I know what I want to do.
Start making your picture. That's what you come in here for, ain't it?
Picture what?
Why, Ellie, of course.
But there's nobody there.
Well, I guess there is. If you don't believe me, just look at these covers.
Martin, no, those covers, they move. Yeah, let's go.
There, young man. Maybe that'll convince you. Well, let's get on with it.
Yeah, thanks.
Stanley, is my hair all right?
Sure, Ellie. Looks real pretty.
Look, mister, are you sure?
Young man, I'm losing my patience. You wanted to come in here and take pictures of my sister. Well, take it.
I don't see anything.
She's there, just as plain as the nose on your face. Plainer than your nose.
Well, but...
I think you'd better take the picture. It was the light disappointed you. Hate to have to start haunting you two.
No. We'll take the picture. Whit, you get ready to make the interview and I turn him over.
Okay. But how can I ask questions of someone that isn't even there?
I'm still here, young man.
Hey, never mind, Whit. Just stand by.
Okay. Go ahead. Hello?
Hello.
Would you mind telling me your name?
I sure would.
Thanks. Well, can you tell me just how you go about this haunting business?
No, I don't mind.
Well, I mean, how do you do it?
Well, first I start off by being invisible.
You mean like you are now, you mean?
Ain't I showing at all?
No, you ain't showing.
Yes, like that then. And then when I find someone I want to scare, I just make myself visible like this. And then I scream like this.
go any faster.
Shut up. I'm scared myself now.
Don't use that word.
All right. We'll be back in town now.
I never thought the day would come when I'd be glad to see Warback Avenue.
What happened to you back there?
I don't know. She screamed. The lights went up. And I started running.
Fine thing.
Well, what did you do?
I just grabbed the camera, started running.
That was better, huh?
Well, at least I have the camera. Honest, if Red told me you're sending me out on another assignment like this, I'll quit.
And if we don't get a bonus for this strip of film, I'll quit too.
Where's the film?
Here, Red.
Here, Harold. Get this in the soup and make it snappy. Okay, Red. Soundtrack on it, Marge?
The soundtrack on it? Wait,
I think so.
You think so? You think so? What's a double barrel?
I think it is, Red.
Red, you got a drink?
What's the matter with you two Lutherans?
Yeah. You tell him.
You tell him, Marge.
Didn't you get the picture? Go on there, Harold. Get that film into the soup and don't turn on no red lights either. That's Super 8. Okay, Red. Well, speak up. What's the matter with you? Didn't you get the story?
I think we got it, Red.
You think so, huh?
We got it, Red. We got it. Can we have a drink?
There's the water cooler.
Oh, Red.
All right, there's a bottle in my desk.
Come on, Red.
Wait a minute. What's this all about?
Red, that's place. Mr. Willis.
Well, ain't that just dandy? Did you see a ghosty wosty or something, Martin?
Gosh, Red, we sure thought we did.
I should say so.
Well, that's just ducky. So what? You first been sucking on a bottle? If you had...
No, I haven't had a drink.
Well, what happened then?
Well, listen, Red, I'll tell you. That old guy out there.
What old guy out where?
The old guy out at the ghost farm.
Oh, what about him?
He tell him, Martin.
Yeah. He's the scariest looking guy you ever seen. He's an old screwy guy. Nuttier than a noise catcher.
Hey.
Shut up.
And he's a ventriloquist.
Never mind his religion. Go on.
Well, he's the ghost.
He goes around and hollers, ooh,
and he looks just like a real ghost.
And he scared the dickens out of him.
Wait a minute now. One at a time. What did he do?
Well, that darnest thing, he'd almost taken us into the house where he said his sister was.
And we could hear her talking to him.
And him, too.
And when I turned on the light, there was nobody there.
What?
It's a fake, Red. He run out on us or something.
Have you been drinking again when I told you right?
Telephone. Take it on number 29.
Okay. Wait right here, you two. Hello. Paragon. Oh? This is Red Calvater. Oh, hello, Mr. Casey. What? Say that again. Oh, they did, huh? They're right here now. Yeah, both of them. Sure, wait a minute. Where did you birds say you'd been this afternoon?
Well, at the ghost farm, Ray. At the ghost farm.
You're sure about that?
Well, sure, of course we wouldn't lie to you.
They say they were there all afternoon, Mr. Tracy. Huh? Well, call me back in about 10 minutes. I'm going to find out about this. Okay. Yeah. Now, you two monkeys, what's this all about? You're trying to rib on me?
What's the matter, Red? Yeah, what's the matter, Red?
That was Tracy, the guy that owns the ghost farm. He said he's been waiting since 11 o'clock for you two to show up. And there ain't been a sign of a newsreel man out there all day. So what's the answer to that one?
But I said we were there. Sure we was there.
Well, we'll find out whether you were there or not in about 2 minutes. You birds are kind of... Hey, Harold, how about that film?
Just coming out of the dryer, Red. But I have to get ready for the print.
No, bring the negative in here first and run it through the moviola.
Oh.
So it could have been at the wrong place, Red. The old guy said he was a ghost.
Hey, sure he said he's on your proofer, too.
Yeah? Well, we'll see.
I tell you, Red...
You ain't telling me nothing. Listen, you make a shot of that interior?
What interior?
The interior where you say you heard the old lady and then she was gone.
Oh, that interior.
Did you make a shot of that?
Well, yeah. We started to shoot. We got about 50 feet when all at once this gal screams. Our lights go off.
So we just grabbed the equipment and swam. We were scared. I think the photo floods are still there.
Well, for your sake, I hope they ain't.
Oh, yeah.
Red, Bill, try. Bring it in here. Oh. There, get him now. Now, you, Bert. Let's see. Coming to the moviola, and if you got a picture, okay. But if you ain't, you better get your hats and coats on and...
We did make a picture, Red, on it.
Yeah, we'll see in a minute.
No, we did, Red.
Yeah. We'll find out.
But, Red...
Listen, you trying to talk me out of this?
Gee, Red, no.
Well, shut up, then. There. All right, turn out the lights.
Red.
Turn out the lights. Now we'll see. Get your skull out of the way so I can see, Whit. Just a couple of old silks. House and button.
The old guy will be there in a minute.
Yeah, I hope so. Scanning from the house to the barn.
Martin, you here?
I don't see nothing yet.
Oh, wait.
Station now.
Martin, really? I don't know.
Look, background's out of focus now.
I was focusing on him.
Yeah? Well, where is he?
I don't know. Sure, he'll be there in a minute.
Yeah.
He'll be there. What happened, Red?
I shut it off.
Oh.
Listen, you lugs. You think for one lousy minute that you can get away with that
But,
kind of
Red, he
stuff?
was there. Yeah, he was, Red.
Want to stick together, huh? Well, you're both fired.
Oh,
gee, Red. If you don't get out of my sight before I count...
Wait.
What's the matter?
The soundtrack, Red.
Well, what about it?
There's something on it.
What?
Let me see. Yes, sir. Voices, I can tell. Rewind it. Quick, Red. Rewind it.
You're pulling it. All right.
You didn't have the speaker turned on, Red.
Keep your lips to yourself. I'll turn it on.
Go ahead, Red. Turn it on for the love of my...
Just trying to... Okay, here it goes. No sound yet.
No. That's just the Martin cans that followed him from the house to the barn. Now wait till the background jumps out of focus. That'll be the second scene where the old guy was...
Hold on now. I'm in it.
What? Listen.
Yes, I'm the ghost. I'm the ghost that haunts this here place. You want to know how I do it? Well, at night I go around and look into the window. And when...
Now what I want to know is how you done that.
Oh, my gosh, Red, I don't know. I only know that it's in front of the camera, about 8 feet away. Honest, that's what he said. Right there, said Red.
Oh, my eyes all wide open like this.
Holy Moses.
When they see me, they scream and shiver like to pass out. Yes, sir. I'm a ghost. A doggone good ghost. You have to be. Go ahead with me.
And how long have you been haunting this barn?
There's Whit.
4 years, and you think I've been haunted. Yes, sir.
Is that so? Well, do you suppose you could give us a sample of your very ghostliest laugh?
I should. Right there.
That's fine. If you believe in ghosts yourself?
Do I? Well, I am a ghost.
Did you see Red?
My God. Holy mackerel.
Hey, look. Oh, Red, Red, he's trying to scream. It is. It's him.
Who are you?
I am a ghost. All right. You can turn them on now.
You have just heard Lights Out, a summer revival of the famous series. Tonight's story, the sixth in the series, was called The Ghost on the Newsreel Negative. The ghost, incidentally, was played by Jess Stu, and his sister under the shroud was played by Harriet Allen. Martin, the cameraman, was played by Lou Krugman, and his noise catcher assistant was Murray Ford. Red was portrayed by Boris Aplon. Now, before we close the shutters and shut up shop for the night, let me give you a little inkle about next week's story. Of course, you'll want to be listening, so I'll just give you a few hints. The story is a very unusual one. It takes place entirely inside the confused head of a hunted man. Nails Malone is a bad man and a killer. He has no conscience, but there's something there that keeps bothering him as he sits in his dingy boarding house hideout. And
sunrise and sunset, promise and fulfillment, birth and death. The whole drama of life is written in the sands of time. We present a new series of radio programs, The Clock. The passage of time and the forward trend of civilization have both had a profound influence in changing man from a polygamous animal to one who practices monogamy. In the reign of Solomon the King, 1,000 wives was the custom. Today, one wife, or at least one wife at a time, is the prevailing fashion. But there are still some members of the species Homo sapiens who are loath to accept their monogamous status. I'm not referring to the bigamists either, mind you. As a matter of fact, the gentlemen of whom I speak rarely marry at all. But they have a list of conquests to their credit that would put a sultan to shame, and they seem to forget the fact that one woman can be more than enough for any man to handle.
I'm no Conrad. Bet you'll never see my puss in a subway poster when you're hanging from the strap. That's why I can't figure the reason they go for me in such a great big way. I'm talking about women. Fat women, thin women, blondes and brunettes. They all make a grab for Alex. It can't be the way I talk. My education don't amount to much, and I'm a little rough around the edges. And my bill wouldn't win no prizes in a model's magazine. So maybe it's my face. Yeah, maybe it's the way I smile and look them in the eye that makes them gulp like flounders and ooze right into my arms. Anyway, I ain't complaining because I like them just as much as they like me. Oh, boy, how I love them. I take them all shapes and sizes from 18 to 85. And when I say I take them, mister, I mean I take them for everything they got. For instance, there was Lola. When I met her, she was wearing a black satin evening gown with lace all over the middle. Her skin was as white as a hunk of ermine, and her teeth were straighter than the keys on a baby grand. We did the town together from 52nd Street to the village, and by the time I took her home in a taxi cab, we were getting to be old friends.
Oh, Alex, kiss me. Kiss me hard.
Oh, I'm afraid I've been smearing your lipstick.
I've never met a man like you before. What is it about you that makes you so attractive?
Listen, stop taking me apart. Just relax, honey, and I'll do the talking.
Where's he going?
What?
The cab driver. Where's he taking us?
To your apartment, the address you gave him.
Oh, no. No, he can't do that.
What?
I must be crazy. You must be driving me out of my mind.
Well, what's the matter? Ain't you paid your rent up?
I'm married, Alex.
You what?
I got a husband.
What? Oh, Lola, how could you do a thing like that to me?
I know I should have told you before. I just didn't want to lose you.
Oh, ain't there a woman in the world I can trust?
Oh, Alex, don't look at me like that, please. Please, darling, it doesn't make any difference.
Driver, stop this hack.
Alex, please. When will we see each other again?
I ain't sure.
I'll call in the morning between 10 and 12. My husband's always at his office then.
Now, what business is he in?
Oh, he's a diamond buyer.
Only buys diamonds.
Alex, please, tell me I'll see you.
Well, I'll think it over, baby, and let you know. I let her stew for a couple of days, then I gave her a ring. Inside a week, I had her eaten out of my hand. Then came an evening when I figured it was time to blow. Who is it?
It's Lola, darling. Let me in. Oh, Alex, something terrible's happened. What's that suitcase doing on your bed?
I'm packing.
Packing for what?
I'm getting out of here for a while.
But you can't leave me now.
Well, who says I can't?
Well, what about those diamonds you borrowed?
I'll mail them to you tomorrow.
Alex, my husband's coming home sooner than I expected. He'll arrive tonight.
So what?
He'll open his safe and find the diamonds missing.
But what does he do? Count every hunk of glass he's got? You only gave me 3.
You told me that you were using those stones for security all alone. You said you'd give them back to me whenever I wanted them.
Yeah, well, you get them. You'll get them. Stop
Alex,
howling.
I gotta have them tonight.
Listen, I'm busy. I gotta make a train.
You stole them, Alex. Why, you're nothing but a thief.
Look, will you go home?
Go home? I'll call the police. That's what I'll do. I'll put you in jail for this.
There's the phone. Use it. And then you can call your husband down to identify the loot.
You're despicable.
Yeah.
You're rotten through and through.
Get out of my way, baby. You're blocking the door.
Alex.
Get out of my way before I kick your pretty teeth in. So long, Lola. It's been lovely knowing you. And just to show you how I feel, I'm going to mark you AAA on my suckers list. See what I mean? They just can't keep away from me. I'm the ladies' home companion, the dame's delight. And the smarter they come, the harder they fall. That's why I had to bite my lip to keep from laughing when I first met Ethel. Yeah, she was a waitress at the drive-in near L.A., cute as a pretzel with big blue eyes and a dumb expression. I don't usually mix business with pleasure, but I only go for the dolls who pay off. But I figured this time I didn't have to go in and make for a profit. I was just going to keep her happy for laughs.
Yes, sir.
Oh, what do you got that's tasty, baby, outside of yourself?
Oh, we got hamburgers, steak burger, cheeseburger, and whale burger.
Well, give me a sardine on rye and a cup of coffee with a hunk of cheesecake on the side. You get that?
Uh-huh.
What you looking at, Blue Eyes?
You sort of remind me of someone.
Yeah?
A friend of mine. He looks just like you. You're build and everything. He's even got a scar on his hand like yours. It's very uncanny.
Oh, now you don't have to go into a routine like that if you want to get to know me, Blondie. I'm the kind who picks up easy.
Gee, he's your spitting image.
Hey, when do you knock off today?
Why?
Maybe I'll run around and take you for a ride.
I don't go for rides with men I wasn't introduced to.
My name is Alex. What's yours?
Ethel.
Okay, we're introduced. Now hustle your frame inside that restaurant and get them victuals, and when you come back, we'll make a date. Oh, you should have seen her eyes when I told her I was taking her out. That poor dumb bunny acted like I just gave her 1,000 shares of American TNT. Yeah, sometimes I think I should have been born quintuplet just so I could spread myself around a little more. Well, about 2 hours later, I'm back at the drive-in waiting for Ethel to finish her stint. She waltzed out at 8 sharp, wearing a dress that fit like the skin on a weenie. When she crossed her gams, I nearly stripped my gears. Where to, Sugar Plum?
Oh, I don't care. Just so I get some air.
Hey, how come a doll like you got to serve up garbage to every jerk who comes along? You know, you ought to be in pictures.
You think so?
Sure, yeah. You ever had a screen test?
No.
Well, I got pulled at Superman. The president of me just like that. Maybe I'll talk to him tomorrow. See what I can do.
You in the picture business, Alex?
Nah, that ain't big time. I'm in a hotter racket. I promote.
What do you promote?
Well, right now I'm working on you.
What's the matter?
Nothing.
Well, is something wrong with the car?
Hey, on a level, are you as dizzy as you sound?
Alex, what are you doing?
Oh, I'm going to give you a great big kiss. That make you happy?
Gee, you even kiss like Stanley.
Stanley? Who is Stanley?
The fellow I know who looks like you, Stanley Kibbe.
So listen, how about you can the chatter? You're out with me now, not with Stanley. Ethel.
Yeah?
Maybe I better take you home.
All right.
I'm used to gals who pay a little attention to me. Maybe I won't even see you again.
All right.
What?
Whatever you say, Alex. Whatever you say.
Well, it wasn't that I lost my touch. It was just that the dame was too dizzy to even fall. The way she talked, you'd think her head was in a plaster cast. From the neck up, she was absolutely numb. I drove her back to a flat in L.A., figuring I'd dump her and call it a night. When I got to the front of the house, something happened to change my mind.
Well, thanks for the ride, Alex.
Yeah, don't mention it. Next time I eat sardine on rye, I won't pick up on the extras.
What?
Skip it, spongehead. Go on up and put your hair in curlers for the night.
Oh, my goodness.
Now what?
It's Stanley.
Where?
See? He's been waiting in front of the house. Oh, I'll bet he's mad at me. I completely forgot we had a date.
So there you are.
Oh, Stanley.
I should have known you'd be running with a hobo.
Oh, don't be rude.
I ought to sock you, mister. That's what I ought to do.
Keep them hands in your pockets, Stanley. I'm going home. I could have climbed out of the car and spilled Stanley all over the sidewalk in 60 seconds. I could have laid him out like a rubber mat. Why didn't I? Well, because I had different ideas. Yeah, you see, she was right about Stanley. It wasn't just a gag. In build and color, the guy was a ringer for me. He even had the same scar on his left hand. Our faces were a little different, maybe, but that could be fixed. For what? I'll tell you for what. And it came to me just like a flash. Up to then, it was small-time stuff. $1,000 here, $3,000 there. Nothing really big to sink my claws in. I had blackmail and larceny wraps over my skull from Albany to Albuquerque, so if I branched out a little, what did I have to lose? The idea was right, and I had a feeling Ethel was dumb enough to go for it. The only one who might kick was Stanley, and you couldn't blame him. After all, he was going to get elected to be a corpse.
A good woman is like a watch that runs on time. She clicks away with a dependability you can rely on. A clever woman is a watch that runs too fast. And a scheming woman is a watch without a face. But beware of the female who professes ignorance, for she may be the time clock you often find attached to a bomb.
I waited a week before I spring the plan on Ethel. I knew I was taking a long shot by ringing her in on it, but I figured I could always pass it off with a gag and a laugh if she would put up a kick. Say, whatever happened to Stanley, sugar?
Oh, he's mad at me.
Count us?
I never liked him anyway. He used to come over here with ketchup stains on his tie.
Ethel, you ever been in trouble?
What do you mean?
No. You ever had a run-in with the law?
Oh, no.
Well, that's too bad.
It is?
I had a little business proposition to make to you.
What kind of a proposition?
Well, you like money, Ethel?
Oh, I love it.
Lots of money, huh?
Mm.
Say, how would you like to split $200,000 with me?
Oh, Alex, you're tired.
No, I'm on the level, baby. I got a tie-up that's foolproof. All I need is a dame with nerve, and I'll handle the rest.
But what's that got to do with my having trouble with the law?
I just wanted to know if you'd had any practice. You see, my plan isn't exactly legitimate.
No?
No, in order to get what we're after, we got to kill a guy.
Alex!
All right. Forget it. It's only a mink coat and a trip around the world. You're the simple type, I know. You don't like diamonds or furs or perfume that costs $100 an ounce.
No, Alex, I just couldn't do it.
Not for a 50% split on $200,000?
I don't know how you could even mention such a thing. You must be joking.
Yeah, sure. It's only a gag, man. Make believe I never said it. But, if you happen to get a yen for a little pin money this winter, just let me know, huh? Maybe you'll change your mind.
Oh, Alex, I can't. 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 I can't
Ethel?
I've been thinking it over.
Yeah?
Do you still want me to work with you?
Yeah.
Then come right over.
Yeah. Now listen closely, baby.
I'm listening.
Faced off, we get married.
Married? What for?
Look, I don't like a ball and chain no more than you do, but it's the way we gotta work. And we get hitched, and then I take out an insurance policy for $100,000 with double indemnity.
What's that?
That's what?
Oh, double whatever you say.
Well, it's double the take, sweetheart. If I get killed in an accident, I collect twice.
You getting killed in an accident?
No, I'm not getting... Stanley is.
What?
Yeah, and when they find his body, he'll be in my car with my identification on it. They'll call you down to the morgue to see the body, and you'll recognize his clothes, see? The insurance company will check the scar on his hand, and that makes it final.
Oh.
Yeah, you got everything straight now?
I think so.
Okay, now right after the wedding, you get Stanley on the phone.
Well, I say to him.
Well, tell him you want to see him. Say you've been crying your eyes out since you left. Pick him up in my car and drive him up to the Heights. You know that spot overlooking the cliff?
Yeah.
Now, that's where you park and wait for me. Now, you think you can handle it?
I guess so. But what happens after we park?
You leave that to me. She did like I said, and Stanley fell. I was waiting at the bend of the road near the cliff at 9 p.m. when I drove up. When she stole the car, Stanley grinned like a hungry hyena. But his dopey smile only stayed on his pan until I walked up and laid him cold before he could open his mouth. Okay, he's cold. Now we just pull him in front of the steering wheel. Get his hands around. That's it. And where's my wallet? Oh, here, slip this into his inside pocket and take his wallet out. And now we'll twist the wheel so she points for the cliff. Put her in first. Ethel, push that starter button, baby. And then get out quick. So long, Stanley. Hold on to your hat. In 10 minutes, I was down a mountain and checking the wreck. Yeah, he was pretty badly banged up. And you couldn't recognize his face. That was the important thing. I checked her once more without touching the body and then lammed out of there with Ethel. 3 hours later, she was at the morgue, identifying a stiff.
You sure it's your husband, Mrs. Bleak?
I bought him that suit for a wedding present. Oh, I know it's him.
All right, boys, put him back. Do you know if your husband was despondent or something like that?
Oh, no. Alex was always as chipper as could be.
The fact that he took out an expensive policy and then got himself killed a couple of days later seems that the insurance adjuster worried.
You mean they think he killed himself?
Yeah. They don't pay off on suicide, you know. But they can't prove it, Mrs. Bleak, so you're okay. For my part, I'm listing it as an accidental death.
What could be sweeter? It worked so good, you'd think Stanley tried to help us along. I stayed undercover for 2 weeks while Ethel collected the dough, and then I showed up at her apartment.
Who is it?
Alex, baby.
Who?
Alex. Everything all set, sugar?
What?
You got the dough, okay?
Who are you?
Who
do you want?
Hey, what kind of a gimmick is this? You know who I am. I'm Alex Bleak, your husband.
Oh, but that's ridiculous.
What?
My husband's dead.
Wait a minute.
He was killed in an accident. I never saw you before in my life. And if you know what's good for you, you'd better not let me see you again.
And I thought she was dumb. I figured she was thicker than a hunk of cement. Dumb, huh? I should be that dumb. The party wasn't over yet, and I wasn't finished with that peroxide blonde. First, I wrote a letter and signed it Stanley Kibbe. Yeah, Stanley Kibbe, the guy we'd killed in my car. I told her that we were through, and I asked her not to do anything foolish. I said she'd find someone else as nice as me. She mustn't think that life's no good just because I ain't around. Then I began to keep an eye on her. I trailed her from morning till night, and I knew she was nervous by the way she kept looking behind her every time she hit the street. Finally, she made the move I was waiting for. She drew every nickel she had from the bank in cash. And it didn't take any fortune teller to figure she was packing to leave. Well, I beat her home from the bank and jimmied my way to her apartment. By the time she came back, the reception committee was all set. Hello, baby.
Alex?
Keep your voice down, honey. This rod I got ain't as phony as you are.
What do you want?
That dough you just drew from the bank.
Wait.
Shell out. And make it snappy.
Gee, Alex, you're not being very nice.
Oh, my name ain't Alex. It's Stanley, remember? Come on, hand it over.
Don't I get to keep any of it?
After the crush you handed me, put the roll on the table.
Oh, well, if that's the way you feel about
Hey,
it.
wait a minute. You know, as big a chiseler as you are, I can't help feeling sorry for you.
Really?
Besides, you're just dumb enough to turn me in, even though you'd be taking a rap as well as me. So I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll let you keep your half.
Oh, Alex, you're so good to me.
Mm-hmm. Now, we part friends, okay?
Uh-huh.
Now, let's drink on it, baby. Then we can kiss each other off. Hey, what do you got on the sideboard? Scotch?
Yeah.
Never mind, I'll do it. Take half the dough from that rolling table. Gotta make sure it's only half.
Oh, I'd never cheat you, Alex. You ought to know that by now.
Yeah, sure, I know. Well, here's to us, huh?
Happy days, Alex. Here's mud in your eye.
Yeah. Bottoms up. Well, it was bottoms up. There was enough cyanide in that glass I gave her to conquer rhino. 5 minutes later, she was flat on the floor, and I stuffed my letter into a mitt and left. Neat, huh? Looked like a clear case of suicide, and she did it just for me. I thought it was pretty smart to sign that letter Stanley Kibbe. I was using his name now since I didn't have one of my own. I was supposed to be dead. And just by leaving myself wide open by writing that letter, I'd be safe. The cops wouldn't figure I'd be dumb enough to leave it in her hand after knocking her off. That's what you call reverse psychology. I'd still be covered in case somebody knew she'd be running around with a guy named Kibbe and the cops tried to look me up. When I got to my flat, I planned one more alibi just for atmosphere. Got hold of a lot of toothache medicine and wrapped a bandage around my jaw. Then I lay on a couch and waited. Come in.
Finally, Kibbe?
Yeah, that's me.
Detective Haley. This your letter?
Where'd you find that?
Man of a woman named Ethel Kane.
Ethel?
She just killed herself.
What? Ethel? Oh, she shouldn't have done it. That's why I wrote the letter. I had a feeling this might happen. I was going to call her up tonight and talk some sense into her. But his toothache was driving me crazy.
Toothache, huh? But
yeah, you wouldn't know what to do about a toothache, would you?
Oh, sure. Sure, we'll fix you up, mister. At headquarters.
Well, before I got a chance to make a move, he had the handcuffs on. And an hour later, they put me on the grill. They had me with my garters down, and I knew it, and I was finished when they finally found the dough. The trial was quick, as you might have read. And half an hour ago, they told me the governor wasn't giving out with any reprieve. But if I hadn't pulled that toothache gag, I'd have been sitting pretty with a roll of money big enough to stuff a chair. Yeah, if that dumb blonde lunkhead only had enough sense to tell me. How should I know? How should I know her boyfriend, Stanley, was a dentist? Yeah, a dentist.
In the state of California, execution is carried out by means of lethal gas. And so tonight we trust that Alex Bleek, alias Stanley Kibbe, will discover a satisfying and permanent cure for an aching tooth.
The Clock will be heard again next week. It's written by Lawrence Clee, and Hart McGuire is the voice of the Clock. Alex was played by Ken Wayne. Wynne Nelson was Ethel. Others were Moira Redmond, John Ewart, and Brian James. The Clock, directed by John Saul, is a Grace Gibson radio production.
Have you heard the strange tales of the Whistler?
I'm the Whistler.
She wants me to leave, wants me out of the way. Sure, so she can have everything for herself. Well, I ain't gonna let her. I'll kill her first.
Saturday night, and again, CBS presents The Whistler.
I, the Whistler, know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, many secrets hidden in the hearts of men and women who stepped into the shadows. And so I tell you tonight the unusual story of justice. Elderly John Henderson, a well-to-do farmer in the Middle West, a widower with a son of 18, has recently married a young woman named Martha, a girl from the city. The coming of the war placed extra burdens upon Mr. Henderson, and in the past few months, the shortage of hands and overwork has been too much for his aging heart. It has been necessary for him to take to his bed and trust the actual running of the farm to his eccentric son, Matthew.
Father, I want to talk to you.
What's wrong now, Matt?
I got to talk to you.
Well, come in and talk.
I'm not staying here any longer. I'm a-leaving.
Now, don't start that again.
I ain't going to stay here and be bossed around by that woman. I ain't gonna.
Don't I have trouble enough without you squawking all the time? What is it now?
I know more about this farm than she does. Who does she think she is?
Martha is my wife, Matt. She's a good woman, and she's trying her best to be a mother to you. But you're too pig-headed to give her a chance.
Mother. She's nothing but a nasty...
Matthew, that'll be enough out of you.
She don't like me, and I don't like her.
Shut up. Or I'll get out of this bed and whale the daylights out of you.
Maybe she's got you, Buffalo, but I know she's here for no good.
Did you hear me?
Oh, she's making a fool out of you. Do this, do that, do this. I hate her.
You better shut up, Matthew.
Oh, she's a devil, a scheming devil.
You lazy, good-for-nothing brat. Get out of here.
I'm not lazy. She's been telling you that.
She hasn't said a word that isn't the truth.
She wants me to leave. Wants me out of the way. Sure, so she can have everything for herself. Well, I ain't gonna let her. I'll kill her first.
You what?
Nothing.
Get out of this room, you little fool. Get out. Get out of this house.
I won't. That's just what she wants. She wants me out, so you can leave everything to her, so you'll change your will.
I'll change my will. I'll change it first thing in the morning. To think that I should have such an idiot for a son.
What on earth is going on in here? What's all the shouting about?
None of your business.
Matt, what's wrong with you?
You ought to know.
How do you feel, John?
I was all right, Martha, till this crazy whippersnapper come in here.
You better leave the room, Matt. You know better than to excite your father. You know he has high blood pressure.
Yeah. I can't seem to remember that, but I notice you do. All right, I'll go.
I wish I could understand that boy. He's certainly a problem.
Oh, forget about it, John. He's very young.
Oh, I can't understand why he dislikes you so much, Martha.
He's determined that no one will take his mother's place. I've done everything to win him over. I suppose it's because I'm so much younger than his mother would have been. If I could just gain his confidence.
Yes, Martha, that's the problem.
He's really a good boy, but he's made up his mind to dislike me.
I know.
He thinks I'm driving him. There's so many things to be done around here, and with a shortage of hands, it's almost impossible to carry on.
Yes, I know. And I appreciate your interest, Martha. I know you're doing your best. I only wish I could get up from here and do something.
Don't worry, darling.
I got this letter this morning. Henry Jacobs, he was with me for 10 years. He was wounded in action, and he'll be released from the hospital in San Francisco in a week. Says he's coming back here.
Back here to work?
I don't know. I hope so. We could certainly use him.
Oh, John, that would be wonderful.
He's been discharged, but I've no idea what condition he's in. But he's welcome any time.
Whatever his condition, he can do something. You better try to rest now. Matthew has upset you terribly.
Yeah.
2 weeks passed. and all the while the enmity between Matt and Marta grows worse and worse. Then one morning, the long-awaited arrival of Henry Jacobs becomes a reality.
Well, things don't look the same around here. What's happened, Matt? Things ain't the same around here, Henry. Say not. Looks kind of run down. Yeah? Well, that can be taken care of in short order. Can it? I don't know. What's wrong with you, sourpuss? You'll find out. You just wait. Well, let's get out of this jalopy. How many hands you have now, Matt? Just me. Just you? Well, no wonder things are run down. What do you mean by that? Where's your pop? Upstairs in bed. He ain't well.
Oh, hello, Matt. Well, you must be Henry Jacobs.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm certainly glad to see you.
I'm glad to see you. Who are you? Well, she lives here.
Matt.
Lives here? Oh, that's nice.
And this is John Henderson.
What? Mrs.
Yes, that's right.
You mean your pop's married? Yeah, the old fool.
Matt, please.
Well, congratulations, Miss Henderson. Pop sure knows how to pick him. Well, she did the picking. Well, where is he? I'd like to have a talk with him. He's upstairs in bed. I'll go right up. By the way, what's your first name, Miss Henderson?
Why, Marta.
Marta, huh? Well, I'll run up and see Pop.
Yes, he's waiting for you. And lunch will be ready in just a few minutes.
Well, I'll be ready, Marta.
Well, Henry, you're certainly a sight for sore eyes. I'm glad you're back safe, and I want you to know that I'm proud of you.
Thanks.
How do you feel? Were you hurt bad?
No, not too bad. I can still do things. I have to go back in a year or so if it's still going on. In the meantime, I plan to stay here.
Good.
From the looks of things, you sure need someone.
I certainly do. Oh, you met Marta, of course.
Yeah, nice woman. What's wrong with Matt here? You don't seem to like her.
I don't know, Henry. He's got some idea in his head that she doesn't like him.
Well, Matt always was a peculiar kid.
He's worse now than he was.
Well, maybe he'll get over it.
You like Marta? You think she's a good woman?
Why, of course, she's wonderful. How'd you finagle it?
Oh, I don't know.
No matter. She's a swell gal.
Glad you like her, Henry. She's trying hard to run things, and with no one but Matt.
Don't worry, Pop. I'll pitch in the morning, and in a few days, no one will recognize the place. I'll see you later.
And so Henry pitches in. And in 3 weeks, things are, as he predicted, unrecognizable. Everything has changed, taken on a new appearance. Henry has worked like a dog all day long, every day. At the edge of the field, by the stream, Henry pauses for lunch. A lunch brought to him every noon by Marta.
More chicken, Henry?
No. Couldn't eat another bite, Marta.
I fried it just for you.
Yeah? I couldn't. I'm full up to here.
You're a sissy.
Well, maybe so, but I just can't eat anymore.
When do you think you'll be going back?
Back where?
Well, back to the army.
Oh, I don't know. Haven't the slightest idea if they'll want me.
Really?
Would you miss me?
Why, yes, of course. We miss you very much. You've meant a great deal to us.
Who's us?
John and me.
Let me see. You know something? When I came here, I was counting the days until I could get back into action. But for some reason, I'd like to stay here a while longer. I wonder what that reason is.
What do you think it is, Henry?
Well, I have an idea.
Yes?
I think it's because of you, Marta.
Me? But...
Yeah, you.
But that's ridiculous.
Yeah, I know it is. But that's the way it is.
Henry, look at me. Do you love me? Is that what you're trying to say?
Well, I don't know just what I'm trying to say, but... Well, I'm just a little punch drunk.
Why don't you tell me?
You're married, Marta. Married to John.
You want to say it. Why don't you?
All right. Yes, I do. I do love you.
Henry.
Now, I better get back to that tractor. Got a lot of work to do.
Henry. Kiss me.
Huh?
Now, you better get back to your tractor.
Hello there, Miss Henderson.
What? Matthew.
How's everything?
Why, what do you want?
Nothing at all. Just wondering how Father will take it when I tell him what I just saw.
And what did you see?
You and Henry kissing. I wonder how Father's going to like that.
He wouldn't like it, Matthew. It would upset him terribly.
That's just what I figure.
You wouldn't dare.
And why'd you do it?
Because Henry's a good man. He's worked hard. There's no harm in kissing him.
No? Maybe Father will see it differently. I think I'll tell him right now.
Matthew, wait.
Huh? Wait for what?
I want to talk to you.
All right, stop.
You mustn't tell your father. Well, he wouldn't be able to...
They're able to shock, that is?
Please don't say anything about it.
Then you clear out of here by tomorrow, or I'll tell him. You're a devil. You made a fool out of Father, now you're starting on Henry. You clear out of here and I'll say nothing.
Matthew, listen.
No, you get out, or I'll spill the whole thing.
Well, Martha, now you are in a precarious situation. Matthew really has something to talk about now, and he means what he says. Better think fast, Martha. What are you going to do?
Henry?
Yeah, Marta? What are you doing here?
I've got to talk to you.
Sure, but what? What's upset you?
It's Matthew.
What's he done?
Henry, he saw us.
Saw us, or what?
He was standing in the bushes behind us. He saw us, and he heard every word we said.
How do you know?
The second you walked away, he stepped out. He saw you kiss me.
Oh. Well, Marta, no harm in that, is there?
Well, for some reason, he's never liked me, Henry. Now he's threatened me.
Threatened you?
Yes, he says he's going to tell his father all about it. Naturally, he'll exaggerate everything.
Where's the threat come in?
Well, he's going to tell John unless I leave here by tomorrow.
Leave here? It's ridiculous. Why should you leave here? You belong here. You worked hard around this place. Why should you give it all up and walk out just because of what Matthew thinks?
What he thinks doesn't make any difference. The trouble is what will happen when he tells Father.
Yeah, the meddlesome little yap.
You know what will happen. John will be furious. He'll probably order us both out of the house.
Think so?
Well, of course he will. He'll believe everything Matthew tells him. He'll cut me off without a dollar. He'll get a divorce. Do you realize what this means?
Yeah. It wouldn't be so good, would it?
I have an interest in this place. I've worked hard, and I don't intend to give it up. Certainly not because of Matthew. He'd like nothing better than to have his father turn against me.
Confound that good-for-nothing little troublemaker. Well, I don't want anything to happen to you because of me. Maybe I can explain to the old man. Just say Matthew was imagining things, that there was nothing to it.
And you think John would believe you? Do you?
Probably not. Shame the old man has to have such a half-baked son.
Yes, but there's nothing to be done about that.
Well, in this condition, the old boy's liable to depart any day. He's pretty bad off.
Yes.
Yeah. As it stands, half the property will go to you and half to Matthew.
That's right.
But if Matthew stirs up trouble, you'll get nothing. Matthew will get it all.
Yes. That wouldn't be fair, Henry. Wouldn't be right. What can be done about it?
I don't know right now, but something can be done. I'll tell you what. You have a talk with Matthew. Tell him he's mistaken. Try to talk him out of telling John. If that don't work, then tell him that... Well, tell him you'll do as he says, that you'll leave as soon as possible.
I'll try.
In the meantime, some way will turn up to work out of this. You understand?
Yes, Henry. I understand.
Here it comes now. I'll get out of the way and leave you alone. Hello there.
Matthew, have you said anything to your father yet?
Father? What about?
You know. About me and Henry.
Oh, that. No, but I'm a little bit.
Please don't, Matt. Think it over. You misunderstood everything. It isn't the way you think.
No, you can't pull any tricks on me.
I'm not pulling any tricks, Matthew. You're mistaken about everything. Oh, please don't tell him. You've upset him enough. You're constantly at him about something.
Am I?
Yes. Anyone would think you had no regard whatever for his health, that you didn't care whether he lives or not.
That's so.
And if you're telling this, it may kill him.
Yeah? Well, I'm going to tell them just the same.
All right, Matthew, you win.
Huh.
You don't need to tell him. I'll leave.
When?
Just as soon as possible.
When is that?
A couple of days. I just can't walk out in a few minutes.
Okay, I'll give you 3 days. That's next Saturday night. Afternoon, Miss Jenkins.
How are you, Matthew?
Well,
What can I do for you today?
well, let's see. I got a list of things here someplace. Oh, yeah, here it is. I want some spritz camphor and some tincture arnica and some...
Here, just a minute. Give me that list and I'll get the articles.
Oh.
You have me making 20 trips all over this whole drugstore.
Okay.
Camphor. Arnica. There we are. Quinine. Toothpaste. And your father's prescription refilled. Well, you'll have to wait a few minutes for that, Matthew.
Oh, yeah, sure.
And, what's this? Arsenic.
Yeah.
What's that for?
Well, for rats. Rat poison.
Well, I'll just give you a package of rat poison ready prepared.
That's all right. Yes.
There you are. Here. You'll have to sign this register for the rat poison.
Oh?
On this line.
Yeah, sure. There you are.
I'll have the prescription ready for you in a couple of minutes. Just take it easy, Matthew.
Yeah, sure. Oh, hello there.
Oh, hello, Matthew. I was wondering if you were going to get back in time for dinner.
You mean supper?
Yes, supper.
Why shouldn't I come back to supper?
Well, I don't know. No reason.
Where's Henry?
Why, he's in the parlor reading.
Yeah?
What are you staring at?
Nothing. I'm not staring.
Did you get the things from the store?
Yeah, they're out back in the back porch.
Dinner will be ready in a minute or so. As soon as I fix this tray for your father.
I'll take it up to him when it's ready.
All right.
In the meantime, I'll go ahead and have a talk with Henry about that tractor bell. Oh, got back, did you? Yeah. Went to a picture show. Full picture.
That's so?
Yeah, Sherlock Holmes.
Oh? Murder story, I suppose.
Yeah. Good show. I had it all figured out, though.
Oh, is that so? Can't fool you, huh?
No, I was way ahead of him.
Here you are, Matthew. Better take it up to your father while it's hot.
Sure. Parsnips night, huh? Gee, I like parsnips. I'll be right down.
All through the meal, Matthew and Henry and Marta say little, but each out of the corner of his eye constantly watches the others. Matthew is the most silent and refuses to engage in conversation. Now dinner is over, and as they rise from the table...
John!
Something's wrong.
It's another attack. Hurry! John, what is it?
Marta, my medicine.
I'll get it.
Hurry, Marta.
Here it is.
John! Quick, Matthew, call the doctor. Hurry!
Yes, Matthew, call the doctor. But it's too late for the doctor because John is gone. But the doctor comes, pronounces John dead, and leaves. And the next morning, after the body is removed, two men drive up to the farm.
Yes?
Miss Anderson?
Yes?
My name is Houston. I'm the sheriff.
Yes, Mr. Houston.
May we come in?
Of course.
Oh, this is Deputy Sheriff Baker.
How do you do, Mr. Henderson?
I'd like to talk to you regarding the circumstances of your husband's death.
Circumstances? Well, what do you mean?
Your husband's doctor refused to sign a death certificate.
Refused?
Yes.
But why should he refuse? Why, Mr. Henderson has been ill for some time.
Nevertheless, the doctor suggested that an autopsy be performed.
An autopsy? Why an autopsy?
Because your husband didn't die of a stroke.
He didn't?
No.
Well, then what on earth?
Well, it seems that...
Oh. Come here, Henry. You too, Matthew.
Why? What's wrong, Marta? Henry Jacobs?
That's right.
I'm Houston, the sheriff.
Sheriff?
And, how are you, Matthew?
I'm all right.
All right, sit down, all of you. What are you doing here? We'll get to that in a minute, Matthew.
Sheriff says that John didn't die of a stroke.
What? That's right. The doctor suggested an autopsy. It was performed and a content of arsenic was found.
Arsenic?
Good Lord.
John Henderson was poisoned. The doctor recognized the symptoms. He examined the food served John last night and became suspicious. He brought some of it with him. Arsenic was found in the parsnips.
Parsnips?
Did you prepare the food, Mrs. Henderson?
Of course.
Did you by any chance put anything in the food?
Certainly not. Where would I get arsenic?
Do you have any arsenic or rat poison on the place?
No, not a bit. I'm out of it. I'm going to get some tomorrow.
You better check the premises thoroughly, Baker.
Yes, sir.
Did you serve the food to your husband?
No. Matthew took it to his room.
But I didn't put anything in it. Why should I, Nick?
According to Dr. Stevens, you and your father have been quarreling a lot.
Oh, but I didn't put anything in the food. I didn't.
And why did you buy a box of rat poison at the drugstore yesterday? A single little box of rat poison for a farm this size. Why?
Well,
Come on, why?
Because she wanted it. She told me to get it.
Well, you signed for it.
She did it. She told me to get it. She's the one that did it.
Matthew.
She did it.
I never said a word about rat poison. We always buy it by the pound.
Oh, she's a lion. She wanted Father to die. She couldn't change his will, so he couldn't divorce her.
All right. Where's the box of poison you bought, Matthew?
I don't know. I gave it her.
Come on. Where is it?
I never even saw Philip. He's lying.
Matthew and his father have been quarreling.
Yes. I'm sorry, Matthew. You forced me to tell the truth.
Oh, she's a devil. I knew she was here for no good. She did it. She's going to kill me, too. I know. She's a devil.
Stop yelling, will you? Oh, Sheriff, I couldn't find a speck of arsenic on the place excepting this. Rat poison. Where'd you find this box? In that room there. In the bureau drawer. Whose room is that? Matthew's room.
I didn't put it there. She did. She put it there.
You didn't know such a thing.
Oh, you're all against me. You all want to get rid of me. I know.
All right. Come on, Matthew. You're a bit too hot under the collar. We'll take you where you can cool off for a while.
Yes, you were too hot under the collar. You walked right into it, Matthew. Everything points as evidence against you. You shouldn't have bought that little package of rat poison for so large a farm. You should have known better than that. But you did, and now you're trapped. Yes, the trial is over. Matthew has been convicted and sentenced to life. Several months have passed, and Martha and Henry are still running the farm. Martha has inherited all the property, even Matthew's share. And, too, Martha and Henry are now married.
Enjoy your dinner, Henry?
Oh, yeah. Very good.
You didn't eat very much of it.
Well, just wasn't very hungry, Martha.
Oh. Why not?
I don't know. Just not hungry.
What's on your mind, Henry?
Nothing. Nothing in particular.
Something's bothering you the last few days.
I don't know. Just get to thinking about things.
What things?
Things in general. The farm and us. And Matthew.
Matthew?
Yeah. Poor kid, I can't understand it. He's just all mixed up on everything. In the life of me, I can't figure out why he should want to kill his father.
He probably doesn't know himself.
What good did he think it'd do? His father died before the will had been changed, before he told him about you and me. What did he hope to gain?
Oh, he was, well, psychopathic, I guess.
Huh? Crazy?
Must have been. How else would you account for it?
Well, I hate to say it, but things turned out all right for you, regardless of how it came about.
Yes, Henry. For you and me.
I guess this is the way it was meant to be.
Yes. Fate or providence, something.
Kind of like to leave here. Get away from it all.
Sell the place?
Well, why not? There are plenty of other places. Besides, farming's a tough thing these days.
But somebody's got to run the farm.
Yeah, but, well, not under the conditions which we happen to be running this one. I feel ashamed. Kind of guilty.
Guilty? Guilty of what?
Oh, nothing exactly. I'd rather leave here. How about it?
Well, I'd rather stay here for a while.
Why?
Well, I just would. Do you mind?
Yes, I do mind. I don't want to stay around here any longer.
Henry, what on earth is happening to you?
Well, I just told you I'm leaving.
Henry,
Nothing.
I don't know. I've got the funniest feeling. I'm getting dizzy. I've felt this for several days now.
Have you?
Yes, I can't understand it. This time it seems worse.
Is it?
Yes. Pain. Pain in my heart. Henry.
Pain? In your heart?
Yes, it's getting worse.
In your heart, Marta? Are you sure it's in your heart?
Yes, it must be. Oh, Henry, I think you better
call a doctor? Why?
Why? God heavens, Henry, what do you mean?
I don't think it's your heart, Marta.
What?
No, I think it's your stomach.
Henry!
And I don't think a doctor can help you. Not now.
Henry, what have you done? Henry!
What do you think?
You fool. You crazy fool. You've been putting something in my food. That's what the sparrows have been.
Rat poison, Marta. Ever hear of it?
Why, Henry? Why?
I've been suspicious of you all along, Marta. I never believed Matthew was guilty. He didn't put that poison in his father's food. You did. And you told him to get it at the drugstore. Like a poor fool, he got it and signed for it.
Henry, you don't know what you're saying.
I have proof of it right here. Look, I got this note from Jenkins, the druggist. It's the order list you gave to Matthew. It's in your own handwriting. Look. You see that? It says arsenic for rats. Can you deny this?
All right, I did write it. I did tell him to get it.
And you opened the package, you put it in the food, then placed the box in Matthew's room. You might as well tell the truth, because you're dying, Marta.
Yes. But I did it for you. For us, Henry.
For us?
I'll confess. Oh, get the doctor. Please.
Oh, no, you're not confessing to anybody. Matthew can stay right where he is. I'm your husband now, and everything will go to me.
You filthy. I'll fix you. You won't get away with it. I'll call the police.
Oh, no, not that.
I'll get you. They'll know what you've done.
No, they won't. My car's parked in town. I have an alibi. I'll just tip over this lamp and beat it back to town. No one will ever know what happened.
You've got a big surprise coming, Henry. A big...
Have I, Martha?
Everything is yours now. Yes, everything. Martha thought she was clever. And you think you're much cleverer, Henry. But Martha said you had a big surprise coming. And you have. Yes. Get ready, Henry. Here it is. In the form of a letter in Martha's safe deposit box. In Martha's own words.
For several days I've had a strange feeling. Presentiment. Premonition of doom. I can't explain it. But I feel that it can be traced to my husband, Henry Jacobs. Anything should happen to me. In case of my death, I wish to make this confession. Matthew Henderson did not poison his father. I did tell him to buy the rat poison. I did it purposely. I put it in the food. And I placed the open container in Matthew's room. This will vindicate Matthew. Restore his freedom and return to him all the property of his father. It is now held in my name. Martha Henderson.
Well, Henry, that is the big surprise. And by reason of the tone of Martha's letter, you still have another one coming. Yes. That will be when they examine Martha's body and find the traces of arsenic. Too bad, Henry. Too bad.
CBS has presented The Whistler. Original music for this production was composed and conducted by Wilbur Hess. The Whistler is written and directed by J. Donald Wilson and originates from Columbia Square in Hollywood. Next week, same time.
I, the Whistler, will return to tell you another unusual tale. Good night.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Have you heard the strange tales of the Whistler? I'm the Whistler.
Paul, take me away from here. I can't stand this lonely place. I'm frightened. It's too quiet here. If you don't take me away, I'll leave by myself.
Saturday night, and again CBS presents The Whistler.
I, the Whistler, know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, many secrets hidden in the hearts of men and women who've stepped into the shadows. And so I tell you tonight the amazing story of House of Fear. In an apartment overlooking New York City, a young man and a young girl stand facing each other. The girl is calm. The young man is tense with anger. The girl is Lana Wallace. The young man, Paul Garson. Silence reigns for a few seconds. Then...
What? What did you say, Lana?
I said I was going to be married, Paul.
Married?
Yes, married.
But, Lana, you don't know what you're saying. You're out of your mind.
No, Paul, I'm quite sane.
I thought you were in love with me. That we were going to be married.
In all the months I've known you, you've never said a word about marriage until now.
You knew I was madly in love with you.
Yes, Paul, but there was nothing about marriage.
Oh, please, Lana, please listen to me. You don't know what you're doing. You'll never be happy with anyone else. Now, please think it over. Please wait until you're sure.
I am sure, Paul. I've made up my mind.
Oh, what's the matter with me?
Well, nothing's the matter with you.
Oh, no? There must be something.
Nothing.
Oh, then why change your mind so suddenly?
There's nothing sudden about it. I've known the man I'm going to marry for some time.
Some time? You mean a few days, I suppose.
It doesn't matter.
It does to me. Who is this man?
It doesn't matter.
How does it happen you never told me about him?
I didn't think it was necessary.
Oh, I see. Playing both ends against the middle, eh?
You'd better go, Paul.
Do you love him?
I said you'd better go.
Do you love this man, or is it just a matter of...
When you leave.
Is it money you're after? Is he some old duck ready to kick off?
Please, you're talking nonsense.
Who is he?
If you insist on knowing, his name is Gregory Hellman.
Gregory Hellman?
Yes.
And who's Gregory Hellman?
He's a manufacturer.
Oh, some old duck you're taking for a ride.
At least he's not as young and stupid as you are.
All right. Go ahead and marry him, but I'll tell you this. You'll be bored with him from the day you marry him.
That's my business.
Oh, what a sap I've been. All this while. What a stupid nitwit.
Goodbye, Paul.
Yeah. That's the way it goes, I suppose. Well, there's no use crying over spilled milk, is there?
No, Paul.
Well, so long, Lana.
Goodbye, Paul.
Oh, I'll run into you one of these days. I'll have one of my shoulders patted especially for you, for crying purposes only. So long, Lana.
Nevertheless, Lana had a mind of her own. A few weeks later, found her married to elderly Gregory Hellman. Now they're on a train following the ceremony on their honeymoon.
Well, my dear, are you happy?
Oh, of course I am, Gregory. I've never been so happy in my life.
You seem a bit solemn.
Do I?
Yes, you've been staring vacantly out the window for half an hour. What are you thinking about?
Nothing. Nothing in particular.
Are you wondering if you've done the right thing?
Oh, no, Gregory, certainly not. I'm really very happy. It's just that...
Just what?
Oh, I don't know, but for some reason there's something about a wedding ceremony that makes me sad.
Sad?
Mm-hmm. I don't know why, but it seems so much like a funeral service.
Funeral? Oh, good heavens.
I'm sorry, Gregory. I know that's an awful thing to say.
Oh, come, Lana. Stop thinking about it. Cheer up.
Yes, I must get such a thought out of my mind. I must.
Just wait till we get to our honeymoon house. You'll cheer up then.
Yes. Did you buy a place?
Buy? Oh, no, I wouldn't buy a place way down here. It's too far from New York.
You rented it?
Yes, took it for a month.
What is it, a cottage?
Oh, no, it's a villa.
Well, what's it like?
Well, I've never seen it, but I understand it's on a cliff overlooking the sea. Quite secluded and about 8 miles from the town.
How on earth did you happen to rent a place way down here, a place you'd never seen?
Oh, I was looking for an out-of-the-way place, and this agent approached me, and it sounded like the very thing for a quiet honeymoon. No one around, not even servants.
No servants?
No, and I doubt very much if we'd be able to get any. But we'll get along. In fact, I'd prefer it that way.
A villa. Sounds fascinating, doesn't it?
That's why I took it. I'm sure you'll like it, Lana.
Yes, Gregory. I'm sure I will. You're a darling.
You know, I never realized how vacant my life has been the past 10 years. How really lonely I've been since Emma died. No children, no close relations.
No relatives, Gregory?
No? Oh, I think I have a second cousin somewhere.
Well, I'll do my best to make up for those lonely years, Gregory.
I'm sure you will, darling. It's strange. Here I am, 50 years old, and all of a sudden I feel like a youngster again. You think I look 50?
Certainly not. You're very young looking.
Well, I'll keep up with you, even though I am twice your age. I'm not falling apart yet.
Of course you're not.
You know, I think I'll retire from business. I have plenty now. Why should I go on working like a slave when I can forget everything and enjoy life?
Give up your business?
Yes. We'll find some nice restful spot somewhere and take it easy from now on. What say?
Yes, Gregory. I'd like that. Just the two of us.
All right, darling. It's a deal. Happy weeks for Gregory. He loves about the villa, reading and sleeping, having the time of his life. But Lana, being so much younger, is at times somewhat bored. However, she's most tolerant with her elderly husband and does her best to be satisfied with his idea of happiness. Then early one morning, Gregory flies up to New York and returns in the evening.
Well, Lana, I'm back.
Gregory, so soon? I didn't really expect you this early.
No? Well, it's a quick trip by plane. Good weather all the way.
How did you find things at the office?
Oh, running along as though I'd never left the place.
That's good.
Well, the business will have to run without me from now on, darling.
Without you?
That's right. I'm through with it.
You mean you're not going back?
Nope, I've sold out to another firm.
Gregory, you don't mean it.
I do mean it. It didn't take an hour. I had several good offers, so I took the best one. Closed the deal, signed the papers, and said goodbye to the whole thing.
Oh, and what are you going to do now?
Oh, I don't know. Take it easy. Travel around as much as we can and look for a place to settle down. Maybe a farm or a ranch. You'd like that, Lana.
A farm?
Well, it doesn't have to be a farm. Just someplace where I can putter about with a few flowers and maybe a little garden.
Putter about?
Oh, we'll find a place, and we'll keep going till we do.
Gregory?
Yes, dear?
What's wrong with this place?
This place?
Yes, it's secluded. There's plenty of ground for you to grow things and putter about. Why not this place?
Oh. Well, I hadn't thought about this villa, but I suppose it would be all right.
I'm sure it would be the very thing. You may travel the country over and never find another spot so nice as this.
Well, maybe not. Do you like it here?
Yes, I like the quiet and the sea. It's very restful.
Well, maybe it isn't for sale.
You could find out.
You sure you'd like to stay here?
Yes, Gregory, I'm sure I would.
Well, then I'll see the local agent in the morning.
Yes, Gregory.
Oh, by the way, aren't you driving in tomorrow to the hairdresser?
Yes.
Well, then why don't you see the agent?
I? But I wouldn't know how to handle it.
Oh, of course you would. If the place is for sale, take an option on it. And perhaps it would be best to lease it for a year with an option to purchase. It's simple enough.
I don't know what the place is worth.
Well, offering $75,000. But if it comes to a showdown, I'd be willing to pay $100,000. There's a lot of land here.
Very well, I'll talk to him. Who owns the villa?
Oh, I don't know. It's part of a huge estate. I don't think anyone lives here very much.
You know, at first I was depressed here. There seemed to be something about this villa that made me feel so alone. A sort of melancholy feeling. But it's apparently worn off, and I'd like to own the place.
Well, then we will, by all means.
What did you tell your associates at the office?
Oh, I just said so long that they probably wouldn't see me again for a long time, because I was just going to travel around the country for a while.
That's good. At least you won't have your mind on business from now on.
No, it's nothing but rest and putter about in the sun.
Well, dinner's ready, if you are.
I'm famished, darling.
Mrs. Hellman, the villa is for sale. It's been up for sale for quite a spell.
What do they ask?
I haven't set a price. What do you offer?
$75,000?
Well, that's somewhat in line. I think that would be accepted.
Where's the owner? How soon could you contact him?
Well, that's trouble. I don't know where he is just now. He's running around all over the country. Why don't you take an option?
Well, I'd rather lease the place for a year with an option to buy at any time.
Fair enough. Lease for a year and an option to buy. I'll make out the lease and the option. You better put up 10% on the option. That'd be $7,500.
Very well. I'll give you a check.
Good. I'm sure this will go through because the owner wants to get rid of the place. Hasn't been here 2 years.
Why does the owner want to get rid of it?
Oh, I don't know. There's too many other places, I guess. Well, it's yours for a year anyway.
You feel confident he'll accept?
I know he will. Don't you worry about that.
Thank you, Mr. Blodgett.
Thank you. This will make me a nice commission. I've been trying to sell the villa for several years, and this is the first offer I've had.
I see.
Just take a few minutes, Mrs. Hellman, to draw up the papers.
Then 6 months passed by. 6 months during which Lana became more and more bored with her elderly husband and his puttering about in the garden. There were harsh words about it, and so they closed the villa. Gregory left, and Lana took a plane for Mexico City. And there she ran into, of all people, young Paul Garson.
Why, Lana, what on earth are you doing in Mexico City?
Oh, nothing in particular.
Well, I'm certainly glad to see you.
Are you, Paul?
Yes. And now I guess now is the time to apologize for the way I acted when you ditched me.
You don't need to apologize, Paul. I wish I had listened to you.
What? Didn't your marriage work out right?
No.
Oh, what happened?
Oh, I just couldn't stand him any longer. I was bored within an inch of my life, so I up and left him.
Left him?
Well, no, not exactly that. He left me, too. We just left each other. He went away, and I came down here.
Well, why down here?
To get a divorce.
Oh, Lana. A divorce? Did you get it?
I did.
What happened to your husband?
I don't know. He was notified, but he didn't contest. He didn't even answer the charges.
Incompatibility?
Yes.
Did you ask for a property settlement?
No.
Well, why not?
Because he'd already signed over half his cash assets to me and several other articles, so I felt that was enough to take care of me for a long while. I just couldn't go on, Paul. I just couldn't.
No.
He was so much older than I. He was ready to settle down in an armchair and sit the rest of his life away. I just couldn't do that.
I understand, dear. You're wide awake, Lana. You're just starting. I know how it must have been.
Oh, he was nice enough, but I just couldn't go on. I just couldn't be 50.
Lana, dear, can you forgive me for saying the things I did?
Yes, Paul.
I was so much in love with you that, well, I thought I couldn't live without you.
But you have, Paul, haven't you?
No, Lana. No, I haven't. I've banged around all over this hemisphere since you turned me down, and I haven't been happy one single moment.
Haven't you, Paul?
No, dear. No, not until this very moment.
Oh, I'm sorry. So sorry. I made a big mistake.
You did?
Yes. I should have married you.
Then why didn't you?
Well, I'll tell you. This is a confession. As a child, I lived in poverty. Everything I had was a hand-me-down. My father never earned his salt. My mother was always in need, so I made up my mind that love wasn't worth it. That I would sacrifice love for the things I felt I deserved.
So you turned me down for this man, Hellman, because he could give you the things you've always wanted.
Yes.
Well, how did you know that I couldn't have given you those things?
How did I know you could? You didn't indicate that.
Oh, I took you to cheap little cafes. I was apparently penny pitching, but it wasn't necessary.
What?
No. Why, every girl I knew was after me for my money. That's why when I found you, I acted as though I didn't have an extra dollar. I never dreamed it was money you wanted.
Oh, I loved you, Paul. I still do. But I made up my mind that I wouldn't marry a poor man. Understand?
Yes, Lana, I understand. And I sympathize with you. I see now what it must have meant to you. But I have money, Lana, plenty of money. I admire you for your sacrifice you made.
You do understand, really?
Yes, I do. You still love me?
Yes, Paul.
Then why not marry me?
Well, no reason. I'd love to, if you still want me.
Oh, wonderful, darling. We'll be married as soon as possible.
We can be married tomorrow.
Then tomorrow it is, darling.
Yes, Paul.
And where shall we go for a honeymoon? Where would you like to go, Lana?
Oh, I don't care. Anywhere. I'll leave that up to you.
All right, darling. I know just the place. You'll love it.
Cuba?
No, not Cuba, but quite like it.
Wherever you say, Paul.
Oh, darling, I feel as though I've been born all over again. I feel like a new man. I'm happy.
Oh, Paul, what a fool I've been. I should have known better.
Oh, from now on, darling, I'll see to it that your life is filled with surprises. Never a single monotonous moment.
Yes, Paul.
So, Paul and Lana are married and set forth on their honeymoon. Paul owns a lovely place by the sea, and there he takes Lana. But from the night they arrive, Lana has been ill. Some strange malady has come upon her. Just what, no one seems to know. A doctor stands beside her bed as Paul slips into the room.
How is she, Doctor?
Still the same. I haven't the slightest idea what's wrong with her, but I've just given her a sedative.
Do you suppose it's the climate?
Oh, it could be. Semi-tropical here.
Yes.
Well, there's nothing more I can do. So I'll run along now.
Yes, and thank you, Doctor. Lana.
Oh, Paul.
Lana, dear, what is it? What's wrong with you? Why don't you tell me?
Well, I don't know what it is. I'm just sad. I want to cry all the time. I can't help it.
Cry?
Yes, ever since I've been here, I've wanted to cry.
But why, darling?
I don't know, but I can't help it.
Don't you like it here?
I don't know, Paul. I don't know what it is. I'm afraid.
Afraid of what?
I don't know. Nothing in particular, but I'm afraid.
You mean you'd rather leave here?
Yes, well, I don't want to stay here.
This is such a nice, quiet place, dear. It's so restful. Where could you go that would be better for you?
I don't know, but I'd rather leave.
Why?
I don't know why.
But there must be a reason, darling.
I'm frightened here. I hear things.
You hear things? What things?
Strange sounds. Noises.
I've heard nothing strange.
I have. I hear them all night, and at times I've seen things.
What things?
Things, and I won't stay here another day.
Oh, Lana, I think you're just hysterical. You're letting your imagination run away with you.
I'm not. I'm sick, terribly sick.
But the doctor doesn't know what's wrong with you.
Paul, please take me away from here. I don't like this lonely old place. I've always been frightened of being lonely. That's what it is. It's too quiet here. Too alone. If you don't take me away, I'll leave by myself.
Now, don't get yourself so excited.
Please.
The doctor has given you a sedative, dear. Now go to sleep. You'll be all right in the morning. And then we'll take a walk over to the estate. Now, please, darling, please try to sleep, Lana.
All right, Paul. I'll try. I'll try.
Well, Lana, apparently you are allergic to big houses, big, silent houses. You felt somewhat like this once before when you were with Gregory. Remember? That house made you feel sad and melancholy. Now the night has passed, and the morning has come. Paul has a visitor in the library.
I've been trying for many months to get in touch with you, Mr. Garson. I heard you left the States.
Yes, I was in Mexico City.
I'm surprised to learn you were back here.
Oh? Why surprised?
Well, although no one's been living here for several months, the party holds a lease on the place.
Oh? I didn't know that.
Yep, they took an option to buy it.
They did?
Yes, sir. So you can see that you're sort of trespassing.
Oh. Well, no one is being inconvenienced.
Not exactly.
What did the party offer for the place?
$75,000.
Well, that's fair enough, but I don't want to sell.
What?
No, I've changed my mind. I want to keep the place.
Keep it? But, Mr. Garson, I've practically made the deal.
Well, you can call it off. Oh, did the party make a deposit?
Yes.
Then return the deposit with my apologies.
But I've worked hard for 2 years and more trying to sell this place, and now you back down on it.
Well, what would your commission have been?
Well, $3,750.
Very well, I'll give you the $3,750, but call off the deal. I prefer to retain ownership.
Yes, of course. Thank you very much, Mr. Garson. That's mighty kind of you.
Oh.
Yes, sir.
Oh, what is that hammering? What's that noise?
Hammering, my dear? Why, that's the workman.
Workman?
Yes, I'm having the place completely renovated, darling. From the garret to the cellar and all for you. Oh, you'll love it when it's finished.
I see.
You should be in bed, darling.
Well, yes, Paul. Well, the hammering made me so nervous. I wondered what it was. I'll run along. Sorry to disturb you.
Well, Mr. Blodgett, I think that you'd better... Mr. Blodgett.
What?
Well, what's wrong with you, sir? You're as white as a sheet, man. Are you ill?
Who is that woman?
Why, that's my wife.
Your wife?
Yes.
Well, how long have you known her?
Oh, for a long time. Several years now.
I see.
What? What are you trying to say?
Mr. Garson, I don't understand it. But that is the woman who wants to buy this house.
What? Do you know what you're talking about?
She's the one who took the lease and an option to buy.
Oh, you must be out of your head. My wife.
That woman lived here for 7 months with her husband.
With her lived here?
Yes, sir. And they closed the place up, and she come to me and said they were leaving for a while, but to go ahead with the deal.
Are you sure?
Yes.
What was the woman's name?
Mrs. Gregory Hellman.
I see. Well, you'd better run along now, Mr. Blodgett. I'll see you in a day or so.
Oh, yes. Yes, sir, of course. Good day, sir.
Yes, good day, Mr. Blodgett. Lana, what are you doing?
I'm packing. If you won't take me away from here, I'll go alone.
But, Lana, why should you leave?
I won't stay here another minute.
Why not, darling? Why not?
I don't know. I have no real reason, but I just don't like it here, and I won't stay.
I don't understand you, Lana.
It doesn't matter. I'm leaving now.
All right, Lana. If you insist, you may go.
Sorry, Paul, but
Yes?
Oh, Mr. Garson. Mr. Garson.
Yes. What is it?
You've been working in the cellar?
Yes.
You better come down there, Mr. Garson.
Why?
We just uncovered a body. Buried
a
in
body?
Yes, buried in the cellar floor.
Body?
You better stay here, Lana. I'll not be long.
Yes, Paul. Yes.
Paul accompanies the workman to the cellar, examines the body buried in the dirt floor, calls the police, and several hours later is talking with a detective in the living room.
Well, there's no doubt about it. It's the body of Gregory Hellman.
Oh, no.
What do you mean, no?
It can't be. How could it be?
Mr. Blodgett, you were the agent for this estate. Did you ever rent this house to Mr. Hellman?
Why,
Go ahead, Logic. Go ahead. Tell the truth.
No, I didn't. I never saw Mr. Hellman. The house was rented by another agent in New York, but it was rented to Gregory Hellman.
You never saw Mr. Hellman?
No. But,
What?
Well...
Go ahead, Logic.
I knew Mrs. Hellman.
Mrs. Hellman. And where is she?
That woman is Mrs. Hellman.
This woman. But I thought she was Mrs. Garson.
She used to be Mrs. Hellman. She came to me and wanted to buy the place. Took a year's lease with an option to buy and made a substantial deposit.
That right?
Yes, that's true, I did. I was Mrs. Hellman, but I was divorced in Mexico.
Divorced? Why did you get a divorce?
Because Mr. Hellman and I decided to separate. We couldn't get along together. He said he was going to New York. I left first and went to Mexico.
Are you sure you left here first?
But, yes, of course I'm sure.
Why did you try to buy the place?
Because my husband, Mr. Hellman, asked me to.
Why didn't he attend to it?
Well, I don't know. He asked me to see to it.
Did you get part of the estate through this Mexican divorce?
No, Mr. Hellman had given me considerable cash and property before that.
Are you telling the truth, Lana? Are you?
Yes.
I don't believe you. From the day you arrived here, you wanted to leave. You became ill. You said the place depressed you, frightened you.
Paul.
Now I know why. Why you were so upset. Why you wanted to get away. Because of what was buried in the cellar.
No, Paul, no.
You told me yourself that you were bored, that you couldn't stand him any longer. Then you went to Mexico. He was dead when you divorced him. No wonder he couldn't contest the case.
Paul, please listen. I don't know who killed him.
What did you say?
I don't know who did it.
Then you admit he was murdered.
But I didn't say that.
You know he was murdered. You just admitted that.
Yes, but I didn't do it. I didn't.
Well, lady, you might as well tell the rest of it.
Yes, but I found him dead in his room.
In his room? Then who buried him in the cellar?
I did.
You did. Why? Why didn't you call the police?
Because I was afraid. Afraid they'd think I did it.
Well, why would you be afraid of that?
Because of... Well, if they found out about me.
Found out what?
My record.
Well, Mrs. Hellman, or Garson, we know all about your record.
Record? What do you mean, record?
She served a term in the state penitentiary for...
I swear I didn't. I buried him, I admit that. That's why I wanted to buy the place. But I didn't kill him, I didn't.
I think you did. That's why you wanted to leave here.
Oh, please believe me. I wanted to buy the place so no one would ever come here. So no one would ever know. But I didn't kill him, I swear.
I'm sorry, Lana, but I don't believe you.
Mr. Garson, where did you meet this woman?
In Mexico City.
Really? Didn't know her before that?
What?
You heard me.
Oh.
You didn't know her before she married Hellman?
Why, yes.
You know her? What are you stalling about?
Well, yes, I did know her.
That's what I thought. And you were in love with her. Wanted her to marry you. But she turned you down for Hellman.
What are you talking about?
Well,
are you trying to accuse me of killing Hellman?
It's possible. You had a motive.
Oh, that's ridiculous. I didn't even know the man.
Murphy.
Oh, yes?
What did you find out about Paul Garson?
Well, his financial affairs weren't in any too good a condition. He's been trying to dispose of a lot of white elephants like this villa.
I see. Well, do you know what I think, Mr. Garson? I think you and Miss Lana Wallace know what this is all about. I think you're in this together. So I'm going to take you down and book you both on a charge of murder.
And that's just what the officer did. Booked Lana and Paul on a charge of murder. And the case came up for trial. And Lana was convicted. And so was Paul. Yes. Paul was convicted as an accomplice. The evidence piled up against them. Lana admitted that she buried Hellman's body, but denied that she killed him. Paul couldn't prove where he was when Hellman was murdered, and so he was convicted as an accomplice, an accessory. Poor Lana. Poor Paul. They are now awaiting execution in the state penitentiary. But don't feel too badly about them. Because I know the truth. I know what really happened.
When Paul learned that Lana was marrying Hellman, he arranged for an agent to contact him and offer his villa for a honeymoon house. Paul himself killed Hellman, hoping to have the blame placed on Lana. But when nothing was heard of Hellman's death, Paul followed Lana to Mexico City and enticed her back to the villa to find out what had become of Hellman's body. And he found out, much to his sorrow.
CBS has presented The Whistler. Original music for this production was composed and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. The Whistler is written and directed by J. Donald Wilson and originates from Columbia Square in Hollywood. Next week, same time,
I, the Whistler, will return to tell you another unusual tale. Good night.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents Quiet Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper. Quiet Please for tonight is called In the House Where I Was Born. Another year, and I've come back to the house where I was born. Every year I do it, just before Decoration Day. The servants come here. Everybody ought to go back once a year to the house where he was born. Just look around and remember. And then it came from. The house where I was born is old. Finished. The old porch is gone. The big bay window where I used to sit and watch the snow on winter afternoons. And the wooden steps go straight up from the sidewalk to the big double front door. The house was painted red when I lived there. Red with white trimming. There was a big caladium plant in the front yard. Elephant ears, my grandmother used to call it. You remember those things? My brother and I used to pull them and make umbrellas out of them. Grandma's jaws still our ears hurt. Can't even tell now where the caladiums were. In the old woodshed, the 2 generations of us had carved our initials on it. I remember CDO 1884. And my brother's initials 1905. And all the others. That's gone too. And there was a dog, little brown and white fox terrier. Her name was Trixie, wasn't it? So many years ago. Here was the living room. The sitting room, we called it. The round oak base burner with the isinglass in the doors, where the cook. The cow table with the cracked marble top where the lamp sat. The round lamp with the yellow silk shade. And my brother and I reading the Hirely Maze. and wishing we too could be big league baseball players. Then on a spring night like this, Mother, sitting at the Rosewood organ under the picture, playing Battle Hymn of the Republic, and there'll be a hot time in the old house, for the Spanish War wasn't so long ago. Then my father, Sergeant Major, hadn't come back from Chickamauga. In the scent of white lilac, then the white lilac whisker with his pride is now gone. But I can smell the white lilac tonight. And I look on the pavement outside. The pavement they put down the year I started at school. Over the old room, a glow comes slowly to life. And there, cheerfully across the Brussels carpet, playing. And I'm the little boy who looks up at her and plucks at her dress and says, Mama, come with me.
Mama, tell me a story.
What will I tell you about tonight, son? Isn't it almost time for bed?
Very first, Mama, please.
Well, let me see. The stag at eve had drunk his fill. Where danced the moon on morning's reel. And each his midnight lair had made, and vast monotonous river fill.
What's morning's real, Mama?
Why, it's a little brook, a little creek. Way up in Scotland and tropics, where Roger Field is.
Well, why did they call it morning's real, Mama?
Why, I suppose it was named after somebody named Morning, son. I suppose it's a very tiny little brook, where the water is ever so cold, and comes down all the way from the very top of the mountains through the glorious castles of where the tribes live. And I suppose not very many people know where Morningsville really is, because it's very probably guarded by the... And I don't think they like people to come and drink at their will. But they do let the stag come every night, and that is if he wants to, and then he goes away. And the little people rise on his back wherever he goes. And then they wake him up in the morning, and he takes them back to the well.
Does Morning come there, too?
No, I don't think so. Morning's gone from there ever so many and many years ago.
Doesn't anybody ever see him?
No.
Doesn't anybody know him, even?
I guess not.
That's awful.
Yes, it is, isn't it?
That's just about the awfulest thing that could happen, isn't it?
What's that?
Not having anybody know you.
Why, I hadn't thought of that. But...
Mama.
Are you getting sleepy?
Uh-huh.
Mine eyes have seen the glory of the coming of the Lord. He is trampling out of vintage where the grapes of wrath have stood. He hath loosed the faithful lightning of his heavenly sword. His truth is marching on.
Grandmother's long face, and the light grows dim, and I am in darkness again in the house where I was born. And this house where I was born is in a great city, and the wide streets are filled with crowds of people. And I remember again so many things. The thunder of the elevated railways overhead on a brisk afternoon in the autumn. And the open streetcar clanging its way up the street. My father pointing and telling me that that's the last trip of the open streetcars up Broadway till next summer. And a friendly policeman in a round-topped helmet spanking me jovially with his nightstick as we crossed the plaza on the way to the Central Park Zoo. And the house where I was born. Weary and happy in the crisp evening, climbing the brownstone steps into a high-ceilinged house with a fireplace in the front room. And a great stairway and a long, inviting banister. And a cat with a blue ribbon for a collar and the longest, sharpest claws in the world. And a telephone that you could talk even to Brooklyn with. The house where I was born. And now, a sign on the front alongside the tall doors. A sign that says, Swedish Restaurant. Then, still, in the concrete sidewalk at the foot of the steps, the prints of my two shoes. that I could span with a hand. And my initials. And the date. 1901. And I turn away from this house where I was born. For I have not done with my homeward journey yet. In the house where I was born, there is not one stone upon another. For the path of war led across its dooryard, and destruction followed for all the people who dwelt in it. But the scent of lilacs is strong in the evening air even here. And before my eyes the scene of desolation dims, and the house where I was born lives again. And it is a spring evening. There seems to be music in the air. And I feel happiness again as I felt it that night when I first brought home my bride. What was her name? Have I forgotten?
Carry me across the threshold, my love.
Oh, darling, this is home.
A fine home, a wonderful home.
My people have lived here.
Since the 30 Years' War, you have told me that.
They don't build houses like this anymore, my love. See the wall.
On the stone from the quarry over there.
And the mortar. Why, there's my great-great-great-grandfather's blood in that.
I know. He drew blood from his own arm and spilled it into the mortar so that there would always be something of him in the house.
Well, it was also a charm, you know. The witch woman.
I know. He paid us 3 silver pieces to tell him what to do to make the house stand forever.
Well, how do you know so much about it?
You have told me so many times.
Oh, so I have. And real glass in the windows, too.
And the straw with a hand-painted tires.
There's not another one like it in the whole village.
And it's ours.
And we'll take it to America when we go.
Oh, dearest, do you really want to go to America?
Why, of course I do. You do, too, don't you?
Could we not be happy here, we two?
Well, we could be happy anywhere. But in America...
Oh, no, we will be rich, and I'll have 2 dresses, and someday we'll have a motor car even, but...
But what?
It is so far from this house where you have been born in, and why I hoped our children would be born.
Then the scent of lilacs is strong again in the air, as the voice of a beloved woman fades away into shadow and forgetfulness. And the house where I was born is swallowed up in the night. And I am alone again. And the house where I was born is a adobe shack somewhere in the Texas Panhandle. And the wide plains of the west stretch away endlessly beyond it. Now the corral gate is broken. The bunkhouse roof is gone. Horned toads squat on the decrepit porch where I played cowboy and Indian. I look above the door, and the brand is still there. The brand that looks in the early darkness like Rafter A, but might be 2 up and 2 down, or a running W. And there's a dry, dusty smell about the place. And an echo of almost forgotten songs quivers on the air. For the Chisholm Trail went past our place, all the way from Belton up to the North Fork of the Canadian Abilene. I've seen white-faced ballers by the thousands go past our gate. Heard the riders' voices in the hot noon, the long moonless nights.
I'm going to Montana for to throw the hula hand. They feed in the coulees and water in the gold.
And the long, slow song of horses' hoofs is music to the ears of a lost, forgotten Texan who'll never come back to stay to the house where he was born, to lay flowers on the grave up there on the little hill under the cottonwood tree. And the house where I was born is a sod-roofed cottage in the peat bog country of Ireland. Then I'm 19 and returned for a visit with the old folks after 3 years in America, where I'd become all Yankee. And my brother and I sit before the door, talk at evening about the strangeness of the new world and its customs, the customs of other people beyond the various seas. And it is this very day, 34 years ago, in 1914.
And I'm betting you there'll be war in Europe before the year is out, my lad.
That's just talk.
Just talk started every war the world has ever seen. Kaiser Bill is just waiting for somebody to set the world alight. And it's many a good lad will come to his end putting it out.
Well, we'll never get in it.
The Americans?
Yes.
I don't know about that.
Well, we're too far away. Let the English and the Germans fight it out.
All very well to say. But you'll see.
Well, you won't go.
Oh, I'm not so sure about that either.
Fight for the English?
Oh, I wouldn't like that very much, sure enough. But there's some very good Irish regiments in the British Army. The Enniskillen Fusiliers, the Royal Irish Rifles, the Dublin Fusiliers.
You stay out of it.
Right.
Well, you can't go and leave the old folks alone?
No, if I was as young as you now, I'd...
Cut it out. Well, you talk as if war's just around the corner.
Well, that's just exactly what I think, too.
Well, all right. But I'll be back in the States long before your war arrives. And I'll stay there, too. And I left the house where I was born, the smoky, damp little hut beside the road to the sea. And I've not seen it again, save when it comes Decoration Day time and I go back, unbeknownst to my brother, look in the door to where he sits, an old man puffing his pipe, alone by the peat fire. And once, it was long years ago, the village priest sat with him. And I heard my brother speak of me.
It would have been different, Father. If my brother had come back from the war. He was a fine young lad, Father. Him and me, we could have done something with the place. But now, it's too late.
And there was a day on the ranch in the Texas Panhandle when a tall young man in Levi's and high-heeled boots saddled and bridled a horse, said goodbye to an old man, shook hands with a half-dozen cowhands and a Mexican cook, rode away toward the railroad that was to be the first lap of a long, long journey. And I remember I turned and looked back at the house where I was born. And someone was singing an old song somewhere. And here again, in the house where I was born, I stand again beside the walls of stone mortared with the blood of my great-great-great-grandfather, and in my arms, I hold a weeping woman.
Don't go and leave me.
But this'll be only a little while, my dear. Only till I can earn enough money to send you.
I'll never see you again.
Oh, but you will. America really isn't so far away.
Across the sea. I'm
Dear, we've been through all this before. Now be reasonable. In 6 months, a year...
Don't,
darling.
Let us stay here, both of us. This is our home. This is the house where you were born.
Look at me, love. I love you. It'll be such a little while. You will come to America. We'll be so happy and so rich. It's such a little time to wait. You know it is.
I love you. Kiss me.
And I kissed her. And I went away. And I have never again seen the house where I was born, except in dreams. Dreams such as this dream tonight, when the ruins lift and form themselves for a little moment in the darkness. She came to America. And the day she arrived, I was drafted. I was never able to find her again. But then, she was never able to find me either. In the house where I was born, there is no memory left of me. Only the two prints of a child's shoes in the concrete remain as a memorial that I once lived. The house where I was born has forgotten me. And the house where I was born, where my little brother and I played in the Caladium bed, it has almost forgotten me, too. There is a pack of yellowed letters somewhere in the house, lost behind a beam in the attic, maybe. A pack of yellowed letters with soldier's mail in the place where the stamp should go. And my name and an APO number in the other corner. The letters are full of names like Albert, Le Somme, Chatoncourt, Dead Man's Hill, Consenvoy, Brabant. Names like the faded letters on an ancient palimpsest, obscured by newer names written over them. Omaha Beach, Bastogne, Okinawa. They are all names of places where men have died. And one day, they'll all be forgotten. Please God. I remember one of those names, those first names. I won't tell you the name of the town, a clean little town it was once with red-roofed houses, a dirty shambles in October 1918. I couldn't hear the shells from the 77s bursting in the streets. I couldn't hear what the chaplain was saying to me. I could just see a dirty-faced man in a helmet moving his lips as he bent over me. It was very quiet and very lonely. I didn't even hear the shell that killed him and the other man that was standing alongside him. It was quiet for a long, long time. And then I heard a little boy's voice. And I said to myself, why, I'm home. That's my voice. That night before decoration day so many years ago. And it was.
Mama, tell me a story.
What shall I tell you about, son?
Story, Mama.
Well, let me see. Guys dancing at Uncle Steve. They're dancing on moon and hill. We keep midnight low on the news.
Morning.
We will see.
What's morning drill, Mama?
There's not very many people know where Moningsville really is, because it's probably very closely guarded by the military.
Many a good lad will come to his end of putting out the great fire.
Across the sea. Across the sea. The sea. It's just about the awfulest thing in the world, Mama, not having anybody know you.
They set a marble tomb above my shattered self, seeking to do me honor thus. to recompense the searing days, the crawling nights I died in. He lies here deep, the graven letters say. He lies here deep, unknown to all save God. Oh, sweet it is, they say. Oh, sweet it is to die the battle death. Yes, it is sweet, as gall is sweet, and wormwood. So is death. I died. I felt the bitter fire and the cleaving steel, the pain. I am content. Yet I am weary in my sediments. The sleep of death is not so very deep. Lately the spring has come, and yesterday a tiny root of some green thing has split the stones apart wherein I lie. Its tender questing fingers seek my hand, as mine sought flowers on some yesterday forgot. Above my head, the hushed clang of arms, the measured tread of sentinels that guard my bed, forbid me sleep. My face is dim in eternity now. But once you knew me. Perhaps you wept to hear that Sergeant Death had spoke my name. Is it you that I hear through the dust, oh my brother? Is it your little song that I hear, oh my mother? I in my tomb of marble, I in my tomb of stone. I am the chief of them all. I am the chief of the dead. I died, and dying became a mystery. To every mother, her son. To every brother, his brother. To every soldier, his comrade. I, the chief of the dead. I was content to lie here masked in uncertainty, having the homage of all of you here in my marble tomb. I was content, I say. Yet now spring comes again as I saw it once before that day I died. Is it your hand that rests on the stone, oh my sister? Is it your tear that falls on the stone, oh my wife? I hear the trumpets now. The volleys sound. The sabers flash against the sun. I may not know. I may not rise. I have my beauty here alone. I, in my tomb of marble. I, in my tomb of stone. I am the chief of them all. I am the chief of the dead. Tonight was called In the House Where I Was Born. It was written and directed by Willis Cooper, and Ernest Chappell was the man who spoke to it. Others in the cast were Lotta Stevitsky, Cecil Roy, Betty Raggy, and Jay Pepperman. Special music for tonight was composed and played by Mr. Furman. Now, next week, my good friend Willis Cooper.
Obviously, all the characters in tonight's story, except the principal one, was completely fictitious. Since these stories cross below Fifth Avenue.
And so, until next week at the same time, quietly yours, Ernest Capel. This is Newsreel Broadcasting System.
Soup presents Inner Sanctum Mysteries, starring Simone. Good evening, friends of the Inner Sanctum. This is, of course, Raymond, your host. Please come in, won't you? Make yourself comfortable in any gloomy corner. We had intended to have a real surprise for you tonight. Instead of myself, we were going to have a guest ghost to act as host. But, unfortunately, this real ghost caught pneumonia, and he's in a very grave condition. The doctors have given up all hope. He's, going to become alive.
Well, Mr. Raymond, I must admit I'm glad that ghost couldn't come. It's difficult enough to talk to you. But heavens, I wouldn't know what to say to a ghost.
Oh, well, that's simple, Mary. All you have to do is find out whether it's a he ghost or a she ghost.
And if it's a she?
Oh, then you compliment her on her appearance. You say, darling, what a divine sheet you're wearing.
That's right, Mr. Raymond. The ladies are always interested in something new to wear. And right now, I'm going to tell them about something they'll all want. It's a lovely piece of jewelry, a real sterling silver medallion about an inch in diameter. It's the kind of jewelry you find at those smart shops on Fifth Avenue in New York. But the only way you can get it is from Lipton's. The medallion is decorated with a Chinese inscription, and it's hung on a narrow black rayon satin ribbon. That's the height of fashion this year, you know. And here's how you get the medallion. Just send 25 cents and the box top from a package of Lipton's, the tea with the brisk flavor, to the Lipton Tea People, Box 92, New York City. Yes, that's Box 92 in New York City.
And now it's time to begin. Our story is called The Black Art. It's an original tale by Milton Lewis. And our star tonight is that glamorous motion picture star, Simone, who'll play the role of Claudine. So, gather close and get ready to hear a sweet little tale that'll make you wake up screaming for at least the next 2 weeks. You all set? Now remember, if you don't want your hair to stand on end, get someone to sit on your head. Okay? All right, now let's hear Larry Gifford tell you his story in his own words.
Wish I never heard that scream. I wish I never saw a body lying there. Blood all over the room. The knife on the floor near her throat. I'll never forget it. I'll never forget how I picked up the knife. I'll never forget the sweat that came creeping out all over me when I heard the door slam.
Stand where you are. You make a move, I'll blow your head off.
Don't shoot, copper.
Drop that knife.
Okay.
What's your name?
Larry Gifford. Look, I'm from Chicago.
Stranger, huh?
Yeah, what of it?
What's her name?
Her? I don't know. I never saw her before. Look, you don't have to frisk me. I haven't got a gun.
Shut up.
Listen, I know it looks bad, but you see, my room's downstairs. I heard a scream, and Give me back that wallet.
Your hands up. Roll papers.
What of it? So I'm an ex-con, so what?
You don't know her, huh?
No, I don't. What have you got there?
Just a picture I found in your wallet, mister. Picture of her. To Larry. With all my love, Nancy. Reckon you forgot about this, huh?
Yeah, but look, I didn't kill her.
Shut up. How can you think I heard that scream and came up here? Hold out your hands.
Sure. You can have them.
Here. Come back here. Come back.
I didn't get far. The crowd in the streets nabbed me. They gathered when they heard the shots and the scream. I was dumped in jail. Well, this was a little burg in the bayou country not far from New Orleans. I was the biggest thing that hit the town since Ripley's Believe It or Not. For them jerks, my trial was a bigger show than Carmen Miranda and Gypsy Rose Lee doing a trapeze act. In no time at all, they sentenced me to be hung. It was the night before they were going to take me to the state pen for the necktie party. I was sleeping, dreaming I was in Africa. They were beating them drums, tom-toms. Suddenly I woke up. Moonlight was shining through the bars of my cell. I listened. Someone was beating like a tom-tom on the wall of my jail. Who is it? Who's doing that?
Larry Gifford.
Yeah, that's me. Were you beating on the wall?
Yes. I'm under your cell window.
What do you want?
Drop one end of your tie through the bars.
Okay. There.
I've got it.
What are you doing?
Pull up your tie.
Okay.
Got it?
A gun. Yeah, I got it.
Good luck. Goodbye.
Thanks, baby. Whoever you are.
What's going on there, Gifford?
Huh? Oh, nothing. Why?
I heard talking.
Oh, I was talking in my sleep.
You never done that before.
I never was going to be hung before.
What you holding there?
Come here, I'll show you.
What's that? A gun?
Yeah, and it's got enough bullets to fill your head with lead. Go there. Open that door. Open it or I'll give it to you between the eyes. Go on.
Don't shoot.
Okay, now take your gun. Give me those keys. See how you like it in there for a while. Come on.
Stop him! He's in his case! Let me out! He's in his case!
The Blue Bottle Bar. Someone told me it was a good joint where they don't ask any questions. It was. I had a few drinks. I was leaning on the bar, looking at a paper.
Are you drinking?
Scotch.
Buy me one.
I gave it a once-over. I know something about dames, and she was dynamite with class. She was something.
Well?
Set up another, Charlie.
Cigarette?
Here.
Thank you.
It's a nice cigarette holder. Must cost at least a C.
You know a lot, don't you?
Enough. I know you.
Do you?
Sure. There's something about... Wait a second. Here in this evening's paper, your picture.
Oh, it's not a very good picture, is it?
After seeing you, no. Claudine Lucin, recently returned from France, elected head of art committee. Miss Lucin, member of one of New Orleans' oldest and wealthiest families.
I've read it. Turn the page.
Why?
I want to show you something.
Okay.
There. Larry Gifford of Chicago, wanted for murder, is sought by police after sensational jailbreak.
Better not read anymore.
Why?
Feel something against your side? It's a gun. I'm holding it in my pocket.
Don't be afraid. I won't give you away. Got a light?
Yeah. What do you want?
Listen to that music.
That tapping.
What about it?
The way you're tapping your cigarette holder against your glass.
I'm just keeping time to the music.
I heard that tapping before. Yeah, sure, in the cell. And I heard your voice before.
Did you?
You gave me the gun.
Shh, don't let me hear you.
What's this all about?
You'll find out. Relax.
I can't. I guess I had a few too many. My head, I feel like I'm spinning around, getting dizzy. Two green eyes, pink with blood around the edges, looked at me out of a queer, furry head. It was the head of a bat. It smiled. It had sharp little bat teeth that had pink on them. There was an ache in my throat. I looked again. It wasn't a bat's face. It was hers. Claudine's. I was dreaming.
Larry?
Oh, well, where am I?
My suite at the hotel.
How'd I get here?
You passed out at the blue bottle. I brought you here.
When?
2 hours ago.
Oh, I must have been sleeping. I had the queerest dream. I thought... Oh.
What's the matter?
My throat. That pain, like a knife. Those green eyes of yours. That red mouth. And those white teeth. Look, we're going to have a showdown right now. Where's my gun?
I took it.
Look, what do you want with me?
Nothing you don't want to do yourself.
Don't talk in riddles.
Have you ever been in love?
Sure, dames are always falling for me. Why?
I guess that's what happened to me.
Are you kidding?
No. Do you think I'd get you out of jail if I were?
But I never saw you before.
I saw you at the trial. That's where it happened.
Oh, how can a dame like you go for a guy like me?
I don't know. But it happened.
I don't believe it.
I'm sorry.
Come here.
Yes?
I'm going to kiss you, baby.
Larry. Oh, Larry.
It's a funny thing to do. Kiss a guy on the neck. Better wipe that lipstick off. Hey.
What's the matter?
My handkerchief. That ain't lip rouge on my neck. It's blood.
No, you're making a mistake.
My neck's bleeding. What kind of a dame are you, anyway? I'm getting out.
No, don't. If you go, I'd tell them who you are.
Oh, you will?
Yes, and I...
Oh! You won't tell them for a while, baby. Grady's joint in the old city of New Orleans was just the place. She'd never find me in that dump. Nobody'd ever find you there. I got a room. I went to sleep. I was safe. Then I heard it again. That same rhythm. It woke me up. I heard it, but I couldn't believe it. How could she know I was here? Or was it her? There was nobody in the room. I opened the door. Nobody outside. I slammed it. The beating stopped. I turned around. I was looking into the muzzle of a gun.
Sit down, Larry.
How'd you get here?
My Grady ran to the room next to you. There's a connecting door.
What's the idea of the gun?
Can't you guess?
You going to kill me?
Maybe.
Well, you're going to a lot of trouble to bump off a guy who's going to be hung anyway.
Do you want to die?
No.
There is a way you can live.
How?
By coming with me.
Yeah? What else have I got to do?
Marry me.
You're out of your head.
You hate me?
No, I don't. I don't hate you. I'm scared of you. Yeah, I've never been scared of anybody the way I'm scared of you.
Scared enough to do as I say?
Maybe.
I had hoped you would love me.
Maybe I do.
You're lying.
No, baby.
It's no use.
Look, what are you going to do?
Kill you?
No, put the gun down. Give me a break. Don't.
Man, that Claudine's a kid of her words. When she tells someone she's gonna kill him, she does it. She'd make a wonderful wife for some Frankenstein monster. She's attractive, a good killer, and she has a well-developed taste for blood. Hey, why should I hand her over to some other guy? She's just a gal for me.
Nonsense, Mr. Raymond.
Why, Mary Bennett, I believe you're jealous.
I am not.
Yes, you are. You're thinking what a handsome couple you and I would make, strolling down the avenue, me dressed in a shroud, and you wearing your new sterling silver medallion.
Now, don't you go making fun of my lovely medallion, because I want all the ladies to send in for one. I know they're going to enjoy wearing it, because it's made of solid sterling silver, and it's really a fine piece of jewelry. Besides, there's a true story behind this medallion, an inspiring story. It seems that the original was given to an American flyer by Chinese guerrillas who rescued him after he'd bailed out over enemy territory. The flyer was told that the Chinese characters on the medallion would identify him and bring him safely through the lines. Well, he did get through, and only then did he learn that the medallion said, "Good luck," in Chinese. Now, there's a story to tell your friends. And to get this good luck charm, just like the one the flyer carried, all you have to do is send 25 cents and the box top from a package of Lipton's, the tea with the brisk flavor, to the Lipton Tea People, Box 92. That's Box 92, New York City.
Now, let's get back to our star, Simone, who seems to be making life hard for a guy named Larry. The last time we looked in, she had just shot him. But I've got a tip that that's only the beginning of his troubles. How about it, Larry? What happened then?
I went down in a heap when she fired. The bullets caught me in the thigh. I lay there. I made out like I was dead.
Larry.
She fell for it. She bent over me, a gun in her hand.
Larry, are you... Oh!
Take it easy, kid.
Let go of my hand.
Now, I get that gun.
Let go. Let go.
Get that gun if I have to break your arm.
No, oh.
Okay. I've got it now. You shot me in the leg, but I'm still strong enough to get rid of you.
Larry.
I'm no angel, baby, but you're worse. Here's something I heard about, but I never believed. How'd you know I'd be here? How'd you know I'd be in the blue bottle? Go on, answer me.
I've got nothing to tell you.
No, you don't have to. It was magic. Black magic. Somebody nobody'd believe if I ever told him. There's only one thing to do with you.
Yeah?
Kill you. But I ain't taking any chances like you did with me. When I kill you, you're going to stay dead. Those tom-toms are going to stop forever.
You think so, Larry?
I know it. Come here.
Larry,
Shut up.
Oh!
I knocked her out cold. She lay on the floor. Put the muzzle of the gun to her temple. She was so beautiful it made you shiver. I pulled the trigger. I looked. What I saw nearly made me pass out. A little blue vein on her temple was beating. There wasn't a scratch on her. A little curl of red hair was twisted around her ear. Was I seeing things? I aimed the gun at her heart. Nothing. Not a speck of blood. I stuck the muzzle between her eyes. Shot till the gun clicked empty. I looked. The white skin on her face looked more beautiful than ever. Had to get away. Out of the same city where she was. Out of the same state. The same world. I let out for the open country. To the bayous on the river back in New Orleans. My wounds festered as I dragged myself through the swamps. And I got a fever. It was like a nightmare. In my head, I kept hearing them tom-toms. I couldn't take a train or a bus or go to a doctor. I'd be caught. One night I saw a big house shining in the moonlight. I decided to take a chance. I knocked at the door.
What is it?
Sorry, miss. I was hunting. I had an accident in my leg.
Oh.
If you let me come in and call a doctor, I'd be very grateful.
You don't want to come into this house.
Can't you see I need help?
You'll never be helped here. There's nothing good here, only evil and fear. So go away, please. I'm warning you. Go away before my sister comes down.
What's the matter with you? Don't you see I can hardly move?
Go away while you still have the strength to crawl away. Now, believe me.
Tell Mr. Gifford to come in and close the door, Kathy.
That voice.
That's my sister.
It's your sister.
Claudine Masson.
Good evening, Larry. I was wondering when you'd get here.
You know him?
Yes.
Mr. Gifford and I are old friends.
Friends? How can you have a friend?
Now, Cassie.
He's someone like you.
You mustn't mind her, Larry. Cassie isn't quite well.
I don't know who you are, Mr. Gifford, but I do know that she's brought you here to kill me.
Cassie?
I knew it would happen on a night like this when the moon was full. She's been preparing for it for months. I've told everyone about it, but no one will believe me. I've told them again and again, and they say I'm insane. They think I've lost my mind. But she is going to murder me. Tonight, while the moon is full, she's going to murder me.
Go to your room, Cassie, immediately.
Oh. Yes. Yes. Go. I'll go.
How did you get here?
I live here. Come, Larry. You must know by this time that you cannot fight me.
Yes, I thought I'd never see you again. I'm not well. I've got a fever. Hey, that tom-tom beating in my brain. I can't stop it. It's getting louder and louder. I blacked out. When I opened my eyes again, I was in a soft bed with clean sheets. Someone had dressed my wounds. The moonlight came into my room like a living yellow ghost. Then I heard it. Scream. Just like the one Nancy made when she was killed. I limped out of bed, went to the room next door. It was Kathy on the floor, murdered. The knife was still in her neck. And I heard it again. The tom-tom. Queer sounding this time. I felt myself beginning to sway to the rhythm like a dancer. Then I did something I couldn't stop myself from doing. I put my hands down, drew out the knife. I wiped my bloody hand on my shirt. Suddenly I looked up. She was there. Claudine.
Drop the knife, Larry.
What have you got in your hands?
These? These came from the skeleton of someone who was once alive.
You're not a woman. You're a devil. I'm going to...
Don't come any closer, Larry. I don't want to kill you just yet.
Just yet? So we're close to the payoff.
Yes. You're trembling, Larry.
Who are you?
There's no reason why I cannot tell you now. You don't believe, do you, that there are unseen powers that can be controlled by someone who knows how?
I can believe anything about you.
Thank you, Larry. Your heart is pounding like a throbbing drum, isn't it, Larry? You can feel death close, can't you?
What have you got to say to me?
I'm going to tell you a story, Larry. The story of a child who was brought up on this estate by a strange old woman, a conjure woman. In her head were all the black arts of the world. She taught me.
Why are you telling me this?
It amuses me to watch you, a murderer, helpless and terrified. So terrified you can hardly breathe. I find it very exciting.
It was blood I found on my handkerchief.
Yes. It is one of the ways to gain complete power over a person.
And a tom-tom.
Another spell to make you do what I want.
And the murder of your sister? You want me to be the patsy for that?
You're beginning to understand. You see, Cassie and I inherited the estate. There's really not enough for both of us.
You'll tell him I did it.
Yes. And that I killed you in self-defense.
What are you looking at me that way for?
I was remembering something.
Remembering? Oh. That kiss, baby, wasn't it? You're a devil, but still a woman, ain't you? You didn't forget that kiss, did you?
No.
Well, what are you going to do?
Come here. Closer.
Well?
Don't move. There.
You're going to let me live?
Live? When it's my life against yours, you fool.
I'll put that gun down.
When I'm finished.
Please, give me a break. I'm begging you.
Begging you?
I'll do anything you say. Just give me a chance, please.
Here it comes, Larry. Between your eyes.
How do you feel today, Gifford?
Much better, officer. Leg's healing fine.
We checked that crazy story you told us. It's all true.
Tell me something. How'd you know to come to the Lucerne place when you're dead? You arrived just in time. A second later, and she would have killed me.
Kathy, your sister phoned us, told us to come out. I came in the room and saw her threatening you with a gun. I shot at her. I had to. Got her in the shoulder.
You should have killed her.
State will take care of that.
Did you believe the story she told you at first? That I killed her sister and she was killing me in self-defense?
No. You see, Gifford, we'd found out that you weren't a murderer. You didn't kill Nancy Warren. The man who did that confessed. That made her whole story false.
How did she do it, Captain? How did she find out where I always went?
Police psychiatrist said she did it by post-hypnotic suggestion. She told you where to go while you were asleep, and you never realized that you were always doing just what you wanted.
But the bullets, when I shot at her and tried to kill her, how'd she do that?
It was all carefully planned. The first shot she fired at you were real bullets. The others in the gun were blanks. She wanted to get you so thoroughly under her power that you think she couldn't be killed. You see, all this so-called black magic has an explanation.
Has it? I wonder.
Oh, that black magic. I tell you what I'm going to do. Step right this way, friends, and get yourself a post-hypnotic suggestion. Spell it backwards, and you get murder. What's that? You can't spell. Ain't you lucky?
Talking of luck, Mr. Raymond, I think Larry Gifford was mighty lucky to escape that awful woman.
Oh, well, you see, Marge, it's very simple. He probably wore one of your good luck medallions.
Oh, now that's plain silly. A man wouldn't wear a medallion on a black rayon satin ribbon. It's the ladies who like jewelry. Yes, that's why I know that they'll appreciate this solid sterling silver medallion that the Lipton people want to send them. And, ladies, here's how you get it. Send just 25 cents, which includes tax and postage, with a box top from a package of Liptons, the tea with the brisk flavor, to the Lipton Tea People, Box 92 in New York City.
The moral for tonight's assault on your nerves is never marry a dame who sucks blood out of your throat. Such dames give you a pain in the neck. By the way, this month's Inner Sanctum mystery novel is The Red Right Hand by Joel Townsley Rogers. Yes, and don't you dare miss next week's story, directed by Hyman Brown and brought to you by Lipton Tea and Lipton Soup. Next week's story is about a pair of murderers who get scared to death. They're more frightened than the guy they're murdering. So if you hear some static on your radio next Tuesday, it'll just be their knees knocking together. Well, now I guess it's really time to close that there squeaking door, so good night, for real. Pleasant dreams.
Folks, the next time you send a box of food to your boy overseas, be sure to include a package or two of Lipton's Noodle Soup Mix. You see, Lipton's is just like a taste of home. It has the same homemade, chickeny taste as the soup you make yourself. The soup your boy's always been so fond of. That's why it's such a thoughtful, welcome little gift to send Lipton's. And as you know yourself, Lipton's noodle soup makes a grand snack. So remember, send a package or two to your boy. And remember to tune in next Tuesday night for another Inner Sanctum mystery.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
And now, the Hall of Fantasy. Welcome to the Hall of Fantasy. Welcome to the series of radio dramas dedicated to the supernatural, the unusual, and the unknown. Come with me, my friends. We shall descend to the world of the unknown and forbidden, down to the depths where the veil of time is lifted, and the supernatural reigns as king. Come with me and listen to the tale of the Shadow People.
Elaine, have you seen anything else since you spoke to me last?
No, I haven't. Ever since Mother died, nothing's happened.
Well, I only hope it came from upstairs. Come on.
You don't
I don't know what to think. I only hope it...
David, if anything's happened to him...
We'll see in a moment.
There's no light in this room.
You wait here, Elaine. Where's the light?
Over to your left. David, what's wrong? Why didn't you leave the light on?
Your father's dead, Elaine.
In just a moment, the Hall of Fantasy will present The Shadow People. And now for our story. An original tale of fantasy by Richard Thorne entitled The Shadow People.
Somewhere along the line of your life, you've met them. You have come in contact with the Shadow People. When did we first discuss it? Oh, yes, Brian and Elaine and I. It was in my apartment. There was only one light on in the entire place. What's wrong? Elaine, what's the matter?
Oh, it's silly, I know, but I thought I saw something in that doorway over there.
Where?
Over there, right over there. Where are you going, David?
Over to that archway, just to let you know that nothing's here. Huh. You see, Elaine, nothing's wrong, nothing at all. Are you satisfied that there's no one else here but us?
Yes, I'm sorry. I just thought that Leave the overhead lights on.
I'm sorry, I thought that...
Put them back on, David, please.
All right, Elaine. Look, what's bothering you, sis?
I don't know. It's just that... I don't know.
Tell us about it, Elaine. Tell us what's bothering you.
You promise that you won't laugh at me?
Of course not.
Brian?
Oh, Elaine, I'm your brother. If something's troubling you, I'd like to know about it.
All right, then. The reason I was so upset was the fact that I saw someone or something standing in that archway.
But, Elaine, David showed you that there was no one else in here. When the lights were put on, you saw for yourself that we were alone.
I'm not talking about something you can see in the light, Brian. I'm not talking about a human being.
And what's it all about, Elaine?
In the darkness, I saw something that can't be seen in a lighted area. And I've seen it several times before.
You're sure you're not imagining this, Elaine?
Oh, I don't have that good an imagination, Brian.
How long have you seen this thing, Elaine?
Well, it started about 6 weeks ago. You were in Detroit on business, Brian. Mom and Dad were on vacation. I was in the house by myself, in the library. There was only one light on. I sat in the chair beneath it, reading. Several times I thought that something was watching me. I felt there was someone in the room with me, standing right in back of me. Every so often I'd glance back over my shoulder, but there seemed to be nothing there. And then I thought I heard someone whispering. I wasn't sure, but when I heard it again, I got up and I looked all over the house. Oh, I'm not easily frightened, you know that, but out in the hallway, it was almost entirely black. Luckily, I was near a light switch. I looked back over my shoulder, and I saw this huge, hulking shape for the first time. And I heard a voice. Or rather, the whisper of a voice. I couldn't distinguish the words, but that dark shape seemed to be moving towards me. My hand was on the light switch, and I turned it on. In a minute, the light flooded the hallway. The shape was gone. There was nothing there. I was alone again. As long as there's light, I know it can't hurt me. I know it can't reach me.
You might have imagined it, you know.
Of course, that's possible, but I'm sure I didn't. It was so real. so real, that shape in the darkness. It was the very essence of evil itself.
There was an old man I knew of, a Dr. Hecelius. I'd heard that he knew quite a good deal about the supposed supernatural manifestations which had taken place in the world. I went to him to see if he knew anything that might explain the events of the story Elaine had told us.
Yes, my good sir. What do you wish?
I have an appointment with Dr. Hecelius.
Oh, yes. If he mentioned something about it. You are Mr. Drake.
Yes.
If you'll come inside.
Thank you.
Dr. Hecelius is in the study. Please come with me. Doctor? A visitor for you.
Oh, yes. Bring him in. You may go now.
Yes, Doctor.
Mr. Drake?
Yes.
Sit down, please, in that chair over there.
Thank you, sir.
Now, what is the nature of your visit to me?
Well, I understand, Dr. Hecelius, that you have a great knowledge of the supernatural manifestations which have occurred on the earth.
Great knowledge, Mr. Drake? No, hardly that. I have only scratched the surface in my years of study. Perhaps I can help you, then again, perhaps I cannot.
Well, may I tell you the story?
By all means, my good sir.
All right. Now, this didn't happen to me, Doctor, but to my fiancée. It seems that about 6 weeks ago, when she was alone. But when the light was on, the dark form disappeared. And that's the story, sir. As much of it as I can remember.
Mm-hmm. I see. It's a strange tale to tell.
I'm fully aware of that, Dr. Hecelius.
You say she seemed to hear whispered voices?
Yes, that's what she says.
I see. A moment, please. I have the book in my files. Oh, yes. Here it is. I think this is the one. Yes. Perhaps I may be able to help you after all. Let me see. This is a very ancient book, Mr. Drake. I seem to remember... Yes. Here is an account of a happening such as you relate. And we shall live on the earth, and they shall not see us.
Yes, it has been foretold by the ruler of the darkness. They who live by day, retire to sleep by night, shall never know that we walk with them, that we watch them, that we wait for our chance. Only in the night will they see us, for in the daylight we are not seen. Only in the night, when the darkness grows together and the forms of the shadow people are shaped from the blackness, they will know us.
Then they will know that we are their companions, for we are the shadow people. I knew I had read something similar to the story you have told me, Mr. Drake.
Dr. Hecelius, what can we do?
Well, give me a little time. Let me see if I can find any more references to these people of the darkness. One more thing, Mr. Drake. Be sure that your fiancée is never left alone at night. Be sure that there is some living thing, animal or human, which accompanies her every second of the night. For she is in danger, Mr. Drake. A terrible danger.
Back now to our story. An original tale of fantasy by Richard Thorne entitled The Shadow People.
That night, the night of the day I had seen Hecelius, Elaine's mother died. She died in her sleep. When she failed to appear for breakfast, Elaine's father went upstairs to see what was wrong. When he entered her room, he discovered that she was dead. The family doctor couldn't explain it, for Elaine's mother had been in perfect health. A few weeks later, I was out of the house spending a weekend with them. I glanced at the clock on the mantel, and it showed 11.
I can't understand why Brian hasn't returned from town.
Well, he said he had some extra work to catch up on. He told me this morning that he might be late.
Well, 11 o'clock. I'm going upstairs. Glad you came out, David. Good seeing you again.
It's a pleasure to be here, sir.
Well, don't stay up too late. See you both in the morning. All right.
Night, Dad.
Good night, Mr. Davis.
He isn't the same, David. Ever since Mother died, he hasn't been the same.
I didn't realize that until tonight. He's changed.
I only hope that he'll start living again. Ever since she died, it seems that a part of him died with her.
Elaine, have you seen anything else since you spoke to me last?
No, I haven't. Ever since Mother died, nothing's happened.
Well, I only hope. Came from upstairs. Come on.
You don't think...
I don't know what to think. I only hope that...
David, if anything's happened to it...
We'll see in a moment.
There's no light in this room.
You wait here, Elaine. Where's the light?
Over to your left. David, what's wrong? Why didn't you leave the light on?
Your father's dead, Elaine. I'd walked into the darkened bedroom. On the bed was Elaine's father. It didn't take a second look for me to know that he was dead. I switched off the light and walked back into the hallway to tell Elaine what happened. And then from the room there had come an eerie, quiet laughter. In the darkness of that room was some unknown evil power. The voice itself was unearthly. There was no substance to it. It sounded as if it came from the darkness itself.
No. No, I don't believe you.
It's the truth, Elaine. There's nothing more I can do. We'll have to notify the police.
Tell me it's not the truth, David. Tell me it's not true.
I'm sorry, Elaine. I wish I could. Your father's dead. After the burial, Dr. Heselius got in touch with me. He said that he wanted to meet both Elaine and Brian, that he wanted to talk to the three of us. Accordingly, a few nights later, he came out to their house.
Miss Davis, will you tell me just when you saw the first manifestation?
The night Brian was in Detroit.
Now, Miss Davis, you have even seen this apparition in the company of other people, is that correct?
Yes. The night at David's apartment.
All right. Now I'll tell you what I think. You are in deadly danger, Miss Davis. These beings want to claim you. So far, they have had no success. Only in the darkness do they have power. Little by little, step by step, they have been removing the obstacles in their way to reaching you. First your mother, and then your father, Miss Davis. Both died in the same fashion. In the darkness, death struck at them. Now tell me, do you feel their presence here in this room as I talk to you?
Yes.
Turn out the lights, Brian. Stand by the switch, if you please, Brian. If anything happens, turn the lights back on.
All right. Dr. Heselius, I don't...
Do you want me to continue working with you?
Yes, sir.
All right, then. Brian, turn off the lights.
Yes, Doctor.
The room now is in darkness, Miss Davis. Do you feel or see anything?
No, Yes. Yes, I do.
Do you see anything?
Yes.
Doctor, I don't...
Be quiet, you fool. I know what I'm doing.
In front of me. The darkness gathering together into a huge, terrible...
Not only do you see us, Miss Davis, but everyone else in the room also will see the vague shapes forming themselves in the blackness. We do not want you, Dr. Heselius. The girl we want. We advise you to drop this case. You will only bring down the wrath of the shadow people upon your head. The girl. We want the girl. Do not stop us. Let us take her now.
Turn on the light.
They're gone.
Miss Davis, are you all right?
Yes. Yes, I am.
Just as she said. The darkness. I saw it form into something, too. So did I. What are we going to do, Dr. Heselius?
At the present moment, I don't know. But this much I do know. You must leave this house immediately. You must try to get out of their reach. I don't know if that is possible. I hope it is. I shall have to return to my home. I must learn if there is some manner by which we can defeat these creatures. For the moment, leave this house. Dispose of it in any manner you may see fit, but leave this house.
Back now to our story. An original tale of fantasy by Richard Thorne entitled The Shadow People.
We spent the night in my apartment, the three of us. The following day, Brian and Elaine made arrangements to dispose of the house. In the afternoon, Dr. Heselius called me and asked that I come to see him.
David, I'm glad you're here.
Anything new, Doctor?
Yes and no. You realize, of course, that this spiritual manifestation is not new, that it has gone on for centuries.
No, I wasn't aware of that.
It's true, David. De Maupassant wrote what was supposedly a fiction story about the manifestation, David. He called it the Orla. However, according to the information here on my desk, it was taken from an actual case history. Of course, he embroidered the story, added a few touches to something he didn't realize actually existed.
But have you found anything with which we can fight them?
Everything depends upon an answer I received from a colleague of mine in Paris, Dr. Henri Renaud. I dispatched a telegram to him last night.
Why hasn't he answered by now?
There are certain things that must be done. It will take a few days, I'm afraid. We have to wait, David. There's nothing else we can do.
In the next few days, the house was sold, and Brian and Elaine moved into a newer, more modern home a few miles from my apartment. Cecilia said it might take a few days for them to build up their power. I spent the night at the new house. The lights were left on, and I watched for any unusual occurrence. In the daytime, I'd return to my apartment and get some sleep. About 4 days after Elaine and Brian moved into the new house, I was at home when Heselius phoned me. Hello?
David?
Yes, Dr. Heselius?
I hate to tell you this, David.
What's the matter? What's wrong?
They were a step ahead of me, David. I just received word that Renaud died or was killed. At the very moment I sent the telegram to him.
Step by step, they had outwitted us. For they had anticipated every move we'd make. Even Dr. Heselius was at a loss as to what to do. He agreed to meet me at the Davis house.
What did you want to see us about, Dr. Heselius?
Did you find out anything more?
I'm sorry to say that I haven't. At the moment, I'm at a complete loss. I don't know what to do.
But what did you want to see us about this evening?
Merely to check, to see if anything else has happened. Miss Davis, have you seen or heard anything?
Not in the house. Only in my dreams.
Your dreams?
Yes. When I go to sleep at night, in my dreams, in the darkness, I see them.
And it's grown worse, much worse. I was hoping that it would not have progressed so far. There has been no disturbance in this house, but now they disturb your sleep, Miss Davis. Now, you must stay awake for as long as you can. I want the three of you to move into my house. Perhaps that will give you more protection.
That night, we moved over to Heselius' house. Perhaps Elaine would have more protection there. From there, we might be able to devise some plan of action, some way to beat those beings. For a few days, things were quiet. The shadow people seemed to have withdrawn. For a while, I thought that we might have succeeded in thwarting their purpose. Elaine no longer complained of troubled sleep. But that condition lasted for a few days only. About 10 days later, they made themselves known and felt again. That night, we were in the study, when suddenly Heselius whirled around and...
Elaine, what are you looking at?
Outside the house. Right where the light leaves off, I see them.
She's right, Dr. Heselius. I can see them, too. What should we do, Doctor?
Nothing.
What do you mean, nothing?
There's nothing we can do.
We can't just...
We can't do anything, Brian. Don't you understand that they have us at their mercy? The greatest man in my field was Henri Renaud. If he could do nothing against them, what do you think we can do?
He's right, Brian. There's nothing we can do.
As long as the house remains lighted, just so long will they remain outside. If the lights were...
That sounds like... My father was killed. The same sound. We heard the same sound.
The lights. What's happened to the lights,
I don't know.
Be quiet, please. I thought of this emergency.
A candle.
That's right, Miss Davis. As long as this burns, this one candle will be safe. For they cannot advance into the light. They are limited by the darkness. As long as the candle burns, they will have to remain outside of this room.
Around you, in every room of the house, in the darkness outside, we are around you. This time you shall not escape. This time we will claim you.
Take it easy, Brian. I can't stand it. I'm getting out of here.
Brian, come back.
Don't be a fool. I'm going after him.
Stay here.
We just can't let him
He
go.
won't have a chance. I doubt it. Miss Davis, I'm afraid that your brother is dead.
The wind, Doctor. Listen to the wind.
I know.
Yes, Doctor. Listen to the wind. You must realize by now that the three of you haven't a chance. You must know in your minds that we can destroy you at any moment we desire. But, Dr. Heselius, you may still save your own life. Let the others go. Give them to us.
No. No, you will have to take all of us.
Shall we destroy your light? Shall we move in on you now?
As you will. Do as you will. I'm sorry, David. The candle is out.
In the darkness. We warned you, Heselius. You and the others are dead now. And we shall live on the earth. And man in the day shall not see us. They will know that we wait for our chance, that we walk with them. Only in the night, when the darkness grows together, and the forms of the shadow people are shaped from the blackness, will they see us. Then they will know that we are their companions. Look next to you, there in the shadows.
So runs tonight's tale of the unusual, the terrifying, the unknown. Join us again when next we journey down the corridors of the Hall of Fantasy to hear another strange tale of the supernatural. All characters and events portrayed in these programs are fictional, and any similarity to actual events or persons, living or dead, is purely coincidental.
traveler, inviting you to join me on another journey into the realm of the strange and the terrifying. I hope you enjoy the trip, and it will thrill you a little and chill you a little. So settle back, get a good grip on your nerves, and be comfortable, if you can, as we meet an enterprising gentleman who knew all the angles, and he played them for all they're worth. I call his story, It's Only Money. My friend Charlie Ruffing is a highly educated man. He has a degree from the School of Experience, and he's done postgraduate work at Larceny College to win an advanced degree as expert chiseler and all-around confidence man. If there's a way of making easy money he hasn't tried, it's not worth trying. That's right, but I'm reforming. Beginning now, I'm never going to touch another dishonest dollar. You think I don't mean it? Sure. Just listen to my story and see. Let's go back a few months. I was doing all right cleaning up on the ponies. I'd worked out a brand new system, see? I owned 8 different racehorses under 8 different names. I had a different trainer and jockey for each horse. I gave all my instructions by phone, and nobody knew I had any connection with any of the horses. Well, every once in a while, it worked out so that only my horses were running in a certain race. And then I decided which one I wanted to win, gave all my different trainers their instructions by phone to make sure the right horse won, then went out and placed my bet. Well, naturally, I could only work it for a while, but I planned to make one big cleanup and quit. My partner was Figures Freddy, a big numbskull who couldn't read or write, but could add up figures in his head like an adding machine. Well, we were sitting in my apartment listening to the racing results.
Coming into the stretch now, had a girl in the lead by a neck. Stepson, second by a length. Second cousin coming up fast on the outside.
Shut it off, Figures. We haven't any dough up on this race.
Okay,
Charlie, if you say so.
Stepson takes the lead.
What's our bankroll now, Figures?
Let me think. $25,920.48.
Is that all?
Yeah.
Well, I thought we had $50,000 in the kick.
Well, expenses have been heavy. What it cost to feed 8 horses, not to mention entry fees. Why, hay alone sets you back.
Spare me the details.
Yeah, sure, Charlie.
Figures I'm getting uneasy. Somebody's going to tumble to our setup soon.
That's what I've been telling you.
Well, shoot the works. One big killing and quit. What's our next setup?
Tomorrow, the 5th at Sandy Park. 5 horses running, all out.
Yeah, I remember. We got Surprise in it, huh?
Yeah.
Saving him for the right spot. What odds do you think he'll bring?
15-1, easy.
And the bankroll goes on Surprise tomorrow.
Yeah, but who takes such a big bet?
Odds on Harry and his syndicate can handle it. We played him careful, won only a little. Now we can nick him good.
Harry is a real tough cookie. If you welch on him or he catches you being crooked, he'd just as soon drop you off the top of a building as not.
He won't catch us. We'll clean up good and clear out. Fast. So I telephoned my trainers and instructions, made sure Surprise would win, and me and Figures dropped up to odds-on Harry's private bookie office the next afternoon.
Well, Charlie, how's the boy? Drop in for business or just to cut up touches?
Little business, Harry. Thought I might make a bet or two. Just pass the time.
Got your eye on anything special?
Well, Figures here has been doing some handicapping for me. Thinks the 5th at Sandy Downs looks good.
The 5th? Well, let's see who's in it. Summer Rose, Second Cousin, April Morn, Firecracker, and Surprise. Firecracker's the favorite. I can give you 2-1 on him.
Oh, now, Harry, you know me. I always like a long shot. I was thinking of Surprise.
Surprise?
Yeah.
You're kidding.
No, Harry, Surprise ain't a bad horse. He just had hard luck. He's due.
So's my rent. All right. Here's my chance to win my dough back. I was going to set a $1,000 top on you, Charlie, but if you want to bet on Surprise, there's no limit.
Now, Harry, you tempt me. Might go the whole work.
Anything up to 50 grand, Charlie, and no more the better.
I've only got 25 G's in cash. I might go for 50 if you'd take my check for the difference.
Why not? 50,000 on surprise in the first. But I can't give you any track odds. 10 to 1 is the best I can give you.
Yeah, well, it's only money. I'll take it.
Gee, that'll mean a 500 grand payoff.
If he wins, figures. If he wins.
Oh, sure. If.
Surprise hasn't got a chance. Still, I'd better lay off part of that bet. Excuse me while I get on the phone and arrange it.
Harry went off to make arrangements to place part of the bet, and Figures and I just looked at each other and sat tight. $500,000. This was it. This was the big jackpot I'd been working toward all my life. The more I thought about it, the better I felt. And when the race started, I felt even better yet. Surprise started in front, and he stayed there, all according to my orders.
They're rounding the final turn. It's still Surprise, April Morn, Summer Rose, Second Cousin, and Firecracker in that order. Surprise is 2 lengths in front and pulling away, which is a real surprise because he hasn't won a race all season. Now they're in the stretch and Surprise. Wait a minute. Surprise is in trouble. His right rein broke. The jockey can't control him. Surprise is pulling wide. He's angling across the track in front of April Morn. That may get him disqualified even if he does win. No, April Morn's gotten around him. April Morn is almost at the wire. She's over. Summer Rose second, Firecracker third, Second Cousin fourth, and Surprise, who had the race all wrapped up, has stopped. The jockey is getting off.
Gosh, Charlie, he didn't win.
Oh, he didn't, did he?
I told you he didn't have a chance. Well, as you always say, Charlie, that's only money.
Yeah, that's right. Only money.
You want to settle up now, or you're going to bet on the 6th?
Oh, no. I've had enough for today, Harry. Well, here's the 25 grand I have on me. I'll give you a check for the other 25.
You do that, Charlie. The check will be good, won't it?
Good? Oh, sure.
Hey, well, what's funny, Harry?
You too, wise guy. You're funny.
Well, what do you mean?
You and your 8 different stables, Charlie. What an idea.
You mean you know about it?
Yeah, I just found out a couple of days ago. Oh, it was kind of clever in a way. But you see, Charlie, you went at it wrong.
What do you mean, Harry?
Charlie bought the horses, but I bought the jockey. I figured you two'd be aiming for that race, and I guessed it would be Surprise you set up to win. As soon as you made the bet, I got on the phone, and... do I need to blueprint the operation?
Yeah, but, Harry, that ain't honest.
Isn't it?
No.
I'll take that check, Charlie. And if it bounces, so will you. From a 20th floor window.
How do you like that? Odds on Harry had played me for a sucker. Me, Charlie Ruffing, honored graduate from the School of Experience. So what did I do about it? 2 hours later, Figures and me were on a plane heading out over the deep blue ocean.
Charlie, there ain't nothing under us but water. I never knew there was so much water.
Well, now you know.
How far is it to the nearest land? How far, huh?
About 1.5 miles.
Oh, that near? Well, I guess I could swim that far. Which direction, Charlie?
Straight down. Shut up, I'm thinking.
Yeah, but Charlie...
Oh, yeah, what is it?
But why are we flying to Europe? We've been moving so fast, I ain't be able to figure it out yet.
I thought it was obvious. We gave odds on Harry a bad check for 25 grand, didn't we?
Yeah, I guess we did.
And what'll he do when it bounces?
Well, he'll come looking for us. And he won't be feeling friendly.
No. So with my last dough, we buy tickets for Paris, France. Always heard it's cheap to live there. And it's a long ways away from odds on Harry. Once we get there, well, we'll just have to figure a new racket. So we reach Paris and get rooms in a flea bag of a hotel. And I think and think and think. And I haven't an idea. Well, I'm sitting in a little cafe with a glass of wine in front of me, wondering if jail or starvation is better, when Figures brings up a pal he's met someplace. Well, Figures never worries. He can't read, so the news and the papers don't bother him. And he hasn't brains enough to worry on his own account.
Charlie, I want you to meet the Count. Count Alessandro. This is my pal, Charlie.
It is a pleasure. Well, sit down, Count. Are you French? Well, I'm part French, part Swiss, part Belgian, part Italian. Well, a man of parts, huh? Have a drink. You're most kind. Garçon, another bottle of wine. Well, what's your racket, Count? Pardon? What's your game? How do you make a living?
Well, he's an inventor, Charlie.
Oh, an inventor, huh? Any money in it? Hélas, no. Oh, here's your wine. So, have a drink. What do you invent, Count?
You want to know what, Charlie? He's invented a machine for making money.
What kind of money?
Any kind of money, my friend. French, English, American.
Well, then why aren't you rich?
I dare not use my own invention. I must confess it, too timid.
Oh?
I am afraid of the police. But I live in hopes of meeting someone who will know how to cash out, as you say in America.
Well, Count, you're beginning to interest me. I suspect you're trying to work a racket on me. But just the same, I'll take a gander at this money-making machine of yours. I figured this little Count Alessandro, as he called himself, was a phony. But I didn't have anything better to do, so I let him lead me in figures to a room about as big as a mousetrap. And there he showed me a couple of big tanks full of some kind of green liquid. And a gadget like a camera, only with 3 lenses instead of 1.
There, monsieur. I call it the photographic duplicator. It will duplicate anything printed or engraved, even the money. Especially money. Hey, show Charlie those French bills you turned out, huh? Oui, in my pocket. You see, Monsieur Charlie, 1,000-franc notes.
Hey, they look good. Boy, they look very good.
Yes.
Can you spend them?
Oh, but yes. Except I am so timid. I'm afraid of the police. I'm afraid to enlist aid from les Apaches, our French gangster.
Oh?
I have this wonderful invention. I don't even know what to do with it.
Now, don't start weeping. You said something about American money. Let's see you make me some.
Gladly, monsieur, gladly. But I need an American bill to start.
I knew there was a catch in it, the old money switch. Come on, figures, let's get out of here.
No, now, wait a second, Charlie. The Count is on the level. All he needs is a $1 bill. You see, that's to get the right paper. Then he needs a 10 to photograph, and that's all. And you get the 10 back.
I'll bet I do. Come on. We got business elsewhere.
I do not blame you, monsieur. Do I look like a great inventor? No. I am, how you say it, a mess. I have no courage. I am part French, part Swiss, part Belgian.
And part phony.
Now, I'll put up the dough, Charlie. You just watch. Okay, Count. Now, here's a 1 and a 10. Do your stuff.
So I watched. Figures gave Count Alessandro a $1 bill. The Count dipped it in the tank, sloshed it around a bit, and it came out snow white. Just blank paper.
Now he's got genuine paper to work with. You see, Charlie? Okay, Count. Turn it into a 10.
So next the Count took a $10 bill and put it inside his funny camera. And then he dipped the blank paper that had been a 1 into a green solution. He took it out, dried it, and then he put it inside the camera, too. Turned on a bright light for about 5 seconds and took it out again. It was still blank.
Sure, it's still blank, Charlie. That's got to be developed, like a photograph. Go ahead. Show him, Count.
So the Count dipped the blank bill into a red solution. He sloshed it around. Gradually, it started to darken. It became light green, and then dark green. Then he took it out and he handed it to me. It was a $10 bill. So good, even a tax collector would have accepted it.
There, you see, Charlie? Here's my $10 bill, and here's the photographic duplicate. Yeah. It's exactly the same, even the serial number.
Hey, maybe you got something here.
Sure, we got 2 $10 bills where we only had 1. And the extra one is genuine, too, Charlie. That's the first genuine counterfeit ever made. You see, Mr. Charlie, it's a great invention, yes?
Count, this is the greatest invention since the parimutuel machine. And me and figures are the boys to work it.
Charlie, I've been figuring.
Yeah?
Anything bigger than 100 is hard to pass. Anything smaller takes too long to add up the big dough.
That's right.
So we should concentrate on hundreds. Now, $1 million is a nice round figure.
I'll say. So round, so firm, so fully packed.
Yeah, well, it takes 10,000 hundreds to make $1 million. Now, to get the right paper for 10,000 bills, we got to start with 10,000 singles. The Count bleaches them white.
Huh?
He photographs hundreds on the paper, and we got $1 million in genuine counterfeit dough.
Oh, keep talking. I love to hear big figures like that.
Yeah, but where are we going to get the 10,000 singles?
Well, why not start smaller? Say a couple of grand at a time.
Oh, now, Charlie, I ain't so bright. I don't know how to read, but I do know some things. And one is the Count is a scared pigeon. He's the nervous kind, you see? And we got to pull one big deal, and we got to pull it fast.
Yeah, you're right. Okay, we'll get busy tomorrow. When there's a deal to be pulled, I work fast. The next day, I took my last $200 to American Express and got singles for them. And then me and Figures called on Count Alessandro again.
My pal Charlie is ready to work with you, Count. How fast can you turn out the dough?
But, monsieur, I am not positive I wish to continue this affair. During the night, I began thinking about if we are caught. Prison is not a nice place.
No, we won't be caught. All you have to do is bleach $1 bills and turn them into hundreds.
Yes, but...
I have 200 singles here. First, we'll turn them all into tens, like we did last night. That'll give us $2,000. We'll exchange that for singles, 2,000 of them, and we're off to the races. All right, come on, start the machinery, Count. Let's get going. We'll dedicate the Charlie Roughing Private Mint. Well, we worked as fast as we could. It took a week to turn those singles into tens with a Count photographic duplicator. And then I had exchanged those tens for more singles. Well, that was trickier. A sudden flood of American money in Paris might make somebody suspicious. So Figures and I went about it real carefully. We're just about finished before an eagle-eyed cashier at American Express thought he recognized me. I ducked out before I could be sure, but I knew the situation was serious.
What do you mean we got to stay holed up here, Charlie?
I do not like it. The police, they may suspect something.
Nobody suspects anything yet, but we got to play it close to our vests. In other words, these 2,000 singles are all we dare get together.
Yeah, but that'll only give us 200 grand.
Never mind. Get me back to the good old USA with $200,000 in the Count's formula, and in a year I'll own the joint. Figures and I rented the room next to the Count's, and we buckled down to business. First, we bleached the 2,000 singles into clean white paper. Then we ran into an obstacle.
Monsieur, I got to say it. We have not provided $100 bill for me to photograph.
Hey, that's right. What'll we do, Charlie?
Well, we'll just get one, that's all.
Yeah, but we got no cash left. We bleached it all white.
For Pete's sake. Why, you stupid brain.
Wait, monsieur. I recall. We are still in the camera, the $10 bill from the last operation.
Well, that's better. Make up about 510, see? That's for expenses and passage money. Once we start making the hundreds, we're not going to develop any of them. They're going to the States with us as clean white paper, photographic paper, see?
Yes.
All right, that way we don't run any risks. And anybody who searches our baggage only finds blank paper. We'll dip the stuff in the Count solution back in New York when we're safe.
Oh, sure. That's smart, Charlie.
All right, now you two get busy. When you got the tens made, go buy a $100 bill someplace. Don't go to a bank. Maybe being alerted or something. Look, there must be a money changing joint handy.
Oui, monsieur. I know one. He's very unscrupulous, but he never asks questions.
Well, then go to him. Figures you go along, see the Count doesn't get gypped.
Yeah.
All right, now get going and let me get a little shut-eye, will you? I'm just dead on my feet. The next morning when I woke up, Charlie Ruffing's private mint was going full blast. While I was asleep, the Count had made up 50 tens. He and Figures had bought a $100 bill, and it was in the cameras, with a blank paper being photographed at the rate of $1 a minute. Oh, $100 a minute.
That was the kind of money I'd been aiming for all my life. Well, it took about a week to finish up the job, with me and Figures packing the white paper into a trunk. If a customs inspector looked at it, it was perfectly innocent. But when we got back to my apartment in New York, dipped it in account solution, it would become $200,000 in money so good it couldn't be told from the original. Figures wanted to develop a few of the hundreds for spending money, but I wouldn't let him touch one of them. I wasn't risking any last-minute slip-up. A raid by the cops or something. Well, we wrapped up the deal, left the count 10 of the blank hundreds for his cut, and we took off by plane with all that wonderful paper and several jugs of developer. The next afternoon, we were safely back in my New York apartment, getting down to business. Okay, Figures. Pour the jug of developer in the basin.
Right, Charlie?
Now, I'll open up this package of paper, and we will develop a little cash.
That sounds good to me, Charlie.
Well, that must be the boy from the delicatessen with the grub I ordered. I'll get it. Just bring it in and we... Oh.
Hello, Charlie. Surprise.
Harry, you.
And a couple of my boys. Come on in, boys. We want to keep this private.
No, wait, Harry. I just got back from Europe. I swung a big deal. I got all the dough I owe you, and more, too.
For your sake, I hope that's true.
Also, I got a deal on, and I want to cut you in on it. But I'd like to talk about it in private. Can't the boys wait outside while we talk?
All right, Charlie. For a couple of minutes. Hey, wait here, boy, but come fast if I call. Now, just what is this deal you mentioned, Charlie? I'll give you 2 minutes to outline it.
I can outline it in 1 minute. How would you like a half interest in the United States Mint? Harry got interested fast. I told him I'd fly back to Europe and bring Count Alessandro and his apparatus here. Harry and his syndicate would arrange for the distribution. Yeah, we could easily push $10 million a year of our special genuine counterfeit. Yeah, that appealed to him.
That sounds good, Charlie. If true.
Harry, we can demonstrate right on the spot. We've got the paper, we've got the developer. Figures.
Yeah, Charlie.
Develop $100 bill for Harry.
Sure, Charlie.
Well, our first 100, Harry. We'll frame it for a souvenir, huh? How's it coming, Figures?
It's turning green. Hey, you see, Harry?
Hey. I'll be a horse's uncle. Hey, I can see the figures in the corner. 100.
Another couple of seconds, it'll be ready, and then I'll drive.
So you see, Harry, what a big thing this is? Yeah, we can develop an international syndicate. England, France, Switzerland, Sweden even.
Yeah.
Why, we'll load everything in sight before we finish.
Okay, it's all done. And here it is, Harry. Hey, that sure does look pretty, doesn't it?
Oh, beautiful.
Yeah.
Looks just like... Why, you two-timing chiselers. Huh? You double-crossing crooks. What kind of a gag is that?
Something's wrong. Plug him.
Jay, it's you two. I'll make you so sore.
Catch him.
Yeah, I got him.
Lower him. Gently.
Yeah.
That's it. Now, let me see that $100 bill.
Yeah.
Oh, for the love of mud.
What, Charlie?
Trouble. Let's go. Fast. Down the fire escape.
Gee, it's sure nice here in Mexico City, huh? Yeah, but Charlie, why are we here? What's wrong? You ain't said a word to me since we busted down that fire.
Yeah, I was afraid I'd brain you. Look, Figures, look at this $100 bill. Read what it says.
Yeah, well, I can't read, Charlie. You know that. I can read the numbers, though. 100, there's nothing wrong there.
Yeah. But the writing says, Bank of Richmond, $100, Confederate States of America.
Yeah, I thought it's the United States.
It is the United States, but the Confederate States existed only during the war between the states.
Oh.
Crooked money changer in Paris pawned it off on you in a cart. Because neither of you could read English, it's an old Confederate bill. We just counterfeited $200,000 in worthless Confederate money. So here I am, stuck in Mexico City. But I got a big deal on, see? I just bought an old map showing where $2 million in Aztec treasures hidden. And if you want to go in with me and you got $10,000 for expenses, it's a deal. We'll clean up yet. And you don't have to worry about me cheating you out of your share. I'm taking a resolution for 1952. Charlie Ruffin isn't taking any more dishonest money. Confederate money, that is.
This is the mysterious traveler again. Too bad about poor Charlie's business ventures, isn't it? He has such brilliant ideas, and they always seem to go wrong.
But some men are like that. I know a scientist who spent his life perfecting machines that turn gold into lead. And I have a friend, a ghost, who's mortally afraid of people. If you're one of these people for whom things never go right, I suggest you try turning yourself inside out. I can send you a man who... Oh, you have to get off here. I'm sorry. But I'm sure we'll meet again. I take this same train every week at this same time.
You have just heard The Mysterious Traveler. Now you can follow other tense and suspenseful adventures of The Mysterious Traveler in the current issue of The Mysterious Traveler magazine, now available. In our cast were Chuck Webster, William Zuckert, and Albert Oppenheimer, with Maurice Tarpon starred in the title role. Original music under the direction of Emerson Buckley, composed by Richard Hugh Page. Phil Tonkin speaking. This program came to you from New York. Do you like stories of mystery, of eerie adventure, of things dark and unseen? Stay tuned to Mutual every weekday evening and join the I Love a Mystery listeners. You're sure to love I Love a Mystery. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
The Mummers in the Little Theater of the Air. Now, the Hermits.
Murders, too. The hermit knows of them all. Turn out your lights. Turn them out. Have you heard the story? The mystery of the thing? Then listen while the hermit tells you the story.
Mysterious disappearance of Dawn Forestier, beautiful wife of Dr. John Forestier.
Hextree, you two in Forestier case.
Sure, I saw the coat. It was Dawn Forestier's, that's for sure. Had her name stitched in it. As beautiful a piece of sable as a poor newspaper reporter ever looked upon. Yeah, and her other clothing was there, too. underneath the coat.
X3, big foul play at Forest Cave. Police hunt for bodies.
Well, read it aloud, Clara. It is believed that the beautiful Dawn Forestier has been murdered. This morning, several hours after Dr. Forestier reported his wife missing, Sexton Rolfe Griggs of Green Cedar Cemetery found a bundle of clothing inside the cemetery gate, which has been identified as belonging to Mrs. Forestier.
Oh, golly. In the burial ground. Readers of the Gazette will recall the dramatic circumstances which have surrounded Dawn Forestier since early this year. She was discovered one morning in the spring, wandering in the park near Longview Hospital by Dr. John Forestier.
Sure, I remember. Read all about it. She was a victim of
amnesia.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that means you can't remember who you are or where you came from or anything. It tells all about it here in the Gazette.
The doctor took her to the hospital.
Yeah. And he named her Dawn.
Uh-huh. And fell in love with her and married her. They never discovered who she was. It says here, it was thought at the time the beautiful woman who later became the bride of Dr. Forestier might have attended a masked ball or came from the stage. But no such person was ever reported missing.
Sure. Don't you recall it, Clara? She was dressed in an old-fashioned gown. It was torn all to tatters.
Yeah, and now she's disappeared again, as mysterious-like as she came.
Oh, gee, ain't it awful. You know, Clara, I kind of got it figured out. I'll bet she was the moll of some gangster who spirited her away and murdered her. Gee, murdered. Probably cut into 100...
Gentlemen of the press, I have called you here to my home to tell you that you need not continue your search for Mrs. Forestier.
What do you mean, Doctor? Not to continue the search? Well, what's the dope, Dr. Forestier? Have you located her?
I think perhaps we have.
Well, where is she, Doctor? Where'd you find her?
Please.
What are you going to do?
Please, gentlemen. If you will kindly allow me to do the talking, or rather, if you will permit Mrs. Forestier to speak.
Then she is here in the house?
No. My wife will speak to you through a letter she left behind for me. I only discovered it this evening. For you see, she had placed it in a volume of verse from which I often read to her. Oddly enough, I had thought I would never want to open the sonnets from the Portuguese again. It was against my will that I turned to it this evening. Perhaps guided by dawn. Who knows? Who can say? It was here I found her letter to me.
What is in the letter, Dr. Forestier?
I'm about to read it to you. There will be a few passages I will omit. They are personal messages meant only for my eyes. But here is the story of the disappearance of Dawn.
My darling John, this is going to be the most difficult and tragic hour of my life. For in this letter, I must say farewell to you, my devoted husband. The story I have to tell you, John, will be so strange and terrible that at first you won't believe it. But as you remember me, as you recall the circumstances of our meeting, how you found me dazed and wandering in the park one spring morning, how we've never known who I was or where I came from, then you will give more credence to my story. You named me Dawn because you found me at sunrise. Forestier because you loved me. We met in the dawn, my darling. But I must creep away from you in the darkness of the night. Oh, John, how I've loved you. And yet how disturbed I've been since I've lived here with you. I've tried to keep it from you, but your analytical mind and keen eyes have often noted my condition. You've repeatedly said...
What is it, Dawn? What's wrong?
Why, nothing, darling. Why?
You know, dear, I often think it must have been during the night time that you were mistreated or abused by someone or something which brought about your amnesia.
Why, John?
Because it's always in the night time that you appear nervous, disturbed.
Oh, John, you're imagining things. It was not you, John, who was imagining things. It was I. At least at first I thought it was a product of my imagination. It happened for the first time a few days after we returned from our honeymoon and had come here to live. You had left my room. I had turned off the light by my bed, prepared to sleep. First, I thought I must be dreaming. From a distance, I heard a singing wind, like the opening strains of a melody played on an organ. Something quickened within me. I seemed to know the melody. I thought to myself, everything is going to come back to me. I shall know who I was before I became Dawn Forestier. I listened intently. And then as I was listening, my outer bedroom door seemed to light up. Yes, that's it, to light up. I sat up in bed. A street light shining through my window made the thing that materialized against my door very discernible. I could see that it was something phosphorescent. It glowed and shimmered in the half-light. Then I could see that it was taking a shape and form, the form of a human being. For many seconds I looked upon it, too frightened to speak. Finally I got out the words, "What are you?" There was no answer. When I spoke, it disappeared. In the morning I was convinced I'd dreamed it all. But the next night, the same thing occurred again. Once more, I was aroused from a half-sleep by the music of the wind. The second time, the glowing figure seemed to be closer. I spoke again. "Who are you?" This time, the figure didn't vanish so quickly after I'd spoken. It lingered a few seconds and then faded away like a picture on a screen. This materialization occurred for 7 consecutive nights. It was then, John, that I asked a favor of you. Remember? John?
Yes, darling?
Would you think it too bold of me if I asked if we might go away for the weekend?
No, darling. I wish we could. I've noticed how nervous you've been the last few days.
I'm sorry, dear. I don't know what it is.
Don't let it distress you, Dawn. You're not entirely well, you know. Maybe some time before your nerves stop playing tricks on you.
You're so helpful to me, John.
I wish I might grant your request to go away for the weekend, but my work at present makes it impossible.
Oh, it's all right, dear. It was only a suggestion. I'm really all right, so long as I have you. You had said it would be a long time before my nerves stopped playing me tricks. Oh, this was something to cling to. It was silly of me to get upset. No human figure really materialized in my room. It was my nerves playing me tricks. But the visitation didn't stop, John. Hearing the singing wind, having that glowing, shimmering thing appear in my room was continuous. And then came the thing that struck terror in my heart. This night I had fallen asleep. Again, the music of the wind aroused me. I opened my eyes, and then I gasped in fright. For this time, the glowing figure was standing beside my bed, so near me I could reach out and touch it. Then something terrible happened. I found I couldn't breathe. It was as if something was cutting off my breathing. I struggled for air. And while I struggled, the thing near me began to make a strange sound. Then I sensed what was happening. The thing was somehow taking the breath from me, getting it into its own body. I must do something quickly. I sat up. I threw my arm out as if to push the thing away. I struggled to push it away. And as I touched it, I could feel something cold and gelatin-like. And then it disappeared. That was the night, John, that I screamed.
Darling, what is it? What in the world is it? Dawn, look at me. Tell me, what was it? A nightmare?
John. From then on, events transpired rapidly. You made an appointment for me with Dr. Bland, the eminent psychiatrist. Oh, I know, darling, you were upset because I refused to go to him. But I knew by then that it was no use. The thing was growing bolder all the time. Many nights it stood over me in my room, and without touching me, was yet able to take the breath from me and command it to enter its own body. As it did this, night after night, it became stronger, and I became weaker. You will recall vividly what occurred 2 weeks ago tonight. We were invited to the Westings for dinner, and we accepted. An hour before we were to leave, I sat at my dressing table, putting the last finishing touches to my makeup. It was only dusk outside. Never had the thing appeared but in the nighttime. I was brushing my hair when I heard the melody of the wind. The figure stood right behind me. And John, I could see what it was. In the mirror, I could see what the thing was.
And what can be the thing that haunts and torments the beautiful Dean Forestier, eh? The hermit who knows all the weird and terrible happenings on the earth. The hermit will tell you all before the night is done, yes.
And now, the hermit.
And now Dr. Forestier continues to read to a group of newsmen the letter his wife, Dawn Forestier, left for him before her strange disappearance. Listen to Dawn Forestier's story of the mystery of the thing.
This, John, is going to be the difficult part to make you believe. That as the thing stood behind me at the dressing table, I could tell what it was. We didn't go to the Westings for dinner. Instead, you put me to bed.
I shouldn't have allowed you to accept, darling. You haven't been up to par for days. I'm going to call Ralph in to see you tomorrow. You don't look well, darling.
Don't call anyone in, dear. It'll do no good.
Nonsense, honey. There are very few things that medical science can't cure these days. And believe me, darling, I'm going to have you well again.
Your doctor friend came. He gave me medicine to take. Oh, I knew it was no use at all. And yet I would do anything to humor you. For the thing that I now recognized was getting so strong that it was always near me. As I grew weaker, it grew stronger. And I wondered that you couldn't hear it breathing in my room. Now it had a power over me. A strong, compelling power. It was the master. I, almost a slave. Night before last, it exerted its will for the first time. It compelled me to rise from my bed. It was so strong now, it could actually make sound.
Come with me. Come with me.
As I rose from the bed, its phosphorescent glow seemed to envelop me. We moved toward the door, and it opened without the touch of a hand. We seemed to glide down the stairs, out of doors. The wind that touched my face was like the refrain I'd heard over and over again. We moved along the street, I and the thing. With great speed, we covered the streets and were soon on the outskirts of the city. I could see now the place which was our destination. Then I mastered all the willpower left to me, for for I understood clearly all the dark things I'd not known before. Oh, but John, there was you. I couldn't go to this place where the thing was taking me. I couldn't enter there without somehow leaving word for you. I struggled. I fought with my adversary. I was gaining. I broke away. Somehow I got breath and strength enough to return home and to my bed. Now comes the end of my story and my farewell to you.
Here, gentlemen, I will omit a page. It is personal. But what happened to Dawn? Where is she? Since this morning, when the sexton at Green Cedar Burial Ground found my wife's clothing, permission has been granted by the state for me to check up on the material found in this letter. I've almost finished reading to you. I'm refraining from reading the last pages till we have made a visit to the cemetery. If you men of the press will get in your cars and follow me, you may be able to complete and verify the information given to me by Dawn Forestier.
Hello, Dr. Forestier. The men have nearly completed digging.
Thank you, Sexton. What goes on, Dr. Forestier? As you can see, these men are engaged in opening up a grave.
What, Doctor? You've come to the casket, Doctor.
Very well, Sexton. If you will please open the box.
Yes, sir. Can you lift the casket out, boys?
Right. Now, gentlemen, after the box is opened, I will read the remainder of my wife's letter. Open it, please, Sexton. Great heaven.
Dr. Forestier, great Scott, why have you opened this grave?
Sexton, will you reach in and procure the diamond ring that lies in the coffin?
Yes. Here it is, sir.
This is my wife's ring, gentlemen.
How did it get in this coffin?
Here are the last pages of my wife's letter to me.
Now comes the end of my story and my farewell to you. John, I knew from the moment I saw the thing in the mirror of my dressing table. I knew from then on who and what it was. The first night I was strong enough to break away from it as it drew me to the gates of Green Cedar Cemetery. And I've spent my last day writing this letter to you. For tonight, the thing will appear again. And this time, I must follow it. I must follow it to the grave, John. Into the grave. I know how it will be. The thing, the protoplasm that has appeared before me so many nights and has grown in features and strength, will absorb me until I'm no longer a living person. And I must follow it. First, I will hear the music of the wind. Then the thing will appear, and I will be dissolved into it. John, my darling, in case you don't believe my story, open the grave near which you will find my discarded clothing. For I'm wearing the ring you gave me, my love. I'm wearing it as I return to the grave. For you see, John, the thing that I saw in the mirror, that which has gained power over me, is I, John. It is my own ghost, come to claim me to return to the grave from which I broke away.
Ain't it awful, Clara? Could anyone believe such a terrible thing could happen on this earth? It's almost too horrible to talk about. Yeah. There, when they opened that grave, lay a decayed skeleton. Wearing the same satin gown that Dawn Forestier was wearing when she was found wandering in the park by Dr. Forestier. And there was Dawn's ring inside the casket. Yeah. It says here in the Gazette that the inscription on the tombstone over that grave read, Lila Manton. And Lila Manton was a famous actress 85 years ago. She died one night very suddenly, just as she was to appear on the stage. Her cue to appear on stage was an organ playing. The music was written by the man Lila Manton was going to marry that night, after the theater play was over. And the name of the man was David Forestier. He was a relative of Dr. John Forestier. But she died that night. The marriage never took place.
What do you think it means, Clara? Does it mean that Lila Madden returned from the spirit world to live out her life that was ended so suddenly?
Sure, I think so. But her ghost body made her come back to the grave. Well, that's how I got it figured out.
Forestier was haunted by her own ghost body until it finally absorbed a new vision and shape and made her return to her grave. Yes, turn on your light. Turn them on. I'll be back. Pleasant dreams.
All characters, places, and occurrences mentioned in the Hermits Cave are fictitious, and similarity to persons, places, or occurrences is purely accidental.
Unsolved Mysteries. Out of deference to persons who may still be living, character names in some of these true unsolved mysteries have been changed. Few mysteries can compare in their intrigue with those mysteries that deal with the mind. And he is bold indeed who says that he understands that realm in which the mind holds sway, as witness the extraordinary case of the Hypnotist. The scene is a famous newspaper correspondent's home in New York. The occasion, the publishing of a book dealing with better than 20 years of headline hunting. And Bob Howard, the newspaper man, is entertaining a few friends at dinner. Most of the guests linger over their coffee, but Jim Watson, another newspaper man, stands by the window looking at the new book.
I say, Bob, I don't find my favorite story in here. Didn't you send it in?
Yes, I did, but, well, it was leave it out and not get the book published.
What do you mean, Bob?
Well, my publisher said that they didn't believe the story, and they were sure the public wouldn't, and so, as I said, I either had to leave out the story or try to get some other publishing house to print it.
But you have plenty proof that the thing happened.
Well, that's what I thought. But you realize that there was no official record ever kept of the affair, and most of the men who were concerned are dead.
I suppose that's true. It's a shame, though. That was a swell story.
Hey, what is this story? I'd like to hear it.
So would I.
Go ahead, Bob. I can always stand hearing it again.
Well, it will certainly give you plenty to think about. It was during the war, and I was assigned to cover the Palestine front. What with fever and everything, the British losses had been heavy. And all the way from the ancient city of Gaza to the Damascus Gate, the Turks were in a very good defensive position. I'd never sent any news dispatches to my paper that the commanding officer hadn't put his okay on. And the result was that I was in on quite a few conferences. It was night, typical Oriental night, and the staff officers were seated in the old man's tent discussing the situation.
As the situation is now, gentlemen, we daren't advance. Just how many of these fever and dysentery cases will be ready for active duty in the next 30 days, I don't know. We'll hear later on that. The person will be over from the hospital with a report. But the main thing is we don't want to spend the hot weather here. The Turks are firmly entrenched, and yet we don't want to retreat.
No possibility of reinforcements, sir?
Not a chance. They need all they can get on the Western Front.
Well, if we could only get behind them at, say, LG.
Yes, Colonel, if we could, but we can't. And hoping won't change it.
Colonel McPherson reporting, sir.
Yes. Well, Mac, what is the medical report?
Afraid you can't count on very many, sir. Not for 90 days, at least. Those cases are pretty bad, but...
Yes, Mac?
We'll hesitate to tell you this, but we've just had something happen.
Yes, go ahead.
But I'd rather you come over to the hospital yourself and see for yourself, sir.
All of us?
Yes. Yes, I'm a doctor, but there's something happened over there that I don't know anything about.
15 minutes later, the staff officers are seated in the medical officer's tent. Through the mosquito netting, the long rows of cots are barely visible in the dim light of a lantern swinging from the tent pole. Colonel McPherson enters the tent, and behind him a nurse.
Nurse? Will you send one of the orderlies for Ahmed?
Yes, sir.
And have the patient moved to the officer's tent?
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, you know we've been trying to do something for these shell-shocked cases. You know, these fellows who can't turn to the left or to the right, or who can't sit down without someone assisting them. You know the type.
Of course we do. I certainly do.
Well, recently we've been trying hypnosis, and Ahmed the Persian has been very successful. But tonight...
Here is Ahmed, Colonel.
Oh, splendid, splendid. Come this way, gentlemen. Gentlemen, this is Ahmed. Ahmed has studied medicine at Hamadan, and he has studied hypnosis under the famous German scientist who has taken a rest cure at Anzali.
Here is the patient, sir.
Oh, yes, yes.
And the hospital records.
Thank you, nurse. New the records. Name, Brown. Rank, corporal. Regiment, Army Service Corps Mechanical Transport. Classification, driver. That all correct?
Yes, sir.
Where were you born?
I was born in South Kensington, sir.
You talk no foreign languages?
Not me, sir. Not a blooming one, sir.
You're perfectly willing to be placed under hypnosis by Dr. Ahmed?
Yes, sir. How yes, sir.
All right, Ahmed.
You will sit down here, please. Now, close your eyes. Now, breathe deeply.
Ahmed runs his slender fingers over Brown's forehead. The tenseness leaves Brown's body, and with a sigh, almost a sigh of relief, Brown settles back in the chair. Fascinated, the officers watch Ahmed, who steps back, folds his arms, and fixes his gaze steadily on the man in the camp chair.
Your name?
Cedric.
You know where you are?
In the Holy Land.
You know why you are here?
To destroy the unchristian Saracens.
Who is your leader?
Richard.
Good heavens, he thinks he is in the crusade.
Quiet. Do not get him excited, please. Thank you. Now, Cedric, tell me, do you know this territory?
Yes, every inch of it.
Think deeply. Is there another road leading to LG?
Yes. Get the parchment and pens, and I will show. It lies beyond El-Man. But parchment, I will show you.
Paper and pencil is placed before him. With eyes staring ahead and seeing nothing, Brown takes the pencil and begins tracing lines on the paper. Amazement fills the faces of the officers as the map takes shape. They hold their breath as the pencil stops.
Here, hidden among the red sandstone rocks, lies the other road to LG.
The other road to LG. And victory.
What an amazing story. I can hardly believe it.
It is amazing. The amazing part of it was that the rough map that Brown drew that night covered most of the territory that was fought over during the finish of the war.
And the map was accurate enough for the British to use in getting to LG?
It certainly was. In less than 24 hours, columns of infantry had moved into the red sandstone defile, and Johnny Turk realized too late that ancient Gaza was not, as they had supposed, an impregnable city.
Then was this Brown a reincarnation of Cedric?
Oh, I hardly think so. No, I don't believe that is the explanation.
Then you have an explanation.
Not my explanation, but I can assure you that I went searching for one.
In just a moment, you will hear a solution to the mystery of the hypnotist.
We'll be right back after these messages on When Radio Was. And now back to Unsolved Mysteries on When Radio Was.
Ladies and gentlemen, inasmuch as any solution must of necessity be supposition, liberties of time, place, and character have been taken in the solution for which you've been waiting. The scene is once again the home of the newspaper correspondent, Bob Howard, who continues his story.
Quite possibly. If someone had told me the story, I would not have believed it. But here I was, sitting there, listening to an uneducated mechanical transport driver speaking in the voice and personality of a man called Cedric, who'd undoubtedly served in the Crusades under Richard the Lionhearted.
There was no possible way in which the transport driver could have known of that defile through the mountains?
Not a chance. Even our intelligence didn't know of it. Although later on we did find a Bible student who pointed out that the children of Israel had used the defile in their fight against the Canaanites.
You said that you went searching for an explanation.
Yes, and found that there were other instances of similar happenings. The solution would seem to be that the spirit of this Cedric, who may have been killed in the Crusades, still lingered on in that vicinity after death.
You mean that the spirit of the departed Cedric could remain in that place through all these hundreds of years?
Yes. If you admit an external existence after death, then there's nothing remarkable in the spirit being there for hundreds of years, any more so than that spirit remaining there for only a few hours.
Well, I suppose that's true, all right.
Now, the hypnotist, in placing the transport driver in a trance, removed from him all control of his brain, and left his mind a condition into which the mind of Cedric could, for a time, enter.
So that the mind of this Cedric could use the voice of the transport driver to make known his identity and also his knowledge of the territory.
Yes. I found out in my investigations that there had been a similar happening in France. And as a matter of fact, right now in Hollywood, California, a group of medical men are investigating a young boy who not only seems to be the reincarnated brain of a long-dead Persian, but this boy can, while blindfolded, read and do almost anything that he can when he is not blindfolded.
Yes, it was his ability to do things blindfolded that first attracted the doctors to examine him.
Yes. And if it were not for that fact, the medical men probably would scoff at the reincarnation idea. I mean the idea that this boy could have any connection with a Persian long dead.
Well, it certainly gives one something to think about.
Yes, makes me wonder who and where I was in some dim and distant past.
Suspense.
In the finest homes and restaurants where distinguished hospitality is a gracious tradition, the choice in wines is C-R-E-S-T-A, B-L-A-N-C-A, Cresta Blanca, Cresta Blanca. Yes, the best served Cresta Blanca. And whatever the occasion, there's a magnificent Cresta Blanca California wine to bring rare pleasure to every discriminating taste. That's why, for gracious dining this holiday weekend, the smart hostess offers her guests distinguished Cresta Blanca wines from the finest of the vines. Shenley's Cresta Blanca Wine Company, Livermore, California.
And now, for Roma Wines, that's R-O-M-A, Roma Wines for your everyday pleasure, Shenley brings you radio's outstanding theater of thrills.
Suspense. Tonight, Roma Wines of Fresno, California present Alan Baxter as star of a suspense play produced, edited, and directed for Shenley by William Spear. Alan Baxter in Money Talks, a remarkable tale of suspense.
I had my credentials and letters of recommendation in my hand, was wearing the dark blue with a conservative pinstripe and a Van Heusen collar with a knit tie, and was showing it all off to Mr. Purley. Mr. Purley was one of a mere 8 vice presidents of the Bankers Industrial Trust Company. Had a big, shiny desk with nothing on it and a kind of a mind that went right along with it. He was my meat.
Well, Mr. Goff, of course the bank does occasionally have openings for the right kind of man.
Well, I don't like to blow my own horn, Mr. Purley, but...
have you had any previous experience in banking, Mr. Goff?
No, sir, I haven't. But, there's this.
Yes. So you're a graduate of the Harvard Business School.
Yes, sir. Investment banking was my field.
Well, I must say, Mr. Goff, your grades there were exceptional, most exceptional.
I worked hard, Mr. Purley. Banking was my first love, you might say, ever since I can remember. It's always been more than just a business to me. It's been, well, I suppose you could call it an ideal, a sacred trust, and the best tradition of our financial and national institutions. I guess that sounds a little romantic.
No, not at all, Mr. Goff, not at all. I see you graduated 4 years ago, Mr. Goff. Now, during the past 4 years?
Well, you know how it's been with everybody the last 4 years.
Oh, of course. I didn't see you wearing any veteran's insignia.
I don't like to be ostentatious about it, Mr. Purley.
Yes. Do you understand, Mr. Goff, that you'd have to start in a rather minor capacity?
Oh, I'm not worried about that, sir. Frankly, Mr. Purley, I'm ambitious. And without being conceited, I'm confident I can make my mark with Bankers Industrial. You'll give me a chance.
Yeah. I like your attitude, Mr. Goff. You come in tomorrow morning. I think we can work something out.
Thank you, Mr. Purley. This is a day I'll never forget. I think I can safely predict that you won't either. I gave him the old do-or-die, look him straight in the eye handshake, and he left. That was more than 2 years ago. The whole thing was phony as an $8 bill, all but the part about ambition. There was nothing phony about that. I was going to make my mark with Bankers Industrial, all right. About $100,000 worth. You probably know how a bank works, the bookkeeping, I mean. All day long, the tellers pay it out and take it in, and then at 3 o'clock, the bank closes. Only that's when the work really begins. Because then the tellers have to hand over their checks and receipts and statements of cash on hand to girls, you see, running those big calculating machines. When it's all over, hundreds of thousands of dollars worth in a big bank like this one, it has to balance out to the last penny. I mean penny. That's where Anita Willoughby came in. She was young and demure-looking, but sort of intense, too, if you know what I mean. She looked like just what the doctor ordered. Of course, I couldn't start anything in the bank. Banks are poison on office romances. You'll see why after a while. But a couple of weeks of little attentions, and I was ready. It just happened that I was looking into the window of a men's furnishing store. She was passing by on her way home. I was lighting a cigarette, and it just happened. I turned suddenly, and of course it just happened. I bumped right into her.
Oh.
What? Miss Willoughby. Oh, I am sorry.
Oh, it's all right, Mr. Goff. It just startled me a little.
It's terribly clumsy of me. You on your way home? Going my way?
I don't know. What is your way, Miss Goff?
Well, as a matter of fact, I was just going down here a couple of blocks to where I left my car. You have a car, Miss Willoughby?
No, unfortunately, I don't.
Well, then, perhaps I could give you a lift, Miss Willoughby.
Perhaps you could, Mr. Goff.
Well, we wound up having dinner. It went on from there. After the first 10 minutes, I knew that demure act was strictly something for Mr. Purley and the adding machine. Anita Willoughby was smart. She'd been around and she knew the score. In a way, I was glad of this because it would take less sales talk later on. But in another way, it was too bad, really. It was too bad because I was going to have to kill her.
Roma Wines are bringing you Alan Baxter in Money Talks. Roma Wines' presentation tonight in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Suspense, radio's outstanding theater of thrills, is presented for your enjoyment by Roma. That's R-O-M-A, Roma California Wines. Those better-tasting wines enjoyed by more Americans than any other wine. Speaking of enjoyment, here's a practical hint from Roma to make your holiday weekend cool and comfortable. Whether you're planning a trip to the country, a gay picnic at the beach, or a quiet rest at home, keep cooler with refreshing Roma wine and soda. Simply half-filled glasses with Roma Burgundy, Roma Sauterne, or your favorite Roma wine. Fill up with ice and soda, sweeten to taste, and garnish with a fragrant sprig of mint or colorful fruit slices. You'll find delicious Roma wine and soda America's smartest way to cool off. A wonderful way to say welcome when friends drop in. A marvelous thirst quencher anytime. To beat the heat, you can't beat refreshing Roma wine and soda iced. Made with better tasting Roma wine from America's greatest reserves of fine wine.
And now, Roma Wines bring back to our New York soundstage Alan Baxter in Money Talks, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
If you're cool-headed and cold-blooded, if you have a plan, if there's something you really want, all the laws and locks in the world won't stop you from latching onto it. That's what I'd always figured, and that's what I'd figured now. That's why I sold 2 years of my life to a bank for a lousy $60 a week. That's why I made the play for Anita. That's why I was going to have to kill Anita. But before that, there was a lot of other ground I had to cover with Anita. I spent 6 months more covering it, and then I was ready. We were having dinner at a quiet little place we used to go to, and Anita was happy as a lark. But I was bearing down hard on an act I'd been working up all week.
What's the matter, Cliff?
I don't know.
Oh, come on. You've been moody like this for days. What's on your mind?
Well, it's about us, I guess.
Well, what about us?
Well, I don't know. When I first started to work in that salt mine 2 years ago, I thought I was going to set the world on fire. But now...
What's all this got to do with us, Cliff?
Well, what kind of a life is it to look forward to? 2 years and I'm third assistant cashier. Maybe in 10 years I'll even get to be first cashier. So what?
Well, you didn't expect them to make you majority stockholder, did you? Or if you did, you shouldn't have.
Honey, I wish we could get away from here. Go places, see things, have fun.
So do I, Cliff.
Yeah, but on what?
Well, maybe in 10 years or so, when you are first cashier.
All right, laugh at me. I got it coming.
It's a job, that's all, Cliff. That's the way most jobs are.
But it's not the kind of job you want your husband to have, is it?
My husband?
What do you think I've been talking about all this time? What's the use if we can't look forward to getting married and having some fun, some romance, some glamour in our lives?
Well, it's a funny proposal, Cliff, but I like what it says.
Yeah, but if some guy with $100,000 came along, I can't blame you.
I'd rather have you with my 100,000, Cliff.
Darling, why can't we have both? Where's the justice in it? When I think of the millions in cash money that's gone through my hands in the past 2 years, what have I got?
Doesn't it make you feel funny sometimes, Cliff?
What?
Handling all that money.
Yeah. Yeah, sometimes I can almost hear it talking to me.
So can I.
You too, huh? Listen, Nita. Do you ever get to thinking how you could get that 100,000?
Of course I have. But I never thought of a way it'd work.
Suppose you had. Suppose there was one.
Listen, Cliff. I've got no scruples. You only live once. But I'm allergic to penitentiaries.
I asked you a question.
You mean a way that was absolutely certain? Guaranteed safe?
Yeah.
I'd buy it.
Listen, baby. You know what's the matter with all those guys that try to clip a bank? They're not dishonest. No, I mean it. Look what happens. What always happens. The guy's hard up or he's got a tip in the market or the races or something, and he dips into the till. Yeah. And after a while, he takes a little more and then a little more, but he always figures he's going to pay it back. He covers it up with a lot of fancy bookkeeping. Till along comes some auditor that's a little smarter than he is, and bluey, the big vacation, the long-term lease. All because the guy is fundamentally honest.
Well, you can't win, I guess.
Oh? Listen, you know the guys that do? The big shots, the presidents, board chairman. When those guys clip a bank, they grab themselves anywhere from $100,000 to a cool $1 million one fine night and blow. You never hear of them again. But you can bet they're sitting pretty somewhere. You know why? Because they were dishonest. They planned it. They'd laugh themselves to death at the idea of paying it back.
Only you're not a big shot, darling.
Listen, they do it all at one clip. They're out of the country before anybody finds out. That's what I'm talking about.
Sure, but they have a chance. You don't.
No. But us, between us, we do.
We?
Listen, Dick Breen, the first cashier, takes his vacation in August. Every Thursday, Jerry Malone II goes over to investment. They're teaching their side of the business. That means that for 2 Thursdays in August, I take his place and consign for cash from the vault.
But, Cliff...
Wait a minute. And all I have to do is give you a receipt so that when you add it up at the end of the day, we get our balance. Don't you see it?
What kind of a receipt?
Any kind. One of the big payroll receipts will do it.
But how you...
How do I get it? I write it myself. You won't question it.
Oh.
Now, do you get it?
Oh, it's awful risky, Cliff. What about the next day?
That's what I've been trying to tell you. You don't wait for the next day. Do you realize how far from these United States you can get in 18 or 20 hours nowadays? You can get to places where you can live like a king for the rest of your life on $100,000.
The rest of my life, Cliff?
Sure, baby, sure. Why not? Well, what about it?
All right, Cliff. I'll do it.
The first Thursday in August was 6 weeks away. Waiting for them to pass was like living through 6 lifetimes. We went over it again and again, every detail, every possible variation. There's no use saying I wasn't nervous, because I was. A couple of times I even thought Nita and I were being followed in the car. It was that bad. But I managed to keep under control at the bank, and the big day finally rolled around. I waited until about 11:15, just before the noon rush hour, and then I marched over to Mr. Purley's desk, trying to look casual and nonchalant. But this was the worst part. Right here, right now. My hands were sweating and my mouth was dry until I began to be afraid the words would stick in my throat. There was nothing to it, really. It's the kind of things that's done every day in a bank, but not the way I was doing it. Sure, I was scared.
Oh. Hello, Cliff. What is it?
You want to countersign this for me, Mr. Purley? $104,000.
Cash?
Yeah, Eastern Chemical. They want us to get their payroll together on Thursdays after this. Some kind of new accounting system over there.
Oh. There you are.
Thank you, Mr. Purley. There it was. Just as simple as that. After all those weeks of worry and jumpy nerves, there it was. I went to the vault and drew the cash, and the worst was over. I came out on the floor again. The noon crowds are beginning to line up in front of the windows, keeping everybody on the jump and minding their own business. I took over Harrison's cage, same as I always did at the lunch hour, and I don't think he even noticed the canvas bag I was carrying. It's that usual. After he left, I simply took a minute to transfer the cash from the bag into my own briefcase, and that was that. When he came back, I strolled over to Anita's machine with the Eastern Chemical receipt that I'd made up the night before. Oh, Miss Willoughby.
Yes, Mr. Goff?
Eastern Chemical has changed their payroll day to Thursday. Here's the receipt. Don't forget to include it in your tally.
Yes, Mr. Goff.
There was nothing to do now but sweat it out until 5 o'clock. Went out to lunch myself, but I didn't eat much. I was beginning to get nervous again. Went back to my desk and tried to look busy. But I kept thinking of all the things that could go wrong. Purley happened to call Eastern Chemical on some other business. But if it turned out to be one of those days that come about twice a year when you can't get a balance and you can't find the error and everybody has to go over every transaction of the day until they do, that $104,000 item would stand out like a red flag at a businessman's lunch. I was beginning to think about what I would have to do afterwards, too. But, that wasn't getting me anywhere, and I knew it. Finally, 3 o'clock came, the bank closed. The gang went to work on their totals, and the girls began to bring me their balance sheets. Nita was the last one.
Here you are, Mr. Goff.
Balance?
Uh-huh. How are the others?
Well, I guess that's all then, Miss Willoughby. Good night.
Good night, Mr. Goff.
Oh, Mr. Purley.
Oh, yes, Cliff. Oh, got your balance?
Yes, sir. All in order, I guess. Here you are.
All right, Cliff, thank you. Well, going to do a little homework tonight?
Huh?
A pretty bulky briefcase you're taking home there.
Oh, yeah. Yes, I wanted to do a little reading up on that South American situation.
Good boy. Well, good night, Cliff.
Good night, Mr. Purley. Well, I had $100,000 in wonderful, bright green folding money. Driving out of town, I felt edgy and depressed. I didn't get the idea I was being followed again. You know what it was all about, of course. It was Anita, what I was going to have to do. I tried to forget it up until now. I tried to kid myself there'd be some other way, but I knew there wasn't. She was smart, too smart. She'd have the little boys in blue after me before I could get to the airport. One thing was for sure. I wasn't splitting that dough with her or anyone else. So it had to be this way. It just had to be. So far, I was pretty sure the idea had never entered her head. I'd let her get the plane tickets to Mexico, although, of course, I had others of my own to Rio. I told her to meet me at the little shack I had in the country because it would be safer. She'd already arrived when I got there.
Cliff?
Okay, baby. Are you ready?
Of course. You're early. Are you sure?
You mean, did I get it? Look at that. What do you think that stuff is, huh? How about that?
So you did. You really did.
Of course I did. Did you think I wouldn't?
Well, something might have gone wrong, Cliff.
Not with me, baby. Not with me. Have you got that Eastern Chemical receipt? I told you to slip it out of the heap when you got through.
Yeah, I've got it.
Let's see it.
Here.
Huh? Okay. That's all I need.
That's what?
I'm sorry about this, Nita. Honestly. I really am.
Cliff.
I got the rope and tied her up. Tied a towel over her head, mostly because I didn't want to see her face. And I got out the gasoline and spread about half of it around the room. I took the rest of it down the cellar and poured it in a big shallow pan I had down there. There was a candle set in the middle of the pan, and it came about 3 inches above the level of the gasoline. It would take about 2 hours to burn down. By that time, I'd be in a plane over the Atlantic Ocean. The way it was pretty rugged, and I felt sort of bad about it. But you always hear that they suffocate from the smoke before the fire ever gets to them. So I lit the candle, and I got out of there. Well, it was over. It was done with now. And I began to hear it again. All the way down there in the clipper, I could hear that money talking. Maybe I'd get a rancho, one of those cattle outfits with a big hacienda and a couple dozen servants. There's plenty of dough in Argentine beef. Or maybe it'd be oil or nitrates. All I knew for sure was that this 100,000 was only the beginning. With smart operating, I'd roll it up to $1 million before I was 40. In Rio, I registered under my new name of Clarence Gage for the best suite in the best hotel in town and got ready to relax. Next day, I got the Times that they fly down here for the big shots, and there it was on the suburban page. They found Anita. She'd been identified by jewelry and stuff. It mentioned that she was employed at the Bankers Industrial and hinted she might have been in some trouble there. That was all to the good, and I relaxed even more. And then the next day, I got a very funny feeling. All the way up in the elevator, I felt it. I didn't like it. I didn't like it at all. And when I opened my door, I liked it even less.
Mr. Gage?
Yeah? Who are you?
Gorman's the name. Sam Gorman. You and me have got a little business to transact.
Have we? I don't think I know you, Mr. Gorman.
Well, maybe this heater will jog your memory, huh?
Guns never remind me of anything but trouble, and I don't like trouble.
But you got it, Mr. Goff. You got it.
All right. What's the pitch?
You mean this heater doesn't remind you of anything? Like money? About $100,000? Or somebody named Anita? You got a rotten memory, haven't you?
You're a cop. You're wasting your time.
Cop? I know some guys who get a big kick out of that. No, I'm no cop, Mr. Goff.
Well, let's talk then. What do you want?
Can't you guess, Mr. Goff?
I wouldn't try.
I want the dough, Mr. Goff. The money.
What makes you think you're going to get it?
Well, for one thing, this.
Wouldn't try that again. Gun or no gun?
No?
Cut it out, Sam. I said no rough stuff.
Nita.
Yeah? Well, I owe him at least that much.
Oh, don't be silly, Sam. All we want is the money. Now start looking for it.
Sure, he just tried to fry you in gasoline, that's all. No rough stuff.
It'd just make complications with the local police, and you know it. Now stop being jealous and find the money.
Nita, they said... Well, it said in the paper
That little fire at your place? Oh, they found somebody, all right. It just didn't happen to be me.
You don't mean... You didn't deliberately...
Get him, will you? I don't think the guy's got much of a sense of humor, sugar.
It was somebody Sam didn't like. And nobody's ever been missed.
All right, I've got no sense of humor. Maybe I'm dumb, too. I don't get it.
Well, you see, Cliff, We never did like the idea of leaving the country.
You said it.
But this way, I'm off the hook. We can go back any time we want to, because legally, I'm dead. See?
May I ask who this we is that suddenly got into the conversation?
Me and Sam, my husband.
Your husband?
That's me.
Mm-hmm. I went to work in the bank for the same reason you did, Cliff. There was going to be a stick-up, and I was going to help from the inside. Only your way seems so much better.
Well, how do you like that?
Yeah. How does it feel, Wonder Boy?
And me trying to tell you how to be dishonest.
There don't have to be any hard feelings, Cliff. At least I don't have any. It was really Sam's fault what happened to me.
What?
Or almost did. He lost you somehow, following you out to the place. We were almost certain that you'd try it, of course.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. I still owe him some lumps for that.
100,000 really wasn't enough for both of us.
For 2 bits, I'd give it to him.
Sam, haven't you found that money yet?
No, come on. Where is it, Wonder Boy?
I don't think I have it here, do you?
I do. Look for a brown leather briefcase, Sam. 2 will get you 10. It's all right there.
Yeah? Well, here's the briefcase. Well. I guess Wonder Boy just didn't have much confidence in banks, eh? Not that I blame him.
Well, I guess we better get going.
Listen, Nita, it was a bum deal all the way around.
Uh-huh.
And I'm really sorry. I'm sorry about that other part, about you, I mean.
I believe it. You even said so. No hard feelings, Cliff.
I think Wonder Boy is leading up to something.
Yeah, I can see you're the intellectual type. All right. How about leaving me a little?
Nuts.
Why not, Sam?
Just 1,000 or so.
What's the use? That won't get him any place, even down here.
Listen, you don't think I'm going to stick around down here now, do you? I got to get back to the States and make another pitch.
Give him the money, Sam. 1,000. And, Cliff.
Yeah?
I'd be a little careful about going back to the States if I were you.
Sure. That goes double, Nita.
What does?
About being careful.
I don't get it.
You will. And that money begins to talk. Talk about honor among thieves. But it could have been worse. I'd only lost 2 years of my life, not all of it. So, a month later, I was out on the West Coast. Credentials, dark blue pinstripe, Van Heusen and all. And this time the sucker was a Mr. Ambrose.
Uh-huh. Well, your record at the business school is certainly impressive, Mr. Gage.
Well, I worked hard, Mr. Ambrose. Mm-hmm. Banking has always seemed more than just a business to me. It's been, well, an ideal, a sacred trust, and the best tradition of our financial and national institutions.
You've got the right spirit, Mr. Gage. Come in tomorrow morning, and I think we can work something out.
So, it all began all over again. Only about 3 months later, there was a little man in a derby hat standing in line in front of my window, and his business was strictly personal.
Clarence Gage?
Yes, that's right.
Can we have a little private talk?
Well, I guess... Oh, can you take over for me a minute, Harry?
And it may be for a little bit longer than a minute.
Well, now, what can I do for you, Mr.
We used to work on a name at Clifford Golf on the East Coast.
Oh.
Yeah. Headquarters.
Listen, you got me all wrong on that. I didn't have anything to do with it. What would I be working here for if I had that kind of dough? I can prove to you I never got a cent.
Now, wait a minute. You knew the girl, didn't you?
Sure. When I heard what had happened, well, I'd been going around with her, and I got scared, that's all.
Yeah, I bet you did. Well, she's dead.
Anita? Oh, no, she's not dead. It was another girl that...
Get your coat, Mr. Goff. You're under arrest for attempted murder and grand larceny.
Well, it's a funny thing what happens to people when they hear that money begin to talk. I guess Anita finally heard it, too, before she died. You see, Sam Gorman had started a big gambling joint in Las Vegas, and it was held up, and he was killed. There was a girl with him that was killed, too, Anita. But before she died, she talked plenty, told him everything. Well, she won't talk anymore, but that money will. Wonder who that money is talking to now.
In just just a moment, we will bring you Alan Baxter, tonight's star of Suspense.
Presented by Roma. That's R-O-M-A. Roma Wines, America's largest selling wines. When you enjoy your favorite Roma wine, you taste the rich reward of nature's treasure. Selected grapes, pressed at the peak of taste goodness, then guided unhurriedly with the ancient skill of Roma master vintners and winemaking resources unmatched in America to taste perfection. These Roma wines are placed with mellow Roma wines of years before, and from these, the world's greatest wine reserves, Roma later selects for your pleasure. This holiday weekend, when entertaining friends, serve Roma California wines. Yes, for a grand and glorious Fourth, enjoy better-tasting amber Roma sherry, ruby red Roma port, or golden Roma muscatel. And you enjoy America's favorite wines, now at lowest prices in years.
This is Alan Baxter. It was a great pleasure to appear on tonight's broadcast of Suspense. Next week, Suspense will again originate from New York. And Roma Wines will bring you one of the most provocative and glamorous actresses in America, Miss Gloria Swanson. Good night.
Tonight's Suspense play was written by Robert L. Richards. Next Thursday, same time, you will hear Miss Gloria Swanson as star of Suspense. Produced for Shenley by William Spear. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Suspense. In hotels, restaurants, and homes of distinction, wherever hospitality is a gracious art, the best serve C-R-E-S-T-A, B-L-A-N-C-A. Cresta Blanca. Cresta Blanca. Yes, the famous name of Cresta Blanca is a symbol of good taste wherever distinguished people gather. When you serve superb Cresta Blanca California wines, you pay guests the truest compliment a host can offer. Distinguish your dinner table by serving Cresta Blanca Burgundy or Cresta Blanca Sauterne, yours to enjoy for gracious dining. Shenley's Cresta Blanca Wine Company, Livermore, California.
And now, Shenley brings you Gloria Swanson as star in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. Presented by Roma, that's R-O-M-A, Roma Wines for your everyday pleasure.
Tonight, Roma Wines of Fresno, California bring you Gloria Swanson in Murder by the Book, a suspense play produced, edited, and directed for Shenley by William Spear for Suspense.
I must have been asleep. At first I thought it was one of those dreams, and then I realized the phone was really ringing. I seemed to remember it had rung before and I hadn't answered it. But maybe it had been only this once, ringing a long time, because just as I got there it stopped. Hello? Hello? I suppose I had had one of my spells. I never could remember very well just after them. But I know I'd been working or trying to. It was my latest, and I thought it would be my best. It was about a woman who killed her husband. But I'd had all kinds of trouble with the end. Everything was all right up until the explanation, how she did it. I knew, of course, but somehow I just couldn't write it. It wouldn't gel. It had been going on like that for weeks. Then today, I must have had another spell. I've been having them ever since the accident, ever since Ned was drowned. They'd begin with a headache. It would get worse and worse, and I'd lie down. And when I'd wake up, I wouldn't remember for a while. Sometimes when I woke up, I wouldn't even be in the same place. Instead of lying on the couch or on my bed, I'd be sitting up in a chair or at my typewriter. Once I even found myself sitting in the car out in the garage. It was a strain of everything, of course. That's why I'd started going to Dr. Winter. And now it seemed as though my poor nerves were faded for one shock after another. Because now Dr. Winter was dead. You see, he'd been murdered. Yes?
Emily?
Yes?
This is Harry Bailey. Where have you been?
Why, I've been right here, Harry.
Well, why don't you answer your phone? I've been trying to get you all afternoon.
I must have been asleep.
Oh. How's the book coming?
Not very well, I'm afraid, Harry.
Still stale, eh?
Oh, I guess so. I'm awfully sorry, Harry. I know I promised it to you weeks ago, but...
Oh, forget it. Those things happen. Listen, Emily, I've got a great little proposition for you. It'll make you some money, it'll get your mind off the book for a while, and it'll be worth $1 million worth of publicity for us.
Oh, what's the catch?
Well, I was talking to young Hayes. He practically runs the old man's newspaper chain for him now, you know. And he wants you to cover the Winter case for the whole syndicate.
Oh.
Now, wait a minute before you make any snap judgments. In all the time I've been your publisher, I've never given you a bum steer yet, have I?
But, Harry, I'm not a reporter.
That's just it. You write it from your point of view, the way it looks to the country's foremost woman detective story writer. The clues, the evidence, how it all fits together. Truth is stranger than fiction and so on. You see what I mean?
Well, I don't know. You see, I was a patient of his, Harry.
All right, all the better. Famous man murdered in small resort town. Just so happens, famous woman mystery writer lived in same small town. Even was a murdered man's patient. Knows everybody with their first names and so forth and so on. Emily, this will put your name in headlines in every city in the country.
I know. That's the trouble. You see, what will Cora say?
Why? What's it to Cora?
Well, I'll grant you she may have had a slightly exaggerated idea of his importance, but after all, she was his man Friday for the past year, and now to have her own mother, stepmother anyway, writing it all up in the papers and making capital out of it.
Don't be silly, Emily. Somebody's got to write it, and you'll do it with sympathy and honesty and understanding. That's the greatest thing that could happen as far as getting a fair break in the papers is concerned. It's a chance in a lifetime for you, Emily, no kidding.
Oh, I'd like to. As I say, all right, Harry, I'll do it.
Atta girl. Listen, I'll have Hayes draw off the contracts right away.
Anything you say, Harry.
Swell. I'll be in touch. Night now.
Good night, Harry.
Hello, Mother.
Oh, hello, darling.
Who is that?
Harry Bailey. He wants me to cover the Winter case for the Hayes Syndicate.
He what?
I told him I would.
Oh, Mother. Oh, Mother, how could you?
Why not, Cora?
Because it's bad enough that he's dead without dragging it through the papers all over again.
But it will be in the papers anyway, darling. And as Harry says, at least I can give it sympathy and understanding.
Sympathy and understanding.
Why, Cora.
Please, Mother. Please don't do it. Stay out of it. We'll only get more heartaches out of it, that's all.
Why, Cora. You know, you almost sound as though you were afraid. Are you afraid of anything?
Afraid? All right, then maybe I am. Maybe that's just what I am. Afraid.
I had never really understood Cora. She was Ned's child, not mine. I was only her stepmother. Not that we weren't the best of friends, but she'd always been a little strange, more like her mother, I imagine. And then the shock of losing Ned and this on top of it. There were times when she seemed almost in a daze. It's hard to blame her. The next day, Harry phoned to say the contracts were all in order, and I was to report to a Lieutenant Hahn of the Homicide Bureau, who would permit me to interview the girl they were holding for the murder, and in general act as my guide, philosopher, and friend. But upon appearing at his office, I found the gentleman with his hat on his head and his feet on his desk, who didn't bother to remove either, and merely stared at me.
Something?
I'm Emily Carlyle. I was told to report to you. You're Lieutenant Hahn?
Uh-huh.
I was told that you would sort of show me the ropes.
Uh-huh.
I deduce from your attitude that you're not particularly pleased by the prospect.
I cannot tell a lie. You deduce right.
Well, isn't this nice? We're not going to get along.
Oh, I wouldn't say that, Miss Carlyle, or is it Mrs.?
Miss. My married name is Wales. I was married to Ned Wales, you know.
Uh-huh.
Suppose we clear the air, little Lieutenant. I take it the barrier between us is the old one of professional versus amateur, dealer in fact versus dealer in fiction, and you disapprove of fiction?
Oh, I got nothing against detective stories or detective story writers. I even read them myself once in a while. For laughs.
Well, that's encouraging.
What?
To find that you can not only read, but laugh.
Okay.
Then just what is the difficulty, Lieutenant?
I don't like to see people tried in the newspapers.
I have no intention of trying this girl. What's her name?
Claire Ogilvy.
I have no intention of trying her. All I want to do is present the facts, tell the story.
Mm-hmm. Well, I guess you want to see her, don't you?
Among other things, yes, unless, of course, you have something better to do.
No, you're my assignment from now on. I'm in the doghouse.
Well, I can think of less appropriate places.
Okay.
Why?
Well, this is a big case. National sensation, special prosecutors, hullabaloo in the papers, special feature writers like you.
Yes?
And I'm in a minority of one around here, so nobody likes me.
Stop being cryptic, Lieutenant. What are you driving at?
They got a big thing on their hands, and they want a conviction. I don't agree.
About what?
About the girl. You see, I think she's innocent.
That was interesting. The girl was even more interesting. She was about 25, a pretty girl, and she was lying on her bunk in the cell, staring up at the one dim light in the ceiling. She didn't even look around when we came in.
This is Miss Emily Carlyle, the writer, Claire. She wants to talk to you. I'll be back after a while, Miss Carlyle.
Go away. Leave me alone.
I can't, Claire. I have a job to do.
That makes you different, I suppose.
No, but I still have a job to do.
That's what they all say. They've got a job to do. On me.
Who's trying to do a job on you, Claire?
Oh, a lot of smart people who make their living at it, like you.
You mean that they're trying to say that you killed him and you didn't?
I loved him, you fool. Why would I kill him? Why would I kill him?
Why did you confess to killing him?
He was dead, wasn't he? What difference did it make? That's what they wanted me to say, so what difference did it make?
Then you didn't kill him?
All right, I killed him. That's what you want me to say, too. All right, I killed him.
I don't want you to say anything, dear. I just want to know what happened.
He was killed, murdered. That's what happened.
They say you quarreled with him.
I dug my nails into him. I wanted to hurt him. There was blood on my dress, and so I burned it, and they found that. Then when I'd heard what happened, I ran away, and they found me. Oh, they've got everything fixed just fine. They had a job to do, that's all, and they did it. And the sooner they get it over with, the better. And then everybody will be happy. Maybe even me.
Well, why did you quarrel with him?
Have you ever been in love with some man, and then one fine day you found out you were just the last of a long list of other women? Have you? Have you?
Yes. As a matter of fact, I have.
Oh. Well, then you know why I quarreled with him.
Yes.
All right, then, and I'll tell you something else, too. I didn't kill him, but now I wish I had. You hear me? I wish I had.
Well, I suppose she told you she killed him, and you believed it.
First she said she had killed him, and then she said she hadn't.
And you didn't answer the second part.
She indicated you have certain evidence.
Okay. Come in here. The DA's got the original sample, but the pictures should give you a rough idea.
What's that?
Piece of a dress that was found under the bed. They matched it to the dress she burned, more or less.
And, what's the plaster thing?
Cast of tire marks. Don't you read Dick Tracy?
Oh, I've used plaster casts of tire marks myself in my books, but, they look a little vague.
They are.
You know something, Lieutenant? I'm inclined to agree with you.
About what?
About the girl. I think she is innocent.
Oh, so you can write it from the whodunit angle, huh?
Less asperity, Lieutenant, if you please, and a little more attention to detail. By the way, Why is everyone so anxious to believe this particular girl did it?
Because they think they can make it stick. Why look further? Because it's good for them. They make their reputations that way. Just like your boss makes circulation.
Let's face it. You and I know what Dr. Winter was like. There must be a dozen girls in this town who have just as much reason for killing him as this one.
What I said.
As for the confession, she's obviously an hysteric. Any good alienist could break that down.
Said that, too.
And as far as this stuff, I don't know much about tires, but this dress pattern is as common as a cotton handkerchief. There must be 50 of them within a mile of where we're standing right now.
Same goes for the tires. I've told them all that.
And there must be something wrong with your methods, Lieutenant. Now, what do we deduce from all this?
I'll tell you what I deduce.
What?
There's a woman who's killed a man in this town. A murderess. A murderess that's still on the loose. For Suspense, Roma Wines are bringing you Gloria Swanson in Murder by the Book. Roma Wines' presentation tonight in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Suspense, radio's outstanding theater of thrills, is presented by Roma. That's R-O-M-A, Roma Wines. Those better-tasting wines from the world's largest reserves of fine wines. Vacation time is in full swing, and that means more time for baseball, tennis, golf, fishing, gardening. Whatever form of recreation you choose, here's a delightful way to cool off and refresh yourself. Just serve a tall, cool Roma wine and soda. Half-filled glasses with robust Roma California Burgundy, delicate Roma Sauterne, or any Roma wine. Fill up with ice and soda, sweeten to taste, then sip and be surprised. You'll agree with everybody that refreshingly delicious Roma wine and soda really is a treat that beats the heat. Treat your family to Roma wine and soda tomorrow. Serve Roma wine and soda whenever guests drop in, and all summer long. And for better taste, be sure you use America's favorite wine, Roma wine. R-O-M-A, Roma wine.
And now, Roma Wines bring back to our New York soundstage Gloria Swanson as Emily Carlyle in Murder by the Book, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
I was quite excited about the whole thing, about covering a murder case, I mean. It was good for me. It took my mind off myself, the book I should have been finishing and couldn't. And poor Ned being drowned last summer. That had been more of a strain than even I realized. I knew that now. Not that I wasn't terribly fond of Ned, but we hadn't been as close as we once were. But it had been a shock. That's why I'd been going to Dr. Winter myself. He'd as much as told me that the spells I had were a direct result of what happened to Ned. Oh, it shows you how tiny and yet how strange our little world can be here. Here I was, writing up the case of Dr. Winter's murder for the newspapers. Of course, right away I discovered that the evidence against the girl they were holding was all circumstantial, and Lieutenant Hahn got me prints of the pictures. Piece from the dress they said she was wearing and the tire marks. And I went out to do a little checking of my own. First I went to Gorman's department store. Actually, it's the only real store for women's things in town.
Well, Miss Carlyle, long time no see, eh? What can I do for you?
I was wondering if you could identify a dress for me. A certain dress?
A dress? Why, sure. What kind of a dress you have in mind?
No, I don't want to buy one. I just want to find out about one. A particular dress. This dress that this picture was taken of. That's only a piece of it, of course.
Oh, that?
Yes. You've sold quite a few of them, haven't you?
Say, I hear you're going to write up this winter case for the papers. Is that right, Miss Carlyle?
Why, yes, I am. As a matter of fact, this dress...
I know this dress, all right. We had them last spring, sold like hotcakes, 4 dozen of them.
Did you keep any record of who you sold them to? Could I get a list?
No. No complete record. Mostly cash sales, you know. Made up a partial list, that's all, a partial list.
Well, that's what I want. That's better than nothing.
Going into competition with the police department now, huh?
No, I'm trying to help them, Mr. Gorman. If you'll give me...
You better see them about that yourself, then. Lieutenant Hahn. Gave him the list 3 weeks ago. You better see him.
Oh, I didn't know he had one. He never told me.
The cops don't always tell everything they know, eh? You go see Lieutenant Hahn. He's the man you want to see, Lieutenant Hahn.
I felt a little silly. Why hadn't he told me? But then, of course, I had never asked him. My next stop was Morton's big service station on the corner of North and Main. They did practically all the tire business in town.
How do, Miss Carlyle? Fill it up?
Why, yes, I guess so. Oh, but I wanted to ask you something.
Sure, Miss Carlyle. What is it?
Well, you see this thing? It's the imprint of an auto tire, and I wanted...
Oh, from the winter case, huh? The cops was already in here. I heard you was working on the case, Miss Carlyle.
In a way. And I was trying to find out about this tire,
Well, that tire, ma'am, that's a 616 Goodstone. It's pretty new, too. You can see from this middle tread here, you see. I don't see how anybody could prove much by this here.
Do you sell many of these? What did you call them?
616 Goodstone. Oh, yeah, plenty. That's what I mean. I don't see how you could prove much with that there tire. You find them on all kind of cars.
I know, but...
Look here, you got them on your own car, Miss Carlyle. Same kind, 616 Goodstone. Almost new, too. You see what I mean?
Oh, yes. Yeah, I see.
Yeah, plenty of them kind of tires around. Hey, you want that tank of gas now, Miss Carlyle?
No, thank you. Never mind. It's funny how you never notice things. Like tires, if you're a woman anyway. Then it always handled things like that, and then afterwards Cora had done it. Cora. And of course, as the boy had said, there were hundreds of tires like it. Hundreds. Cora wasn't home yet, and I wandered around the house and tried to think, but I didn't get very far. I was afraid one of my headaches was coming on. I decided to try and write my first article. But when I sat down at the typewriter, I remembered I hadn't put the cover over it the last time, and it was all dusty. I went to the broom closet and rummaged around in the basket we keep there for old rags. I just started to dust off the typewriter when I noticed it. It's the rag I held in my hand. It wasn't just an ordinary rag. It was a piece of a dress. And it wasn't just an ordinary dress. It had a cute little red and white print pattern. The kind of a dress the police said was worn by the woman who had murdered Dr. Winter. It was then I heard Cora coming in. Instinctively, I thrust the rag that was in my hand into the desk.
Mother, you home?
Oh, hello, darling. Been shopping?
Just a few odds and ends. What have you been doing?
Oh, a little of this, a little of that. Cora, what about the car? Won't we be needing new tires pretty soon?
Well, now I had new ones put on all around only a little while ago. You remember?
I'd forgotten. When was that?
Oh, 6 weeks ago, anyway.
Then it was before?
Before what?
The murder.
Will you stop it? Do you have to go through with this thing, Mother?
I think it's better for me to write it than some stranger, don't you?
If you wish.
But it's so different from what happens in stories. For instance, I can't even remember what we were doing the night it happened. Can you?
We were home.
Are you sure?
Don't you remember?
Isn't it silly?
You had one of your headaches. I was in my room. You were in yours.
Then I was asleep all evening.
I suppose you were.
But you don't know. You weren't with me. What a pity.
I'll stop, Papa.
Oh, Cora.
Yes?
Whatever happened to that old print dress? It was yours, I think.
What print dress?
You know, with a red and white flowered print. You did have one like that, didn't you?
I haven't seen it for quite a while.
But it couldn't have just disappeared.
The last time I saw it, you had it, and then I don't know what happened to it.
I had it?
Don't you remember?
No. Would this be it, Cora?
Oh. So this has all been a cross-examination, has it?
There were certain things I had to know, Cora.
Well, I won't stand for it, do you hear? You can do anything you like about yourself, but I won't let you drag me into it. I won't.
You were in love with him, too, weren't you, Cora?
Yes. Yes, now are you satisfied? Yes, I was in love with him. I was in love with him.
When I woke up, the sun was shining, and I was lying on the bed in Cora's room, and Cora was gone. I made some coffee, and then I went down to see Lieutenant Hahn.
What's the matter, Miss Carlyle? You look sort of played out.
I had rather a restless night. I've been thinking about this thing, Lieutenant. I've been thinking about it a lot.
Been doing a little checking up, I hear.
Yes, Lieutenant. Why didn't you tell me you had that list about the dresses? Was it because you knew that someone in my house had bought one of those dresses?
You're speaking of your stepdaughter, Cora Wales.
Yes.
We did know it, of course, but we knew the same thing about a couple of dozen other women. It didn't make much difference.
Oh.
Got any new ideas?
Look, Lieutenant, I've been writing a new book, or trying to, about a murder. A woman who kills her husband. I didn't know how to finish it. But now, look, it's all sort of mixed up in my mind, but you know the old theory about a murderer will always return to the scene of the crime?
I don't get it.
I know. Put it this way. If someone killed because the person they killed knew something, they'd have to kill anyone else who knew that same thing now, wouldn't they?
You still going on the theory the Ogilvy girl's innocent?
I know she's innocent.
You know? That's pretty strong talk, Miss Carlyle.
Well, call it woman's intuition. Call it whatever you like. I just know that there's someone...
Look, Miss Carlyle, maybe I had you wrong yesterday. I can see you're not kidding about this thing. Not that I pretend to know what you're talking about, but if you've really got something, you better tell Papa.
No, I can't.
You say you think somebody's going to come back to the scene of the crime.
I don't know. I don't know what I think. I just know that...
Look, Miss Carlyle, I don't like it. You're upset and you're frightened.
No.
I want to help you.
No, I have to do this my own way.
Do what?
I don't know.
Well, I can't very well use a rubber hose to get it out of you. But I just want you to remember that whatever I do, it's part of my job.
What? What's part of your job?
To see that nobody else gets killed around here, including you.
I could feel the headache coming on as I left his office. I almost ran to my car. All I could think of was that I had to get home before it happened. But it was coming over me awfully fast, faster than it ever had before. The house was empty. I threw myself on the couch and pressed my hands over my eyes. The thing was horrible. And then suddenly I had the feeling that I wasn't alone. That someone was standing over me. Someone I couldn't see. Someone who was crushing my brain, squeezing my temples in a kind of terrible, invisible vice. Someone who was trying to kill me. I was having a dream. Another of those horrible dreams. I was dreaming that I'd gone upstairs to Cora's room and she was there packing her things. She didn't see me or hear me, and I crept into the room very softly. It seemed as though I had a heavy poker or something in my hand. I crept up very softly behind her. I raised the poker, and then she whirled around. She saw me. You knew it wasn't an accident, didn't you? You knew he didn't just drown. You knew I killed your father. I pushed him. And when I went to Dr. Winter, he found out, too. Something buried in my subconscious, he said. And he made me tell him. He told you all that, didn't he? So now I'm going to have to kill you, too, Cora. I'm going to have to kill you.
All right, Miss Carlyle, all right. You better come along now.
I hear the doctors keep talking about schizophrenia. That's a double personality, you know. They seem to think I did all those things without even knowing it. Drowning Ned. Trying to kill Cora. That's what the spells were, they say. The other personality. Like Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. But I wish I could talk to Dr. Winter. I went to him first about the spells. He said he could cure me if I told him the truth. Only, of course, I can't talk to him now. He's dead. I killed him.
In just a moment, we will hear from Gloria Swanson, tonight's star of Suspense.
Presented by Roma. That's R-O-M-A. Roma Wines, America's largest selling wines. Yes, more Americans enjoy Roma than any other wines. That's because Roma wines taste better. Taste better because Roma selects and presses only the choicest California grapes. Then these natural juices are guided unhurriedly by Roma master vintners and winemaking resources unmatched in America to full taste richness. These Roma wines are placed with mellow Roma wines of years before, and from these, the world's greatest wine reserves, Roma later selects for your pleasure. Treat your family and guests to the better taste of Roma California wines. For everyday use, or for friendly entertaining, serve amber Roma sherry, ruby Roma port, or golden Roma muscatel. Roma adds so much to your pleasure, and yet now costs so little, that you'll want to keep a supply of better-tasting Roma wines on hand. Remember to ask for Roma Wines, America's largest selling wines.
This is Gloria Swanson. It was a great pleasure to appear on tonight's broadcast of Suspense. Next week, Suspense will originate from Hollywood, when Roma Wines will bring you Vincent Price. Good night.
Tonight's suspense play was written by Robert L. Richards. Next Thursday, same time, you will hear Mr. Vincent Price as star of Suspense, produced fortunately by William Spear. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.